Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30.
It's 102. Traffic. You see this says compensation bill. Where's that? Is it paragraph 8? Oh, yes.
There wasn't really much in that we hadn't heard. It was, so I was just sort of digging into detail with some of those wee bits.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't really anything new here at all.
In person, and the committee will also have our usual meeting at 10 a.m. on
Apologies,
the
Chair,
16th.
we couldn't avoid it. There was just so much to do.
So the concurrent meeting is at 2 p.m. next Thursday, or sorry, next Wednesday. Let's not confuse things. Okay, so moving on then to item number 4, which is our briefing from Belfast Met and Hospitality and Tourism Skills Network, Tourism and Hospitality Hub. So there is a clerk's memo at page 18 of your packs. There is a briefing paper from Hospitality and Tourism Skills Network at page 21, and a copy of the Tourism Recovery Action Plan at page 27. So if Tommy has the witnesses in spotlight for us, so if I'd welcome to the meeting Louise Ward-Hunter, who is Principal and Chief Executive of Belfast Met, Fiona Dempsey, who is Curriculum Head at Belfast Met, Roshi McKee, who is Project Director of Hospitality and Tourism Skills Network, and Kieran O'Neill, who is Manager of Bishop Gates Hotel and a HATS member and a Hotels Federation board member. So if I hand over to yourselves to make an opening statement, and then we'll bring members in for questions after that.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Chair, there seems to be an odd thing that you can see. You're not seeing me, you're seeing a bit of paperwork. Here's my hand. Sorry about that. I don't know why I'm on reverse. So, but Chair, you know what I look like anyway, and I'll crack on. Louise Ward-Hunter here. If I may, can I just do 5 minutes introducing and then pass over to Roisin or Kieran?
That's great, thank you.
Thank you. I do apologise. This is most peculiar. I don't know how to reverse my screen. And there you can see I've got pet ID there. Developing, great to be with you all today, Chair, and developing a highly skilled and motivated workforce has to be at the core of our economic recovery, and you will all be clearly aware of the importance of and the contribution that hospitality and tourism hub are seeking to make. The FE sector provides high quality learner education and training, and indeed you may very well even have seen the recent FE campaign, which is about further education becoming a first choice for learners of all ages and backgrounds. And that campaign is really a reminder that FE as a sector provides the skills, knowledge and learning to create parity of pathways to career success. And vitally, our industry in hospitality and tourism is one of those important pathways. A brief reminder as to the development of the curriculum hubs. They focus across all the different colleges on different occupational areas, and they are about supporting the priority skills and growth sectors of employment. And the curriculum hubs, the concept aims to ensure that the curriculum developed is high quality and it's consistent and current and responsive. And it really is about making best practice in terms of curriculum common practice. But it's about being tailored to the needs of each individual industry and the requirements for each field. So in recognition of the importance of the hospitality and tourism industry to the economy, and following, of course, engagement with industry stakeholders, Department for the Economy designated a hub with a specific focus on this key area of growth, and Belfast Met, following a competitive process, was designated as a college, and that was back in December 2019. And we collaborate with the other 5 colleges in taking forward a bespoke smart action plan, which includes specific areas, objectives in areas such as trying to make sure that our responsive curriculum development is future-proofed and facilitates progression opportunities. And it's about engaging with employers so that we can promote the key skills growth area. So we provide, within the curriculum hub at Belfast, we provide a secretariat to the sectoral partnership group and for hospitality and tourism, and that is for the department's sectoral partnership, which has been very supportive and has indeed endorsed the revised standardised curriculum that's currently being delivered at level 2-5 right the way across the entire FE sector. And through our 6 further education colleges working with employers, there's real solid evidence of the benefits of this collaboration, and that's been typified by the Let's Do Business initiative, which has been about highlighting to local business the wide range of areas in which FE colleges can provide practical help. And that's ultimately about providing and delivering business benefit. So we know obviously that the Tourism Recovery Action Plan Phase 2, which was launched just at the end of May, is bringing forward further proposed actions to build on the support which the Northern Ireland Executive has provided to date. The hub in the FE sector is about trying to support that, the response to the impact of COVID-19. A few quick examples for the benefit of the committee that the Hospitality and Tourism hubs have been at. One's a curriculum review of all full and part-time programmes to incorporate the sorts of skills development that have been identified by the sector. I can enumerate those if we had more time, but they're really what's required post-lockdown. Everything from digital skills, customer care skills, right the way through to entrepreneurship. We've conducted a review of learner progression pathways with interventions taken where needed to allow for that whole seamless pathway from level 2 to level 5 for all learners with clear entry points to industry at each stage. And we have we've looked at the design and development of a bespoke ILM level 3 program, which is specific, and that's the really important bit. It's actually specific and tailored to the hospitality.
Oh, Louise, we've lost Louise. Oh no. Louise, we've lost sound from you. I'm not sure if you maybe knocked off your mic. Okay.
Move to Roisin.
Does one of the others want to maybe come in where Louise is left off? She's dropped out there now.
I'm happy to go from Huts unless there's anything else from Belfast Met.
Well, I'm happy, members. If you want, I can finish off where Louise kind of.
Yes, that would be grand, Fiona. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So as Louise said, we developed a bespoke ILM working with the HATS network to support the industry, and the uptake of that has been really good, and that included a number of webinars and technical masterclasses, which had about 70 people in attendance on average. As well as that, the launch of the ongoing targeted skills development supplement by all the 6 colleges in the hub, specifically to the hospitality and tourism industry for employers and employees, informing them of the training support that they can avail of at the colleges, including apprenticeships and higher level apprenticeships. So further information we can be provided to employers and has been so from our economic engagement teams, which includes the initiatives such as Skills Focus, Innovate Us, Connected and Innovation Vouchers. So other things that we've done in collaboration to help and address the skills shortage. So when we speak, we're speaking on behalf of the 6 colleges in the hub, and we have provided support in the design, development, planning and delivery of the Hospitality and Tourism Recovery Package in partnership with DFE and the HATS network, and included, as I said, a range of those webinars and technical masterclasses. So the hub will continue to work effectively with these sector bodies in order to address the skills shortage that we're seeing and hearing from local employers nearly every day. And our hub manager plays a very active role. In addition to his hub role, he also sits on the board of Springboard Charity, championing the sector and supporting and future-proofing the talent pipeline into this sector. The hub has also played a real pivotal role introducing and supporting the launch of the Chef Network in Northern Ireland, linking in with the Institute of Hospitality. And the support has also led to the development of some student chef annual conferences with skills masterclasses and professional skills conferences that students have benefited from in attending throughout the year. So this has been really invaluable in raising skill levels post-lockdown, and that part of that recovery plan that we have. As well as that, we also provide a platform for competitions, to raise awareness within the sector. Students across colleges partake in IT and the world skills opportunities where students and sector employees can learn and showcase their new and existing culinary and food service skills. And the hub is committed to supporting such initiatives going forward and developing these excellent relationships. Furthermore, in partnership with Ulster University, the hub has developed a planned set of student engagement activities and promotional events for this year and going forward. And where possible, skilled shortages of chefs and hospitality students entering into career, specifically with the Royal Navy. So there's quite a piece of work being done about that as well. I see maybe we have Louise back, so we don't know whether Louise, I'm kind of moving it in your space here.
No, you're doing a grand job. I do apologise, Chair. I hope you can hear me now, okay?
We can see and hear you now, Louise.
Listen, for picking with gas, now, I mean, I'm very conscious that we have only a limited amount of time. So I suppose there was a little bit just where I wanted to flag up, if I may take the baton back briefly from Fiona before passing over to our colleagues. is really in terms of saying, well, what are we doing to showcase the importance of the sector and the attractiveness of the sector? So a couple of things just to highlight before we conclude the introductory remarks. One is around the IFEX and World Skills Opportunities, where we've had students and sector employees who are going to be able to learn and showcase the sorts of really important new and existing culinary and food service skills. So that's going to be something which is brilliant. And in terms of the relationships that have been developed across the colleges from the formation of the hub, it's been the collaboration that has really across the 6 colleges which has helped on that, and I think that is important. And I know that Fiona mentioned there the issue, Fiona, of the Royal Navy as well. So in terms of finally about what are we doing about trying to further put the sector on the map in terms of contributing to the attractiveness of the sector, the vital thing here is about raising awareness in schools and with careers, with those in leadership roles in careers. We've developed in the hub a really important relationship with the Careers Occupational Information Unit, and in fact that has helped provide the information that spotlight the sorts of educational pathways and careers that are available to not just schools but the general public. And indeed yesterday, when the Minister was at the launch of the Assured Skills Academy at version 1 in Belfast City Centre, the questions that were coming to the Minister and to me and to the senior leader from version 1 were all about how the Assured Skills Academy might provide pathways for people who because they've been affected by COVID, weren't staying in tourism and hospitality anymore. And my point was, yes, absolutely, you can see those lateral skills coming across, but what we want to see are the skills within the sector maintained, developed, and indeed I made the point about the sector opening up again. So it was interesting that various journalists were kind of going, is digital going to be the route for people who've had to leave hospitality and tourism? And it might be one pathway, but actually hospitality and tourism stands on its own 2 feet and in its own right. And that's what the Curriculum Hub has been trying to develop. Just 2 quick last points. The annual IFEX exhibition is the biggest hospitality industry exhibition held in Northern Ireland, and the Hub has successfully negotiated that this event will be optimised to its fullest, and that's really about showcasing the very wide range of careers across hospitality, tourism and event industry. And that's a bit about linking in with careers, teachers, and there's going to be delegations for them coming in from across the province every day and introducing them to the industry. And finally, Belfast Met is also a designated hub, not just for tourism and hospitality, but also for IT. And both the hubs have been working together because the multimedia students from the IT hub have been able to produce a series of really good videos to promote the range of hospitality and tourism courses. And I think that's incredibly powerful point to conclude on, if I may, Chair, from our perspective, that it's not just the leaders within the sector trying to spotlight it. We're using students within the sector and students within our own IT hub as well to really bring to life as young role models and older role models what the vast array of potential pathways and careers are. And I think that really bodes very well for the future. So sorry about the technological problem there, and I think it'd be appropriate if I stop there, Chair. Thank you very much indeed for your forbearance.
Thank you, Louise. And if I hand over to either Kieran or Roshi now.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Chair and members of the committee, just for the opportunity for being able to brief you this morning on the Hospitality and Tourism Skills Network. I'm the project director for the network, and I'm joined by Kieran O'Neill, who's been introduced as the MD of Bishopsgate Hotel. Kieran is also the lead company with holding the contract for the HATS network, which is supported by Invest Northern Ireland. So just to build on the paper briefing that's been submitted, HATS, as you'll know from the brief, is an employer-led collaboration. It's supported by Invest NI, and it brings together a strategic group of sector employers who are committed to workforce development, and they sit alongside industry associations and key delivery partners from government and education. The network itself was formed pre-COVID and by a group of core employers, and it was born out of a robust evidence base around the sector's skills needs. One of the biggest challenges being faced then by the sector was access to skills and talent to be able to meet its growth needs. So the focus for HATS is around helping to address talent attraction and retention issues in the sector through collaboration. We're taking a longer term view of skills needs in the sector, and our work programme and activities that are reflected in the briefing paper is focused really around three themes: the attract piece, the retain piece, which really do what it says in the tin, and engagement, which is about working with the delivery and the funding partners to help realise our ambitions, which is about growing a sustainable workforce to help the sector thrive. Now, the impact of the pandemic has magnified many of the skills challenges that have been already faced, with not least the reputational damage to the sector as a viable career choice, the loss of vital skills with people leaving the sector, and the need to upskill and reskill workers to respond to some of the new and emerging skills requirements. So all of that has accelerated the need to invest in skills to support tourism's recovery, and with an opportunity to build back, but to build back better when it comes to skills and professional development. We've got to act now to avoid a skills crisis in 2 to 3 years' time. The work that's required goes well beyond that of the network, and it requires a genuine collaboration across industry, government and education. And certainly we welcome the launch of the new skills strategy consultation coming forward that will again hopefully look to be able to support and address many of those areas. We've also input not only to that in terms of its development, but also the Tourism Recovery Action Plan to set out the skills actions that are required to help the sector to build back better. And we need to see the resources and the funding aligned to be able to support the delivery of those actions, and we need to move now with a sense of urgency. Some of the key areas of need that are obviously noted in relation to skills on the recovery plan is that whole education piece, a sector awareness campaign to promote the sector as a viable and sustainable career choice, and to profile the breadth of opportunities that are on offer. Note that Louise is mentioning sort of the shared skills type programmes, and again it's been able to mobilise academy type employment programmes to support new job creation in the sector. Also, apprenticeships are a key plank of training for the industry, and we'd like to see support for all age apprenticeships in the sector to be able to support the attraction and development of older workers, and that's been something that the sector has long campaigned for pre-COVID as well. And helping SMEs to build their HR capability to create workplaces, quality workplaces that encourage a culture of training and retain talent, and building our management and leadership capabilities to help respond to future stocks and support retention. So just, in terms of wrapping up on a very positive note, the sector is bouncing back. We've got 90% of businesses that have opened. The sector is experiencing unprecedented trading levels, and it's got a good outlook for the period ahead. But we've got to sustain the investment in the sector through skills development if we are looking to ensure full recovery back to pre-COVID employment and activity levels, and to generate further growth within the sector and create jobs. So I don't know if Kieran wants to add anything further at this point, but certainly be happy to take any questions and expand as part of the discussions. I think I just want to note that there's good work that's been referenced obviously in terms of what the Hub are doing, and we're collaborating with them. And there's work that's been highlighted just within our brief as well in terms of activity. But it's important that there's actually a lot more that needs to be done.
Great point.
Okay, thank you very much, both of you, for actually all three of you, for the overview there at the beginning. It's really useful to get that. Obviously, we're all very aware of the impact that COVID has had on the hospitality and tourism sectors, some of the worst impacted, and obviously just now beginning to reopen and potentially get back on their feet, and hopefully things will continue in a positive trajectory. So I guess it's really timely for us to be having this briefing. Obviously, as well, you've referenced the skills strategy, the tourism recovery action plan, and something that the committee is really aware of is making sure that all of these things align and there is, coordination across them, and that there is a bit of coherence to these, how these things are being developed. So it'll be, I'm kind of keen to get your view around how you see that, and whether you do think there is decent alignment between the strategies and plans that are being brought forward. That would be one thing that I would just like to ask. I guess I have recently met with Hospitality Ulster, and one of the things that they highlighted was, having a degree of flexibility within any kind of skills and training programs that are being conducted. And I was just keen to get your views around whether you think that is being incorporated into the programs that are being brought forward through HATS and the work of the colleges. And maybe if I let you take those two first of all, and then I have a couple more, and other members are indicating here as well.
Okay, just maybe perhaps if I just want to note in terms of the flexibility piece, certainly just in terms of some of the provision, and it ties into that, but in terms of the alignment and joined up, it can be a very complicated landscape for employers to navigate when it comes to the skill supports that are there. So there is a need to kind of streamline some of those programs of support. When we're looking at flexibility in and around programs, certainly there's much more of a demand within the sector for short, sharp, bite-sized chunks of learning, and we'll see obviously with the impact of COVID as well a move across to much more digitally enhanced learning, and I think that will continue because it's certainly something that's suitable for the sector. With the collaboration with the hub in the tourism recovery management programme, it has looked to enable obviously delivery through digital learning, and tailoring a programme specifically to the needs of the sector. But we need to make sure, as I say, going forward, that we do have those flexible, short, sharp courses that particularly are akin to being able to support people who are in the workplace to be able to upskill at a time that's convenient to them. I know that certainly most of the funding and support to deliver upskilling is aligned with the colleges, and sometimes that expertise might sit outside with a private training provider. So again, some flexibility in terms of with the choice of provider, if there's a need to be able to access skills outside the main FE piece. And just in terms of the alignment bit and join up across the piece, I mean, one of the key areas that we'd obviously be keen to see join up as well is join up in the system from 14 to 19. That's something that's clearly not new, about addressing this competition for students in school with FE, so that they can actually see that there is a progression pathway into vocational programmes. And I think that's a core piece in terms of the join up that's required. Also within the new skills strategy, there's reference obviously to a National Skills Council, and it would be important to make sure that obviously sectors have, such as ourselves, have a key voice and role into that council, so that we can actually shape responsive solutions in response to the sector needs. And I know if I reflect back in terms of work that would have been done in the past, in terms of, I suppose, supporting a much more joined up approach, was having dedicated action plans for sectors that allowed for activity across a range of providers to be taken forward and to support those needs, and that would have been under future skills action plans previously through the department.
I don't know, Chair, whether I might make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Louise.
Yeah. I think a couple of things to me, in many ways chiming with what Roisin has just said. First off, the FE sector is writ large, as far as I can make out, in the skills strategy as a key contributor to it. So there is a piece for me and building and taking up the challenge that Roisin has said there around, you know, the agility perhaps that our sector strives for in order to respond in terms of programme delivery to industry, to really get that throughput of the skilled talent that that industry needs. And I think Roisin herself said it, collaboration really is the name of the game. I mean, the pathway, and we recognise, of course, that in the 10x economic vision, because I'm not always going to be such a central plank of it. I think one thing that perhaps is maybe not understood fully is the wide variety of courses and opportunities tailored to and at different levels, and that the colleges are providing and will seek to deepen in terms of the provision. But and I'm sure Fiona could talk you through those if committee members wish. But I think for me, the most powerful thing is the issue, and back to that word again, collaboration, and to which I would also add cohesion. We need to have a cohesive vision, and I certainly think the skills strategy is enabling a dimension of that. But it actually has to be all those partners working together, which is why I'm delighted to be giving evidence today alongside Roisin and Kieran.
No, thanks for that, and it is useful for us to hear that about the collaboration and the partnership, something that certainly the committee is really keen to see incorporated into, and I think the skills strategy is one of those areas where it is really important that there is that joined upness between academia, training providers, employers, and also trade unions and everybody else involved in that. We'll take on board the point around the Skills Council and just reflect that as well. And just to say, we are very alive to the issue around the 14 to 19 strategy and the need to have that joined up approach between particularly DFE and DE, but you know, other departments and the private sector and everybody else as well. And something that we are keen, and you reflected it, Louise, in your opening comments, is that kind of parity between the vocational and academic pathways. So that's something that we'll keep highlighting. And I guess just the other couple of questions that I have are around that professionalisation of the sector. And what was referred to in the opening comments about the culture of, you know, training and retaining talent. And I guess alongside that would be the issue of workers' rights, because particularly within the hospitality and tourism sector, there would be kind of a prevalence of low pay, precarious contracts. And it was even mentioned yesterday evening in the debate around the licensing legislation, you know, that workers could be expected to work longer hours and things like that, more unsociable hours. And I just wanted to get your view around that side of, I guess, the reform that is necessary within the sector. And obviously there are decade new approach commitments around employment and workers' rights that do need to be taken forward. But is that something that you feel is being taken on board by the sector? And then just my final question is around the actual availability of talent at the minute. Hearing, you know, different views around that from the south and from England. Interesting views being expressed by the head of Witherspoons, who was a Brexiteer and now looking for EU citizens to come to work. So I was just wondering, what is the kind of situation in the broader scheme of things around the current availability of workforce?
I mean, I'm happy to take that. I mean, it's not often that I'm quiet, but the ladies are keeping me quiet. I think there's been a challenge for employers. I mean, I was asked to chair HATS as a collaborative network back in 2018, and we had issues back then, or concerns raised by industry and frustration around the amount of money. There was 25 or 26 million in the pot, and it wasn't going to the right place. So we wanted more candidates coming through. Obviously, COVID and the challenge that we've had in the last 12 months have really devastated our industry. Without furlough, there would be no recovery. With furlough, we have potential to recover. I mean, I have 100 employees that I employ in the Northwest, and we brought all of them back, and we're back up and running. We've had an unprecedented demand on the return since we reopened. It's been immediate. The switchback has been immediate, but we're probably operating at 70 or 80% of our capacity in terms of getting staff back. There's a massive challenge. I know that the Brexit is causing its own sort of concerns in different ends of our sectors. But as an industry, I have to say I'm 20 years in this, and the terms, the conditions, the professionalism that we're seeing in Northern Ireland has never been stronger. It's a great sector to work in. I know we get bad press, but one of the real reasons of HATS was to work in attracting people, engaging and retaining that. Through HATS, I know that Roisin's come up with a charter and a code of conduct and things like that, and through the Hotel Federation we're doing something similar. We have lots of great examples of employers, but we all...
Chair, can I just test, see if I'm being heard?
Yes, we can hear you now, Conor.
Yeah, good. It's amazing what restarting can do. Can I come in now, Chair, if that's okay? Just there was a couple of questions. I was able to hear you okay. The queries that were raised on the A6 is not something I'm directly involved with, but I certainly know the work of the contractor was impacted by COVID, and I have no doubt that some of the money relates to that. But maybe if we need more details, maybe something we could write back to committee separately on to provide a bit more detail on that 4.9 million. On a couple of members have raised issues around the contracts, and yes, it's certainly something we're aware of. There are contract difficulties, and we're trying to work our way through that and to understand the impacts. It's certainly going to be difficult to spend the increased budgets we have this year, given these difficulties. But that's something we're having a look at, and we'll maybe provide an update to committee once we fully understand the issues and what the picture's like going forward.
Okay, I think it probably in relation to that, it'd be really helpful if we could get a timeline, because the year goes in very quickly, but there are also a number of contractors there who were anticipating this work, and that could cause serious difficulties for them and their workforce, as well as obviously the communities in which these works need to be carried out in.
Yeah, I just going to respond to that as well. Yeah, that's certainly, we're acutely aware of that. Just picking up on the 17 million pounds for the Road Recovery Fund, which Susan referred to, of which 15 of that is on rural roads. I see the vast majority of that being delivered through contracts that aren't part of the legal challenge. So I would expect us to be delivering that on the rural roads this year.
Okay. Did you want to come back?
If you don't mind, Chair, just on that, Conor, the way some of those contractors can do a smaller, I think it's a £15,000 figure, and they can do a smaller contract. But do they not have a limit then? They can only do so many 15,000. Is that then going to be a restriction for this rural roads recovery scheme? So in other words, is there contractors there that can deliver that specifically in the West?
Yeah, there certainly are limiting factors around outputs, but as I say, it's part of the wider consideration we're given to the whole issue of contracts and what we can deliver, not only in the West but right across the province. So it's something maybe we'll update committee on once we fully understand the issues.
Yeah, it'd be good just to get an update on where you're at with the larger contracts, and if we can actually spend that in the West based on the smaller figures per smaller contracts. Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Boylan, apologies.
Yeah. Thanks.
No, I appreciate Mr. Buchanan jumping in on the West, but there's a few other parts of the country might need done as well, Chair. But no, Conor, just on that, I mean, just to keep the committee updated, it's welcome that there's more money being allocated, but it's no good if we can't spend it. And you've indicated there that it can be spent in most cases, and it's just to keep the committee obviously and ourselves updated in relation to that. A couple of points, obviously, Declan, I want to raise in terms of the electric charge points in ESB and what the department is going to do in respect of that, and also the Blue Green Fund if you'd like to maybe respond to that, please, if there's anything there. Thank you.
I wouldn't have detail on that. I can come back to you on that, Mr. Boylan. I know we've set aside 20 million for the blue-green budget, with some ambitious ideas about how we can make best use of our blue-green land. But I haven't got the detail of that, but I will come back to you on that.
And the electric charge points issue as well, because I know the Minister was keen to move forward in terms of the electric vehicles issue. So if you give us a wee update on in relation to the department's work with ASB as well, okay?
Okay.
Chair, that's me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Muir.
Thank you very much, Chair, and welcome everyone to the committee meeting. Just a couple of things. First of all, just following on from what Cathal had mentioned around the investment in active travel and the Blue-Green Fund. I think from reading you there, it's £20 million for this financial year. Just to confirm that is that the case?
Yes.
Okay. I'd just like to outline my extreme disappointment at that, because the department has a 29% increase in its capital budget, but essentially the investment and the Blue-Green Fund is not all of it, but it's a substantial element in terms of active travel, is actually been frozen. So essentially, in comparative terms, there's been a cut in active travel. Now, if the department are real around their commitments in terms of active travel and sustainable transport, then the money needs to follow that. And to see that frozen at £20 million, to me, all the statements of all the strategies, all the documents mean nothing, because the money's not being invested in that area. So I just wanted to outline that from my own perspective, because that's an extreme disappointment. I had heard that it was possible it was going to be £20 million and it was going to be frozen, but now that that's confirmed, that sends out a really bad message, especially in light of the strategies that were announced last week. So I recognise your officials and your detail on what the outcome has been in terms of the Minister's decisions, and I respect that, but I wanted to outline my disappointment in relation to that, because that comes on top of a flat cash resource budget, which makes delivery of a lot of these issues a lot more difficult. Just in terms of a couple of questions, I would declare at the outset that my stepfather is a quality manager for the A6, because I know that that's referenced within the report, and I'll not be asking any questions in relation to that. In relation to the resource budget and that being largely flat, but the capital budget being increased, I think the last time we discussed this, one of the discussions was around the innovative ways to try to find ways to be able to progress the capital budget in that context. So it would be, for example, capitalising stuff which is previously considered as resource expenditure. I just want to see if there's been any developments in that field, so that, because there's real concern that without an increase in the capital budget, the department will struggle to be able to spend it without the additional resource.
Do you want to go
Yeah, so just in relation to the capitalisation of costs, we do, whenever we're looking at schemes, go through quite forensically to see what we can actually capitalise. And we do look, we obviously have to comply with the accounting standards, so we do look to make sure that we're also complying with those, but also seeking to maximise what we can capitalise. And as I say, we do that on a scheme by scheme or project by project basis as well. So we are working internally on that. Nothing significant, I suppose, to report at this stage, but we are looking at that carefully.
Okay, it's just with that increased capital, but not an increased resource. Last year, it was outlined that no additional bids were made towards the end of the financial year in relation to roads resurfacing, because there wasn't the resource to be able to turn around the work within the department to get that delivery on the ground. I just want to see if has anything changed, because I'm just really worried that we're going to approach the end of the financial year with significant issues here in terms of being able to get this capital spending delivered.
So really that's in terms of capacity to deliver.
Yes.
I'm wondering, Conor, is there anything that you could maybe add in relation to that one?
Yeah, just to say it's one of the factors we're aware of, and as I said, there are a whole range of issues at the minute around delivery. The resource internally, resource externally, they're all in the mix at the minute for consideration. And to say, once we know the picture a bit better, we'll come back to committee on that.
Yeah, I just think we're now into June, so we're over 2 months into the financial year, and I think it's important to get sight on what the strategy is to address this, because if we had a situation where the department's been awarded an increased capital budget, but is unable to turn that around and also unable to make bids as part of monitoring rounds because of that resource pressure, then that would be a significant issue. So just it would be important to get sight of what the department's doing to try to address that at an earliest opportunity, if that's okay, Conor.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. And one other issue, just in relation to roads maintenance, number of issues people come to me as an MLA, and one of the top issues alongside waiting lists is in relation to roads maintenance. To be honest, waiting list goes way up to the top, but roads maintenance comes in really quite significantly in terms of people contacting me. 2 questions. The Barton Review recommended that there be £143 million spent per year on structural maintenance. Just want to see in terms of what's the forecast in terms of the department being able to meet that, and also has the budget been confirmed for each division in terms of the work that's going to be happening in their area? Because people are asking me when are these works are going to occur, and we're, as I said, over 2 months into the financial year, and they want to know, when are these roads going to be resurfaced, when are the pavements going to be fixed, because they're really in desperate state of disrepair.
Yeah, certainly. For the first question, if we park the issues around the difficulties we're having in contracts, then we're certainly moving in the right direction towards the Barton figure. The 120 million this year far exceeded anything we've had in recent years, so it's certainly going in the right direction towards the Barton 143 million. Obviously, we've mentioned the difficulties we're having this year across a range of issues on contracts, and that will obviously, we need to understand that better, and that will feed into the allocations that go to divisions. So that's still very much a work in progress.
Okay, so have allocations not occurred to the divisions yet?
There's provisional. We're currently in discussions with divisions about capacity to deliver, and we're also taking cognizance of the contract issues.
Yeah, it's just, we're well into the financial year, and if this was any business, it wouldn't be operating if we're working on that basis that budgets and plans haven't been confirmed well already into the financial year. So whenabouts is that likely to happen?
Well, certainly we know what we would like to be doing, but as I say, we need to get to the bottom of the restrictions arising from the contract difficulties. It obviously impacts in some areas more than others. So we'll just, as we continue to analyse the position and to make decisions on the basis of that.
I think it's important to add there are plans in place on road maintenance, etc. throughout the year, but they're indicative because we're taking account of the recent developments. So it's just about making sure that we're progressing. But I wouldn't want to give the committee the impression that nothing is happening yet. Work is ongoing, and there are plans being delivered on, but they're just being looked at in the context of the most recent legal issues. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Fundamental is I need to be able to go back to constituents and tell them whether work's going to be occurring on the ground or not. That's the reality I'm in. And being able to tell them, I've taken up cycling the last 3 months because I've been injured from running. And some of the roads I've nearly been knocked off my bicycle because they're in an absolute state. And cars are being damaged. We've seen in relation to compensation claims coming out of it. So we need to be able to give people a bit of hope and a bit of light in terms of when this is going to be turned around. So we just need to have timescales when we're going to have confirmed programme for works for these divisions. And if I'm being honest, I'll be leaving this committee meeting going, I don't know.
But could I assure you, Mr. Mayor, that there are plans in place for road maintenance throughout the region, but that there are also provisional plans being developed in light of the most recent legal advice. So if you take away that there is work planned out, work probably already happening on the ground, but that these plans will have to be revisited in light of the legal advice. But that doesn't mean nothing will happen. That means plans will just need to be reshaped as we go into the later part of the year.
Okay, just one last question. In the context, yes, no problem. Yeah, go ahead.
Could I just add to that the divisions will be going to councils with their council reports over the next, it's usually June and July, and we'll have programmes included within those. Obviously, in some areas where we're having the legal difficulties, we'll have to consider how to present that and what caveats to put in there. but certainly in some areas we should have full programmes.
Okay.
In the majority of areas.
Yeah. In relation to those areas where there's legal difficulties in relation to the contracts, is there a possibility that there will be less works occurring in those areas and more works occurring in other areas as a result of that?
Well, those are all the things that we're considering and looking at the minute, because there's all sorts of restrictions around the contracts and ability or lack of ability to move contractors and to move works. So these are all things that we're currently considering at the minute, and we'll see what our conclusions are in due course.
Okay, thank you very much, Conor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimmins.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the briefing this morning. Just, I suppose, a couple of things, and firstly, leading on from what Mr. Muir said around the active travel budget, and I know, Shara's frustration about how it's only received 2% of the department's budget this year, and I understand that it's partly tied up with pre-commitments and the like, but, it isn't good enough if we want to see walking and cycling become a bigger part of the way we get around. So I was just wondering, can you comment on how much funding we can expect to go towards active travel this year?
Yes, so in addition to the 20 million then for blue-green, on the resource side, there's an allocation of 660,000, with a further 500,500 allocation this year. Now, decisions on those are still being worked up, but that's the funding that has been set aside then for this year in resource, and that's in addition then to the 20 million in blue-green.
Okay, thank you, Susan. And just in relation to the bid for departmental pressures, and it said including funding for Waterways Ireland. Can you give me a wee bit more detail on that as well?
Yes, I'll pick up on that one. So it's a small amount actually that's set aside for Waterways Ireland. It's just a couple of 100,000 set aside. So it's really just in terms of resource pressures. There's nothing significant to draw out there. It's just their routine resource pressures. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's grand. I suppose, and again, coming on from Mr. Muir's points around roads maintenance, and I mean, my constituency in Uri Armagh, I'm sure my colleagues there would agree, it's probably the biggest issue that we're all dealing with. Conor, did you just say there that there was 120 million this year for that? Can I just clarify that?
Yes, the initial allocation for structural maintenance is 120 million, of which 17 is roads recovery fund and 15 of that goes towards rural roads. That's the initial allocation. And
it's 20 million more than last year. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. I suppose just to try and get a sense then, I know obviously there are issues around contracts, but as I said, there's a huge list of what needs to be done. Do you foresee that once the contract issue is resolved, that it would make a good dent, I suppose, in what is needed to be done, or how do you see that panning out?
Yeah, well, it obviously depends on where the contract issues takes us to. If we didn't have those, certainly it would. It's a 20% increase in last year, which was 100 million outturn of that order, something similar the year before. So it certainly would be a bit more in structural maintenance and surface dressing than it would be typically in other years.
Okay, that's grand. I suppose we'll just probably keep an eye on that and see how things work out with the other issues that are sort of holding it back. And just my last question, at the previous meeting on the budget, you had mentioned that there was a fund requirement in relation to the reservoir safety maintenance, and that will have to be factored into where the Minister prioritised their budget. Is there any further information on that at this stage?
On the reservoirs, so within our staffing pressures, departmental pressures, within there we have staffing pressures which would include any additional staff required for the reservoirs work.
And we've taken on responsibility from that, as you will know, from the 2nd of June. So we're currently looking at what that entails and scoping it out to make sure that we're well positioned to make sure we deliver on our responsibilities.
Okay.
Those discussions actually are happening this afternoon, so we'll be taking that forward over the coming weeks.
Okay, that's grand. Thanks very much. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Declan, Susan and Conor, for your presentation and the information we received. I just want to make a few comments initially. I was glad to hear the recognition, Declan, from yourself and others that you have received, the department has received the biggest capital budget ever. I am a little bit concerned about the comments, but there may be difficulties in spending some of it, because in the other hand, we're hearing, no, it's not enough. And of course, there'll never be enough, because there's always going to be pressures within the department, as there will be with every department. And when we're dealing with Tory cuts, that's going to add additional pressures, but a little bit concerned about that. I'm glad to hear that NI water allocation, that was met in full for what was submitted at that time. I'm also conscious of what you said, that since then, that the regulator determination has come through, so there's a bit of pressure has emanated from that, and that's been pursued. TransLink is something that we're all focusing on, but the 50 million received at the end of last financial year, that alleviated some of that pressure. And I just want to comment as someone from Derry, and who's acutely aware of the needs, particularly around two roads, the A5 and the A6. And there are some people within my constituency and others, other areas of the north, who need the A5 and A6 and needed it for decades, and are getting a little bit cheesed off, I suppose, at some commentary, running commentary in relation to questioning whether there is a need for the A5, because for some people that smacks of the discriminatory attitudes that were there, dressed up now as something else there in the past. So thankfully, as you have recognised, that there's a slight profile and an increased cost, and thankfully, apart from those attitudes that we hear at times, that there is cross-party support for the A5 and the A6, and the A5 is something we need to be taking forward. The questions I would like to ask relates to, as part of the 20 million allocation the department received in May for COVID pressures, I believe 750,000 went more towards community transport. So could you elaborate, please, in relation to the pressures that the service was facing and how they're faring out after receiving this allocation?
I think that's one that we've sort of committed to come back in writing on, so we'll follow up with a written input on that one.
Okay, Susan. Susan, or whoever, in relation to the transport sector, like the bus and taxi operators and taxi drivers, it's something that this committee, in terms of members of the committee, were very focused on that particular sector and all the relevant strands of it. They're still hoping that additional support is coming down the line, and as they will be most likely sort of taking longer than any other sector to reach the pre-COVID business level. So has there been any consideration given in relation to providing financial support during the monitoring rounds, for instance, for those in these sectors? And I'm also conscious that there's another area in relation to, for instance, taxi drivers around the entry tests, but we'll come back to that, because that's one way we could get more taxi drivers into a system that needs it now, as opposed to waiting for months on those taxi drivers to become available.
Okay, so at this stage, we haven't submitted a bid as part of June monitoring for any further schemes. We think the process is that we need to work through closure of the existing schemes, see where we are, and at that point then consideration will be given in line with the Executive's recovery strategy as to whether another scheme is required. So we're still working through that process at the moment. So consideration will be given at the stage when those schemes are, as you're saying, completed or dealt with? Once the schemes have been completed, then again, it'll be next steps, what needs to be considered then, yeah. Okay, so there's nothing in this June monitoring round, but maybe in others. Okay. I previously asked the department about what it was doing in relation to the quality impact assessment and on the minister's, finalised budget. So has that been carried out? Has an EQIA been carried out? So in terms of equality, on the draft budget, we completed our screening, and that is available on the department's website. In terms of then the final budget position, we completed our capital screening, and again, that should be published shortly. And equally then on the resource side, we completed a screening too, and that should be published in due course.
In screening, was everything screened out? Because there would need to be an EQAA done unless everything was screened out, and that would hardly be likely to happen across the department.
From a departmental
but that's something that it's fed into as a collective from all representation within the sector.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Stuart.
Question.
Can we bring Sinead into the spotlight, please?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the briefing this morning and a very interesting and stimulating conversation that's happening. And I'm actually taking some heart in some of those discussions as well. First of all, the sector itself. It's great to hear that there has been a bounce back, a pretty strong bounce back in the sector. A lot of pent-up spending has taken place, and that's heartening to see. I'm also seeing here in the Northwest, and Kieran will understand this as well, I see an awful lot of vacancies, and it's particularly stressful to the business owners at this time when they are so busy that they are perhaps working with some new staff. I have been out and about over the past week or so as things have opened up, and I'm listening to business owners, restaurant managers, and they have new staff in place and trying to, train on the job training, etc., when they are so busy has been pretty challenging. But there's an awful lot of opportunities in this sector, and rather than a vocational versus academia, I see this sector as actually a blend of both, and it has two pathways, and there should be an escalator onto the other, and I think that some people don't give it the credit that it really is it's due. If I look around my city centre and look around my town and people that I know that are in this business, they're on the whole what we call entrepreneurs. These are people that are driving the economy, and these are the people that our young people look up to. But yet the sector itself is a bit starved of that recognition as being of high value. And I think that there is that mismatch there, and the greater, within the context of the work that you're doing, that engagement is a key piece as well. And sometimes we have to get to the heart of that. And it's not just the secondary schools, but it's also the parents, that they understand that the pathways that exist in the sector and how lucrative that the sector is as well. Sure, there's Kieran, he's deep pockets because of the sector. No, but it's a hard sector, hard work, but it is lucrative, and it has all manners of skills. But I'm just wondering, there are challenges, and the challenges are here and they're happening. So there needs to be a bit of agility set into the sector at the minute. And I was just wondering, in relation to the academy type, programs that are within the FE, are we trying to build them up so that they can respond to some of the existing challenges now? And then the other thing that I wanted to kind of really maybe ask Kieran about, sometimes we change everything, because the pathways and that. But some of the old school training were really good pathways. For example, like the training college in Portrush, and that, is the industry being diluted by having very, very multiple training providers, multiple hubs, or are we ensuring that everything is standardized, even if there are multiple places to take part in those courses?
I think just a couple of things that I would like to stress to the committee. The tourism targets that were set, that 1 billion, that 2 billion. I mean, I'm in a situation where we were opened there on Monday and Tuesday, and because of staff shortages, there was very few restaurants in the city or businesses that had remained closed. They've had to go to a 4-day week. So the tourists that were coming in to experiencing our city, and Belfast, the same was happening, where businesses are now closing because they can't get enough people, so they're having to short their working week. So when we align this to the tourism targets on a full recovery that we're talking about, it's going to be very difficult unless we solve the skill shortages. That's the first thing, and that's a real concern when you're seeing people say, right, I'm only going to open 4 days a week because I can only get staff for 4 days a week. I can still make a viable profit within that 4 days a week, but that is not enhancing the tourist experience for Northern Ireland, for visitors coming in, both local and international. So that's the first thing I'd just like to say. Second thing, Sinead, I'm an advocate and have been an advocate. I'm a student of the Regional College. I went on then to study in Portrush. All the people that I studied with in Portrush stayed in the industry. There is a drop off in terms of the regional colleges, so I am an advocate that we need to go back and look what worked in the past. But I have a son who's studying hospitality and tourism in Belfast, and he loves it, and he wouldn't change that. So we have to listen to our young people to see particularly what they want. And when you look back and say it worked before, doesn't mean it'll work in the future. We have a changing generation. I call them the snowflake generation because they melt very quickly, but we have to adapt. We've gone now to a 32-hour-a-week full-time contract for people, and they can earn additional monies, from the extra 8 hours if they want to work more hours. And I think that's one of the big things that we're focusing on, giving people that work-life balance, so they want to stay in our sector. But I'm an advocate that we need to do something draconian around the chef shortage at the moment. We need to address, as Russian has referred to, that all-age apprenticeship, that we shouldn't restrict it just to young people. And those are sort of the two key actions at the moment that are needed.
Yeah. In relation to the Job Start programme and the apprenticeship programmes that are actually running at the moment, do you believe that there should be some changes put into any of those programmes? I'm particularly thinking about the apprenticeship programme. Is there more funding required that will help the employer take on apprenticeships in order for them to do on-the-job training?
I'll let Roisin answer that. But the question is, we're looking for 3 apprentices and we're looking for job search. We can't get any candidates in to see. So the agencies who are facilitating these are coming to us and saying we can facilitate these programs, and I'm saying, well, get me the people who are interested. So I think the programs and the structure of them, yes, more funding maybe, but the structure is there. It's just getting the people to engage with them.
Maybe just to add that as well. It is about, there's the chicken and egg piece. We have to stimulate the demand to actually come onto the programmes. And we have heard that obviously in terms of Job Start, we have a number of applications that have been approved, but the people not there to be able to take up the opportunity. So the stimulation piece is needed. In terms of actually, when you talk about sort of, the funding for apprenticeships, some of the things, and it probably ties into just being looking at a much more holistic package around the way things are delivered. So for example, with the apprenticeships, having support and linking in support across other funding streams that actually will enable a holistic package of support to an employer, that they can actually train up a buddy or a mentor within the workplace, that you can support a culture of training and development, so that whenever you have, you've the stimulation piece to actually raise awareness of the apprenticeship opportunities, come on to the programme, but there has to be an education piece and support for the employer to actually be able to help sustain somebody that comes in, to be able to create that quality work experience, and to mentor them through. So it's creatively using some of those other skills supports, like Skills Focus, that will provide upskilling support, but connecting them in with the apprenticeships. So at the minute, we probably have a lot of supports, but they're quite piecemeal. Trick is, how do you bring them together in a holistic package that makes it easier for the employer and the individual?
And previously there was Train the Trainer. I don't know how many years ago that was, Roisin, but Train the Trainer supported businesses. You were able to, dedicate 20 hours a week of one of your employees through Invest NI to help train to become a trainer, and that was really helpful to business. And particularly now, the world has just changed, and everybody has gone out to the market looking at the same time. Every business is reopened, and that's just not hospitality and tourism. That's retail. That's everybody's now recruiting. I've never seen as many vacancies, as many jobs, and a short labour pool ever.
I wonder, in response, Sinead, to your question around potentially academies, but actually the bigger point being the pathways, the range of pathways, the range of levels which can build upon each other, and the different points in terms of entering the industry. I wonder, might Fiona say, a word or two about that. And I would also just very briefly like to say that, particularly if Kieran said that the provocative comment about the snowflake generation. Part of what we do in FE is the work that we do on building resilience as we develop the people, and I will say young, but they're of all ages who are coming through the programme. And the people who I've seen most of during lockdown have been our level 2 and level 3 catering and hospitality students, because they've had to come in all carefully masked in order to acquire the skills, and they've kept going and kept going. It's been fascinating to see that, because our colleges, as many other principals can tell you, have had very restricted, but we've seen certain students who the only way they can learn is come in very safely, appropriately, socially distanced, etc., on site, and they're the ones who have demonstrated. So they've demonstrated their tenacity by coming in to get those skills. I'm just talking to a couple of young people yesterday, level 2, hoping to come back next year. One had secured a job in a very prestigious restaurant in the city centre for the summer. And it's hearing those little micro successes for them that they've secured that first job, will be a runner within the restaurant, that you see the spark that Mike referred to earlier on growing within them, but specifically on the pathways and how important that is as a layered progression. I wonder, might Fiona just be permitted a minute or two to respond to you on that?
Yes, so thank you, Lorraine. Just to respond to your question about suggesting an academy model, that's something we would definitely be open to having a conversation about. We have seen an unprecedented number of employers contacting the college, desperately looking for people, and obviously, we've had our students in, but this year we're probably seeing a slightly less of enrolled in the college for 2 reasons. There was a challenge to recruit for some of these programs last year because of the impact of the pandemic, and equally, we had to abide by 2 metre social distancing, so it reduced the capacities in some of our kitchens to deliver training. It's hoped that we're looking to grow for next academic year, but that's still, their plans still they're in place. The academy model, I think, is something that could complement what we're existing offer, and that's something we could definitely look at. And with regards to the qualifications, yes, I think that visual is really helpful. So you can see the stepping on, stepping off points or progression right through, to simplify things, because qualifications is a very complex landscape, and I know the committee have previously talked about that, and we're probably going to further complicate it by September. We'll see the new level 2 traineeship come into play, and then also we'll see the new level 3 advanced technical qualification come into play. But the idea is to improve on what we're doing. Currently, that level 2 traineeship will replace the outgoing training for success, and we should see better retention of those staying in the programme and staying within the industry. So that should be a positive thing. The advanced tech will replace our full-time level 3 FE offer, but what it brings to the table is those substantive placement provision within that qualification, and that can only be a good thing, because we want to get as many people out into the workplace and to really improve those work ready skills so that they are there for employers, with the view that maybe it leads to full-time employment, or it leads to them being taken on as a higher level apprenticeship, so they're being released by employers to do some off the job training with ourselves and other FE colleges. So yes, what we're doing, but we just need to continue to improve and add to it and respond, and that's definitely something that FE is committed to doing, and any funding that would be available for any initiatives like that, absolutely. We're in the business of trying to solve problems for industry and stay closely aligned to their needs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Sinead. Can we bring John O'Dowd into the spotlight, please?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation thus far. Kieran, you were saying you're a product of Portrush Catering College. I'm a product of Newry Catering College.
I'd say we were rivals back in the day.
We were, and we all know who won that. It was us. The first time I ever set foot in a university, I was 45 years of age and I was Minister of Education. And I learnt my skills in life through the catering industry, through working in a very, very diverse, challenging, rewarding industry. So to any young people or not so young who are listening to this broadcast or may listen to this broadcast, I would encourage people to go into the catering industry. It is challenging, it's hard work. There are good and bad employers in it. But when I left it, I was earning a good wage. I was a chef running a very, very busy restaurant, earning a good wage. I have worked with numerous people down through the years, many of whom are still good friends of mine. Some have stayed in the industry, some have diverged off into other trades, and they learned their skills in it. I always take a pleasure in the fact when I meet people in and around my area who I trained, who are still in the industry or who have moved on to something else. So there's great job satisfaction in it as well, and you can hand down your skills to others. So I'm always frustrated when I hear schools, and particularly grammar schools, not allowing representatives in to talk to their pupils about the possible career pathways and potential career pathways that are contained within the industry. And I think parents also, there's a lot of pressure on parents as well. Success is measured sometimes by if your children are going to university, and then that's the wrong way to measure success. And a number of weeks ago, we had the report published into Education Under Achievement, A Fair Start. And it's a good report. It has potential. But I asked this question last week as well, and this is the point I'm trying to get to. We measure educational success by 5 good GCSEs, A star to C. And I'm wondering, is that a disadvantage to the catering industry as well? Because are we losing potential candidates into colleges and into apprenticeships and into other things because they haven't achieved the so-called, and they are good GCSEs, 5 good GCSEs, A star to C in English to Maths, including English and Maths. Are we measuring success the wrong way? Is the point I'm trying to get. I think that's also maybe the problem with the grammar schools as well, because they're seeing academia being measured. If you can put somebody into a career pathway which will be rewarding and well paid, then I think that's success.
I think it's critical, that we focus, on that first to 5 years. Getting a child through and leaving school. I'm an advocate they shouldn't be allowed to leave school until they have their maths and English. We are failing children in 6th year. That's where we're failing children. With the information we're giving them, the direction we're giving them, the lack of vocational within our secondary school or RFE. But I think every child should be kept at school until they have their maths and English, because one of the things that we have in our industry is when you come into the sector, as you grow into management, that is needed. That holds a lot of really fabulous potential people behind that they haven't got that base in maths and English. And it's not a complicated maths and English you need. I don't need to know the corner of a triangle. I need to know to add, divide. So it's critical. And as a chairman of the Board of Governors, and you as an ex-education minister, we've been in the same room. We're failing them at A level at the moment, is where we're failing them. And whilst children are still doing their A levels, they should be continuing their maths and English. If they haven't got it, they should be given more support, and it's more critical. At the moment, there's a massive challenge in schools. What schools have had to experience through COVID is going to have a lingering effect for the next 2 to 3 years. We have really damaged children's education over this last 12 to 18 months. It's going to be a recovery plan, and we need to address that. But I'm for getting children educated in their first 5 years in life, but also in terms of they need academic that they can get through, and they should be left with a certain core. I educated in North America in some start, and you had to get your high school diploma. And if you didn't, you were there until you had a beard and a mustache, and then you moved on to. So I think it's critical, because it means that they can develop further. later down the line and move in. And one of the great things about our industry at the moment is the diversity. So chefs at the moment can become entrepreneurs, they can open food vans, they can open cafes, and that's one of the real challenges we're seeing in the sector. There's so much diversity now in tourism and hospitality that there's not just the core hotel or restaurant. There are so many ways to earn money in this whole entire sector at the minute, and that's why that's why it's growing. To the billion target, to the 2 billion target, and that's the real challenge. We have to get more people in. But I interviewed on Tuesday we cannot get a HE teacher for St. Cecilia's. We couldn't get an applicant, so we can no longer teach home economics past third year at St. Cecilia's College to 800 girls. That's where we are in the terms of the moment. There's not that push. It needs to start at primary. We need to educate them around food, nutrition, and obesity. All these things need to come through primary school. It needs to be carried into 1st to 5th year. But I'm an advocate for maths and English. You shouldn't leave school unless you have it in some form. Maybe not to O level or GCSE. You need an A or a B, but you should have your basic knowledge of both those before you left. And we really need to rethink. And you need to talk at executive about rethinking A levels and getting that vocational and university paths.
John, if I may, I have very, very strong views on the issue of how our schools are supporting our young people and where the interconnection with FE might be, and indeed how young people sometimes come into FE regretfully having not had the best experience at school and not having walked away with the qualifications that they aspire to. And as you said, and the marker, the ready reckoner is the 5 good GCSE. So there is a point around how do we get the system, the joined up system, particularly on that 14 to 19, working for all. And that's about building an inclusive economy and vitally an inclusive society. And you'll know that the FE colleges have not just a mandate or a requirement to deliver to the needs of the economy, but also a social inclusion mandate as well. And for as long as we see schools, and I would name grammar schools in this, decide that actually 5 good GCSEs is not enough to stay on to head towards A levels, but actually that there's a higher tariff required, then you begin to see challenges in terms of what that means, an enforced departure from schools at 16 as well. So as you will know, clearly I'm speaking to somebody who's a former Minister of Education, you will know the complexity and the myriad of stakeholders in that. And so the only thing that I go back to as a former policymaker inside government and supporting ministers over my career as a civil servant is about the need and indeed the desire to have that cohesive strategy overall, which Kieran said is endorsed by the executive, and a vision that brings all educational skills partners into the mix. And surely that's what our aspiration for a 14 to 19 strategy should be about, because it is about serving our young people and giving them a future, whatever pathway they should choose, and back to the issue of parity of esteem.
Yeah, I think in terms of allowing young people that access to a career, the point I suppose I'm trying to get to is we're in danger of, there has been a long, lengthy debate about the 11 plus, that we tell people at 11 if they fail 11 plus they're failures. There's a danger that if young people don't get these 5 good GCSEs, that we're telling them they're a failure. And they're not failures. Everyone has a different way of learning and a different ability and a different skill set. And it's how you develop that. And FE colleges are ideal for developing that. The catering industry is ideal for developing that and allowing young people to progress and learn. And also in terms of even later on in life, returning to academic studies to advance their career pathway. So I fully understand and I'm supportive of many of the principles within the push for tackling educational underachievement. But educational underachievement is not the same as a skill set underachievement. Is the point I'm trying to make.
I think that's a really helpful point, and it goes back to changing the nature of the conversation. I would argue it goes back to that and saying we can hold these two things in our head at the same time and try and bring them together.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, John. Can we bring Gary into the spotlight, please?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to all of those who have contributed. I think it's been a very useful conversation. There's a lot of optimism there. I think that's, of course, brought on by the fact that our industry is now able to open again, and we're all able to enjoy the best that it has to offer. Kieran had mentioned some of the best practice which exists in terms of how you ensure that the young people through our colleges and through our schools get access and a way into the hospitality industry. And that's one of the frustrations that I have raised on many occasions on this committee, is the fact that our careers advice at times, and whilst there's some fantastic people giving advice, at times it just doesn't match up with the needs and the realities of the society and the world that we're now living in. So that's something that has to be addressed. My question, many of the questions have now been covered at this stage, so I'm not going to rehearse everything that has really been said. But what I would like to find out is how you as a group share that best practice, because we've heard fantastic examples of where Board of Governors, for example, I think Board of Governors who have a wealth of experience from different industries, I think they make up the best Board of Governors, where people with experience can say, no, this is the area where the jobs are, this is where the skills gaps are, this is where we need to be going. So how do you share that best practice right across Northern Ireland? The other question I would have is around your engagement with the Education Department itself. Do you regularly engage with them? Do you feel that your experience and your, I suppose, everything that you've said today, do you feel that that's been heard within the department? And in terms of immediate actions from this committee, what would be sort of the top priority that we as a committee could do to try and help you go forward? I know there's a number of questions there, but as I said, I'd appreciate if you could maybe address some of them.
I think as a chairman of Board of Governors, I don't think EA has any focus on creating careers. I think their focus is on education, and there's no alignment to that. And I think that's one of the things you could feedback in terms of the government piece, is EA are focusing not on getting people jobs in the future. And the other thing I would just add is we really need to educate parents, because one of the challenges is not often with the child. It's the parents believing that every child should go to university or every child needs to do, and that's one of the big challenges we see, particularly in the secondary sector, is that the parents' aspirations are not aligned with the child's ability. And then therefore you have this imbalance. But the Department of Education at the moment are focused on just getting children educated, and there's no real career focus. And it's difficult to know what the jobs are in 10 years' time. That's one of the big challenges as well. We don't know what careers will be there for our young people in 10 years' time. But we know that hospitality and tourism will be. We will need hospitality. It's a great sector for Northern Ireland. It's only going to continue to grow. We've only scratched the surface, and unless we solve this particular feeding in, whatever way we do it, through our young people, through bringing people in from different cities, from apprenticeships for older people, if we don't get all these things balanced, we're going to stunt the growth of Northern Ireland, really. The Northern Ireland economy is going to be held back, because you're going to find places really only opening 50% of the time, 50% of capacity. So EA, not careers focused, and parents need educated.
And maybe just to add there in terms of just the solutions, I mean, it's multifaceted, and I think as part of the conversation we've brought up a number of them. So there's no single bullet. It's a mixture of all of those and being taken forward in collaboration. So, the campaign piece in terms of actually stimulating the demand and getting out that information about the sector and its opportunities, and actually that it's never been a better time to come into the industry as it is now. And apprenticeships, it's not just young people, but it's actually looking to be able to attract in and reskill people from other sectors, whether it's through those academy programs or the all-age apprenticeships.
Can I just come in there from the college point of view? It's really interesting, Gary, that you talked about careers versus kind of coming onto a programme or a qualification, and that's a stance that we have really changed in Belfast Met over the last 2 years, that we're moved away from selling programmes and selling qualifications. We're selling careers and trying to create that. And part of that conversation started, and you may recall from the TV, there was, I think it was the RAF TV ad, you know, if you can fix a bike, you can fix a car, and if you fix a car, you can fix a tank. And trying to build that kind of promotion material that was available on our web, and showing that you can start here and where your journey should take you. And that's been really important, I suppose, in the marketing of what we've done as a college. With regard to your point about what links have we had with schools, that have been a decreasing situation for the last 10 years. We have very limited engagement with schools. They, particularly around our level 3 piece, I think they see us as competition rather than something that, that can look to sit alongside. I think we've seen every student who walks through the door of an FE college or a university is different, and it's finding that path. But we recognise that as in the FE sector, that everybody has to find their path. And it's something that we would really embrace kind of other education providers to do also, so that the two can sit hand in hand. There's space for everybody in this, putting the learner at the centre and focus of that conversation. With regards to sharing best practice, I suppose the key thing, what we have tried to do and we're trying to do at the moment, working with other FE colleges, is to build our profile of case studies of those working in the sector and start to share that across multiple platforms with multiple employers, stakeholders, parents. We say parents are the key influencers. We need to reach the parents, and it's how we do so. And conversations and stimulus around that would be most welcome.
Thanks for that. That has been very, very useful. And I take your last point, Fiona, around the case studies. And I think that's really important. And that sells it. When you hear John, talk about, his experience in the industry, myself, I was at a Northwest Regional College. And not that I suppose people would look at me and say, we're not the best example, but there's many of people who have went. There's fantastic case studies there, and it's just encouraging people to say that this is a fantastic pathway. And to Kieran's point, it's not just about saying to someone like you get such and such a degree. This is about careers. This is about developing careers. So look, thanks for that, and as I say, thanks for all the work that you're doing at this minute in time. Thank you.
I just want to say thanks as well for the briefing. I know we've kept you a bit longer than what you were scheduled to be here, but it has been a really, really useful conversation for us, and some points there that we will be reflecting back to both to the department and as part of our ongoing work around the skills strategy. And that piece in particular, we have officials coming on in here now after you to talk to us as well around vocational qualifications and assessment. So some of them we can pick up here directly, and the one around the careers advice is something that we have been hearing on a consistent basis. We know that over the course of the past year, it has been provided online, and that has opened up, I guess, the access for parents and for young people to kind of a broader understanding of the type of careers that are available, and it's something that we're very keen to see taken forward, maybe on a more permanent basis as the careers advice progresses. So look, just to say thanks for your input this morning. It's been really useful to us, and I'm sure we'll be engaging with you again soon.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Peter, do we need to do...
Chair, if we make some suggestions in terms of writing to the Minister, if members are content, we can lift a lot of the recommendations and suggested actions from the HATS briefing. There's other bits and pieces there, the points that were made about collaboration, cohesion and so on, and potentially greater cooperation with the schools that would also be useful to put in that letter. Potentially, Chair, if members are content, I could suggest to write to the Education Minister. It was very striking that Fiona had said that contact between FE and the school sector has decreased over the last 10 years, which was surprising, and it might just be an opportune time to write to the Education Minister to try and reverse that trend, and also reinforce the fact that the two departments have an absolute need to cooperate, especially around that 14 to 19 piece.
Yeah.
It just seems very timely. Also, there's a number of documents that were mentioned that we'll also try and get our hands on, including graphics and schematics.
Chair, it might also be helpful if we raise the issue of careers advice internally in the Department of Economy with careers support staff there as well, and see if we can gain what their experience is of what are being told.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, members, then we're going to move on to our next briefing, which is a departmental briefing on vocational qualifications, examinations and the youth training reform paper that we had received last week. So there is a clerk's memo at page 45 of your pack. There is a clerk's memo from last week's meeting at page 48. Then there are departmental briefing papers on alternative assessment awarding arrangements for vocational qualifications at page 54. There are departmental briefing papers on reforms of youth training at page 70. There is a copy of a progression pathways document which was provided by the FE colleges at page 17, and we have a number of officials joining us this morning to brief us. So if I could welcome to the meeting Clem, Rory, Donna, David, Catherine and George. And everybody is there in the spotlight already. So if I hand over to yourselves just to give us a bit of an opening briefing. I think we are going to have two separate briefings. Is that how it's been?
I think the way it's going to be structured is two parts, and we can sort of take it from there as to whether members want to ask questions after part one or whether they want to wait till the end of part two.
Okay. Okay, so if I hand over to yourselves.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair and committee members. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yep.
Okay, great. Listen, first of all, thanks very much for your time this morning to talk about vocational examinations and the reforms to youth training. My name is Clem Athanasiou and I have responsibility for the Apprenticeship Careers and Vocational Education Division. So as Peter's updated, we're going to cover this session in two parts. Firstly, around the vocational examinations COVID response, including essential skills, and then moving on to youth training. So starting off with the vocational qualification response work. I'll provide a brief overview of the context, the key challenges and the outcomes that we've achieved over the past 15 months with a brief forward look to the next year. So to set the context, this work is really central to ensuring that we have the supply of skills to the economy and we support the progression of a wide range of learners. Vocational qualifications landscape is complex, as was mentioned in the previous session as well. And there's about 2,500 qualifications, 89 awarding organisations and a wide range of education settings. They also serve a number of important but distinct purposes, such as progression or signalling occupational competence. And these different purposes had a major impact on our COVID response, which has led to the differentiated approach that we'll walk through. And also finally, in terms of context, collaboration across UK regulators is a real key and substantial feature in our response. This is because it's really important for us to provide continuity and consistency for learners and to try and protect the portability and integrity of qualifications. So we'll start off with the work in summer 2020 at the outset of the pandemic. Initially, we worked really closely with national and local stakeholders to try and develop an alternative system for the award of vocational results in summer 2020. And our real objective was to ensure that as many learners as possible receive fair and timely results. So in April 2020, we established an initial task and finish group to try and give FE colleges, schools and training providers a strong platform to try and make sure that our response was practical and achievable. Later then in April, the Minister confirmed the Northern Ireland position, which aligned with the approach that was broadly taken in England and Wales through three broad approaches. First of all, that qualifications that were used for progression to FE or HE, learners would receive a calculated result based on teacher assessment or judgment. For qualifications signalling occupational competence, we would put in place adaptive assessments where it was feasible. And then for qualifications serving a mixed purpose, we would use a mixture of calculated results, adapted assessments and delay. The implementation of this approach was a major logistical exercise and involved multiple departments, regulators, learning centres, and the 89 awarding organisations we talked about earlier on. And I think the delivery of this was compounded in Northern Ireland due to remote working across providers, and also the academic term ending a month later than it does in other jurisdictions. Furthermore, many of the adaptive assessments required physical access to providers or employers' premises, which was challenging due to the local lockdown restrictions. But the main outcome from this work was that around 86,000 certificates were awarded across 1,700 different types of qualification by 67 awarding organisations. This represented about 83% achievement compared to previous years. And I think it's down to a lot of hard work and innovation across the stakeholders in the NI system. So moving then into the 2020-21 academic year, in October we established a further group to focus on communications to support the task and finish group. This brought together the colleges, SEA Regulation, schools, the Department for Education, the Education Training Inspectorate, training organisations, and the NI Federation of Awarding Bodies. And this group really tried to identify further operational solutions to try and mitigate the ongoing disruption as it unfolded, and also to try and improve our coordination and key messaging with the wide range of stakeholders. Then the Minister confirmed our initial policy position for 2021, that it would be largely based on a business as usual model with supporting adaptations. However, as things changed and following extensive national lockdown restrictions in January, and the Minister, in conjunction with other jurisdictions, agreed that other flexibilities will be put in place for the January exam series, and in particular around the BTECs. So in this regard, FE colleges, schools, and other private sector providers were offered discretion to determine whether it was appropriate for their learners to sit the scheduled BTEC examinations in January, and then subsequently, in the interest of the learners and the staff, all 6 FE colleges took the decision to cancel all of the external vocational examinations in January. So whilst every effort was made at the start of the academic year to try and maintain this business as usual approach, it became increasingly apparent that this really wasn't sustainable, especially in the light of the wider decision to cancel GCSE and A-level examinations across the UK, including Northern Ireland. So that's why in January there was a revised NI position under the 4 main scenarios. First of all, for VQs with a similar purpose to GCSE and A-levels, we would cancel external examinations, and awarding organisations would put in place suitable alternative measures. For NI-only VQs, which are needed to demonstrate occupational competency, we would put in place adapted assessments, and if these weren't possible, we would delay. Then for NI-AOs offering VQs, we would utilise a combination of alignment with the off-qual position, with some divergence where appropriate on the basis of Northern Ireland standards, portability, or different considerations such as health and safety. And finally, on essential skills, we would cancel external examinations and move to a teacher judgment on the basis of trusted evidence. So looking ahead then to next year, we're working hard to continue to engage with stakeholders, and the implementation is on track for this summer. We'll continue to prioritise the planning and delivery of VQs in the new academic year, with a particular focus on those learners who were not able to complete in this summer. And we're going to try and inform this work by further evaluations on the current arrangements, but also ongoing engagement activity with other jurisdictions, regulatory partners and local stakeholders. Whilst we're all moving towards what we hope will be a full recovery phase for the wider vocational education system, realistically we don't anticipate it'll be business as usual, and there'll need to be a range of mitigations and adaptations to help learning centres and learners to achieve those consistent and timely outcomes next year. So that concludes our review of the work over the past 15 months or so around extraordinary examinations and assessment, which I hope was helpful background. We're happy to take any comments or questions now from the committee.
If you just want to maybe go on and do the second briefing, Clem, and then we'll bring all the questions in together, if that's okay.
Okay, sure thing. So I'll provide a brief introduction on this slide before passing across to Catherine McCamley, who's our lead on youth inclusion, and then George Sampson, who is the Deputy Director within the division responsible for traineeships. So this September, we're launching 2 substantial new vocational education programmes. I heard some of them referenced in the previous briefing. These are Skills for Life and Work, which will be largely at level 1 with some flexibilities to support learners, and also traineeships at level 2. And these will in the main replace previous programmes which were training for success at levels 1 and 2, and then the wide range of mainstream further education provision. So I think both traineeships and Skills for Life and Work stem from a 2015 strategy called Generating Our Success, which at that time was endorsed by the executive. The strategy really committed to new level 2 provision, which was equivalent to GCSE level with a clear dual purpose. Firstly, try and provide young people with the skills, experience and qualifications that are valued by employers, but really to differentiate from current provision, having that broad-based educational outcome that is equivalent to the lower secondary GCSE outcome of 5 good GCSEs, to try and provide that sort of foundation of progression into ongoing education, employment and lifelong learning. And it's this aspect that is really important for learners in the economy, but it's probably the most challenging aspect of this reform to deliver. We know, however, that raising the standard of level 2 vocational education will only work if we have suitable provision below it to support young people's progression who have a slightly longer education and skills journey. So that's why we also committed to establishing new entry-level and level 1 provision, and co-design with stakeholders in this area has been a recent strategic priority. So whilst this was some time ago, due to some really substantive pilot testing and design work, I think there's a much stronger economic and social case for these reforms now. Recently the department's 10x vision and skills for a 10x economy were both clear that skills are a real primary driver for economic success. And the main objectives for the skills strategies are really around addressing skills imbalances, driving growth and creating that culture of lifelong learning. And then if we think about COVID, it's really important now that we ensure young people have access to high quality vocational pathways that they understand. Moving on a little bit now to what's changed in the world of work. Alongside the academic and vocational pathway in the past, there have been a significant volume of young people who would progress directly into lower skilled jobs. But we know that this pathway is rapidly declining and that only about 10% of job opportunities will be available to those without that broader level 2 outcome in education, whereas about 30% of school leavers each year fall into that bracket. And that rises to 50% for those learners who are entitled to free school meals. So that adds up to a really big reduction in the life chances and security for a significant proportion of young people. At the other end, we know the skilled vocational pathway faces a sustained shortage in higher level technical skills. Whilst there's always going to be a lot of demand for graduate and postgraduate skills, level 3 is actually the highest level of undersupply, and there are around 20 degree students for every single level 4 to 5 student in the UK. So if you think about this provision, whilst it's not at levels 3, 4 and 5, there's a really important role to try and increase our engagement with those cohorts and map out an effective progression pathway for those groups to ensure that they've got the foundations so that they can progress and meet what is a really considerable gap at the higher level in terms of skills. I think the needs of participants who use these provisions have also changed significantly also. Whilst there's been a lot of hard work and commitment and innovation across the range of TFS providers and some really impressive success stories, I think if we look at it on the whole, there's been declining numbers of participants, declining providers in the marketplace, and the needs of the users have changed to the extent at which it means the TFS programme is only delivering modest outcomes. A recent independent review by the ETI recommended that TFS be replaced by a more flexible programme at level 1, and then that this be partnered with a separate and rebranded vocational programme at level 2 with a focus on progression. So that's quite closely aligned with the strategic intent I mentioned earlier on. We also know that good qualifications are no longer enough. So for young people to succeed, we have to try and develop those wider transversal or meta skills, such as teamwork and communication. And there's a much stronger focus in the development of these skills in the new provision through such as project-based learning. So before I hand across to Catherine and George to speak about the programmes, I would summarise that the new provision taken together have been designed in partnership to try and enable a much sharper focus on the needs of the users and the wider economy, and that the reform simplify the vocational education pathway to try and ensure that it's well understood and there's no dead ends. And our feeling is that this will help stakeholders to engage with the pathway, and then will also help us to collaborate more effectively with different types of provision upstream, such as within the school environment. So thank you. I'll just pass across to Catherine now.
Thank you, Clem. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Great, thank you. My name is Catherine McCamley. I'm the Head of Youth Inclusion for the Department for the Economy. I'm going to bring you through briefly the entry-level Level 1 proposition at the moment. As Clem has referenced, the Generating Our Success strategy made the commitment that young people who did not have a Level 1 outcome would be supported to achieve it in order to be able to progress to youth training at Level 2. Entry-level Level 1 reform activity commenced in early 2019 with the goal of taking learning from both the current programme Training for Success and the Department's wider experience of working with young people facing multiple barriers to engagement through outcomes-focused programmes delivered through a youth work approach under our United Youth Commitment, which is part of the Together Building United Communities strategy. A co-design team comprised of stakeholders with different areas of experience and expertise worked together throughout 2019 to develop a design framework for a new, flexible, more responsive programme aimed at improving how we address barriers to engagement or retention, learning and achievement, and ultimately improve results and progression outcomes. However, due to time constraints and a need to ensure continuity of training availability, a project assessment review panel advised that additional time would be needed to fully develop the reformed programme, particularly in terms of delivery of the framework in practice, so the implementation aspect. And therefore, the team have been working to bring forward an interim programme called Skills for Life and Work, as Em had mentioned, which is based on the underlying TFS funding model. However, it also includes some positive changes where they were possible, including lessons from our co-design process, so we could move towards and embed some incremental change within the scope of the delivery model. This programme was initially scheduled for a September 2020 start date, but was postponed to 21 due to the impact of the pandemic. In terms of what learning the programme provides, providers must support participants to achieve regulated professional and technical qualifications, as well as regulated qualifications in personal and social development, in employability and in essential skills. These will be targeted flexibly based on prior achievement, and while they usually be at entry level or Level 1, there's also some provision for Level 2 achievement where this is appropriate, particularly in essential skills and the other curriculum areas as well, according to the individual need. Providers must ensure that the qualifications selected have clear progression value that meets the participants' ambitions, especially with regard to the progression pathway into the Northern Ireland traineeship, where the basic entry requirement is 4 GCSEs at D to G, including English and Maths at D to F or an equivalent. So I'll just take you through the key design elements of Skills for Life and Work. There will be an individualised personal training plan for every participant, a flexible delivery model undifferentiated by level, including the option for a proportion of online remote learning so as to maintain the new blended learning expertise developed over the past year, personalised targeting of qualification levels, a strong emphasis on the progression value to the participant, good quality world of work activities and a work placement only when the participant is ready, and a participant training allowance. So what does it mean? A more personalised programme focused on progression and success for participants. Skills for Life and Work will be open to eligible 16 to 17-year-olds, and then there'll be certain extensions to age eligibility for those young people with disabilities or who are coming from an in-care background. Participants will have a training entitlement of 104 weeks or 156 weeks if they have a disability. The business case outlines a likely demand of up to 1,500 young people commencing training throughout the programme each intake year, on the basis of a 1-year initial recruitment period with the option to extend the contracts for 2 further years. The procurement competition launched in January 2021. Competitions have not concluded yet, and once the contract award information is in the public domain, we will advise members of the committee of the details. My team are keen to resume development work on the fully reformed programme as soon as possible. Our capacity has been limited so far by COVID-19 contingency work and the ongoing demands of preparations for the interim programme. The fully reformed programme will be operating in a different landscape with the end of the European Social Fund in Northern Ireland and in a post-COVID-19 labour market. The reformed programme's goal is to meet the individual needs of the cohort of young people who face many and varied barriers to engagement and learning, and to provide a framework that supports their social and emotional growth alongside the employability and functional skills that employers tell us that they need their entry-level staff to possess. It will feature key practices from youth work aimed at helping participants to take greater control and ownership over a learning journey and a pathway to employment that works for them. There'll be a stronger focus on the quality of careers education in the programme to support decisions relating to this pathway, with employee involvement central to ensuring alignment with job opportunities. We anticipate further co-design work with all stakeholders to update the framework and to finalise the programme. Work will be undertaken in partnership to consider wider impact on the development programme design and to bring forward reform as quickly as possible. So thank you. I'm going to pass on now to George Sampson, who will be taking you through the traineeships piece. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Generating our success, the Northern Ireland Strategy for Youth Training committed to the development of a new youth training system that delivers sector-relevant skills and knowledge at level 2 and integrates work-based learning along with core literacy and numeracy skills. To that end, the Department developed a traineeship programme that will work towards participants achieving a 5 GCSE equivalent outcome, including English and mathematics qualifications at level 2 and additional qualifications deemed relevant to the needs of individual sectors. Traineeships have been developed based on extensive research underpinning the review of youth training, including primary research with key stakeholders such as employers, sectoral representatives and young people. More recent engagement with the Strategic Advisory Forum and the sectoral partnerships has indicated that the needs identified within the review remain valid and that the traineeship offering will build on the strengths of the existing provision whilst addressing many of the identified deficiencies. Traineeships will replace Training for Success Level 2 and full-time mainstream vocational further education at Level 2 and will be introduced from September 2021. A key development compared to existing provision is that the traineeship aims to deliver a full Level 2 outcome, including English and Maths, that will enable participants to access employment and higher levels of education. Recognising the challenging nature of the programme, minimum entry criteria, that's 4 GCSEs at grade G, including English and Maths at grade F, have been established for the programme. The programme comprises the following key elements: a vocational qualification, educational qualifications, work-based learning and additional professional qualifications. The programme will be delivered exclusively by FE colleges throughout Northern Ireland, and when fully operational, traineeships will be available across more than 30 occupational areas. The traineeship will be available to young people over 16 who are not yet in employment but who are ready and able to engage on a challenging programme in their preferred occupational area. While the target age group is 16 to 24 years, the traineeship will be open to all age groups. Traineeships are being introduced on a phased basis. Approximately 1,850 trainees will begin a traineeship in 22 occupational areas this year. The programme will be fully operational from September 2022, with 4,500 young people expected to start on a traineeship across 38 occupational areas each year. It is expected there will be up to 4,500 participant starts per year, costing a total of £40 million per year when the programme is fully up and running. The Department's recently published strategy, A 10x Economy, sets out an economic vision for Northern Ireland over the next decade and a commitment to encourage greater collaboration and innovation to deliver a 10 times better economy that will benefit all the people of Northern Ireland. The importance of transforming the skills system is central to delivering an economy that is 10 times stronger, 10 times more prosperous and 10 times more resilient. It will require investing in the skills that will drive our key priority areas, boosting the research and innovation potential of the workforce, collaboration between government, business and our research institutions, working cohesively across the education system to address skills imbalances, and ensuring appropriate pathways are in place to enable all citizens to reach their potential, benefiting from and contributing to a stronger, more prosperous, more resilient Northern Ireland. The traineeship programme will contribute to this economic vision by providing Level 2 vocational education programme that is designed to meet the needs of the local employers, by prioritising those skills that are most economically relevant, by offering breadth beyond the skills of specific job roles, by delivering a simpler qualifications landscape, and by providing a high-quality offering informed by local stakeholders. The provision will deliver skills for all the 5 strategic cluster areas: digital ICT and creative industries, agri-tech, advanced manufacturing and engineering, life and health sciences and financial services, supporting an individual's progression into employment or higher levels of training, and to support the Northern Ireland economy by ensuring the skills employers need are readily available. Management of the traineeship programme will be overseen by a project board of officials and stakeholders. Following the introduction of traineeships this year, it is expected that there will be an evaluation carried out within 12 months after full implementation, and regular independent evaluations during its lifetime. These evaluations will provide a level of assurance regarding the quality of provision and will be supplemented by the gathering and analysis of verified quantitative data on the profile of participants, including retention and achievement rates. Routine monitoring and evaluation will be carried out, comparing changes in progression outcomes for participants on traineeship provision and how the new system compares to existing initiatives to demonstrate the benefit of the reformed system. That concludes our update, and we're happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much for both of those briefings. I'm going to focus on the youth training aspect, and then other members have indicated to come in on different aspects as well. I have a few questions, and I guess the first and kind of most obvious one is this is, as I understand, due to begin in September, and I just wonder what is the level of engagement with young people, with employers, with parents, and how aware are people of the new programmes? That would be the first question. And then I welcome what is being laid out in terms of this being, a personalised approach, this being participant focused. I have concerns around the level 2 being provided only through FE colleges, and I know when it was being mooted last year that was something that was raised with us by training providers, that there could be barriers to access for young people who have been, for whatever reason, disengaged from more formal education settings, or whose learning style is more suited to the training providers in their local communities. And I would be keen to hear from you about how that has been taken on board and how you intend to address that. I would also be keen to understand the progression from the level 1 programme into the level 2, because as I understand, you've laid out that there is a GCSE requirement for the level 2, but is there a progression straight from the level 1 programme into the level 2? And in respect of the level 2 programme, it seems to be a post-16, is that offering, despite it being a level 2, which is, I understand, is equivalent to GCSE. So I just wonder, is there opportunities for younger people to participate in similar programmes? So that would be a few of the questions.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll start to work through some of that, and if you feel I've missed anything, please let me know. So I think in terms of awareness, there's probably 3 main stages. First of all, there is a huge amount of engagement across all stakeholders to develop the actual strategic concept. That included all the, I suppose, the standard policy development aspects, such as workshops and formal consultations. But then we also had a lot of additional activities to really engage with parents and young people through quite creative workshops on the actual concept. Then there's been a second level of engagement around developing the actual programme content. And in that, we have really worked closely with a wide range of sectoral partnerships to ensure that we've got the right balance of curriculum that supports the young person's entry into the sector at level 2, but also partnered with that breadth so that they can progress more generally beyond the needs of the particular job area. I think then, as we move towards delivery, we've been really working hard on some of our communication products and tools to try and get some more user-friendly information out there to parents, to young people and their different influencers to ensure they understand what the programs are all about. And that's information that's currently in development and will be shared as part of a campaign to coincide with the summer examination season and young people's decisions. And we're very happy to share that information and some of that content whenever it's fully developed. I think it's a real breath of fresh air in terms of how we're engaging with young people. So I'd be keen to share and take views on that. Now moving on to, I suppose, why FE. I think it's first of all important to note that we think that training providers, whether private sector or community providers, have a really important role in the system. So we certainly don't want to take away from that. But it's important to note that traineeships is not a replacement for training for success. It's a very different programme in that it focuses on that broader level 2 outcome. And if you look at the existing cohort who we expect to go on to the traineeship programme, over 85% of those users are currently within the FE sector. So following the conclusion of the business case, which was the main tool we really used to inform our market approach for this, we held a workshop for all providers to let them know what the delivery landscape looked like and what role they would play. And then we followed that up with quite a lot of intensive kind of co-design work with both the FE sector and the private and community sector to ensure that we had enough flexibility in that skills for life and work piece so that we could support those young people who you talked about who may not yet be comfortable in moving to a different learning environment to progress so they can do some level 2 skills where relevant and also address some of those barriers they may have to employment or ongoing progression. I think then in terms of progression from level 1, we have worked in terms of the design of the 2 programs so they click in together in terms of their wider parameters and the particular curriculum in each sector. But we're currently working hard through a number of different peer support groups with both sectors to have that as an early focus in program delivery, because it has to be a very active deliver and evaluate, recalibrate approach so that we understand how it's actually working in practice, because the success of this new provision really does depend on that being a well understood pathway that works. And then the final point on post-16, I think that broadening pathways is generally a good thing, and I think there's some interesting work in Scotland around the foundation apprenticeship, which is where you have elements of vocational education being delivered alongside academic education. So it's our hope that we're simplifying the pathways of vocational education, and this will make it easier for us to engage with other learning environments upstream to explore what implications it has for the wider education system.
Okay, thanks for that. Has Clem froze? Oh no, thought you have froze there, Clem. No, thanks for that. And so you're saying that the traineeship has been developed in co-design with the training providers and colleges. So we have sought the views of training providers around it, and we haven't received those yet. But can you give us some indication of the type of feedback and the response that you had from the training providers in respect of the proposals that are being made in this regard?
We had training providers really as part of the core strategy engagement, and then as part of the strategic advisory forum that has really fed into the department's work in this area every step along the way. And then I suppose at one point we then go into a business case methodology where we appraise the different options for delivery, and that was obviously a separate approach that was based upon the evidence and the feedback and the monetary side. I think it's fair to say whenever we first engaged with the training provider landscape around our delivery plans in January last year, just before the pandemic hit, there was probably some concern among providers around what their place was within this new system. But I'm pleased to say that following a lot of hard work and commitment on both sides, I think we moved much more to a position of understanding, and we actually received some subsequent correspondence from notable providers to really welcome the department's transparent approach and their thoughts that actually the system would work much better together following that engagement. I'm wondering if Catherine wants to come in and join and just mention a bit more about that work.
Oh, I think Catherine might be on mute.
Can you hear me there now?
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I think in terms of the entry level 1 business case planning, we had originally analysed the number of young people and looked at the demographics of folk who would be undertaking entry level 1 equivalencies within TFS. And following engagement with the wider marketplace, there was some discussion about where there were young people who sort of fell into this middle ground, who maybe would have faced barriers and would have needed some additional support for various reasons. And we have included an allowance within our forecasting that identifies a place for those young people on Skills for Life and Work. And over the last number of months, we've passporting on to the Skills for Life and Work programme is through a personalised meeting and discussion with a careers advisor from the department. And we've had ongoing discussions and developed guidance with those careers advisors as to how they will work with young people and work out which programme is the right programme for them, and talking in depth about where there are potential barriers to their engagement, because the focus has to be on trying to find the training place that's right for them to achieve. I hope that's helpful. I mean, we've had ongoing engagement through the procurement process, but I can't talk too much about that because that's an ongoing position at the moment. But we have been routinely engaged, I suppose, with the stakeholder group for entry level 1 training in the private training sphere.
Okay, no, look, thank you for a bit of feedback there. Thanks for the responses, and I guess it will be useful for us to get the feedback from the training providers and then reflect on that back to yourselves. So hopefully that's something that we will be able to do over the next couple of weeks. So we will likely be back in touch with you in respect of that. I'm going to bring in Stuart now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the information you're providing. Obviously, the whole situation with regards to training, particularly for young people, is in a state of flux at the moment, not least of all because of the COVID pandemic that we're been through, coming through, and hopefully moving out the other side of at the moment. But it's also providing, and I think it's fair to say, that you're taking opportunities to review where we are in respect of all of that. Because COVID, I suppose, has shown different ways of training, different ways of teaching, and different ways of working. Some of that will rebalance, I suppose, going into the future. But can I ask, in respect of these specific traineeships, and you set out the minimum qualifications for those, what happens to those young people who still don't meet that minimum qualification level? What's the pathway expected for them? I think that's important to be clear. You also said that in the first year, I think you were expecting some 4,500 young people, students, to go through some 38 occupational training areas or trainee areas. What is your assessment of the availability for work for those young people coming out the other end of that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think the point you made about how we support progression is probably the central area of our focus in terms of implementation. So I think there's two broad answers. So I think if they don't meet the basic grade requirements for the traineeship, then there's that flexible provision below it, Skills for Life and Work, which will aim to get them to that level at which they can progress. And as I mentioned in delivery, that's something we really need to keep a close eye on to ensure that the curriculum and the pedagogy and the communications all align with that intent. I think there's also another cohort of learners who, on face value, do have the qualification levels for traineeship, but for whatever reason, maybe their learner profile in terms of their competence isn't quite up there yet. So we've introduced an introductory part of the traineeship that will help those young people get their skills up to a level that will allow them to study the level 2 qualifications contained. You mentioned then about the availability of work. So it's actually a phased implementation. So the 4,000 that you mentioned in the first year, that's actually the second year. And I think that there is a worry about the availability of work for that cohort. I think when you look at overall employment figures at a national level, we have a drop of employment of around 3.5%. And concerningly, young people aged 16 to 24 made up about 2/3 of that group. So really punching well above their weight, unfortunately, in that statistic. I think that's where there's a couple of points to make. Firstly, the broader outcome of the traineeship isn't that we're not only preparing young people for that job in that sector at level 2, we're also trying to get them the broader educational outcomes so they can progress to where there are big skills gaps at levels 3, 4 and 5 and beyond. And then the other part of that is that as part of our COVID response, we've tried to maintain the supply of apprenticeship opportunities through a challenge fund, new recruitment incentives, and a return from furlough. And I think those interventions have had a really important job of moving from initial recruitment levels of around 25% to now well over 75% rather, and furlough numbers moving from around 4,000 apprentices furloughed to around 1,000. So I think it's probably a mixture of trying to work with the business community to maintain the supply of opportunities for those young people, and then in parallel with that, making sure they've got the educational outcome so that we're not limiting their choices and they can carry on and progress to level 3.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Stuart. Can we bring Sinead into the spotlight, please?
Thank you very much for the presentation so far. And I suppose we would all concur with the fact that the vocational training landscape is extremely busy and it's often very hard to keep up with it. But one of the areas that is extremely concerning to all of us is the construction sector, because we have learned from a lot of those in the industry that there's real shortages. There's shortages in trainees, there's shortages in apprenticeships, and all of that. How do you feel that the provisions within your sector is going to drive down those vacancies and help support the industry going forward?
Thanks very much, Shane. I fully agree on the challenges that you've mentioned. There's probably a range of approaches we need to develop a bit further. First of all is that construction sector occupations are a major feature within the work we're doing around traineeship. And then the work we're also doing within advanced technicals as well. We're hoping that can really improve that sense of you're starting off a career within the sector rather than just the initial job role. Alongside that, we launched what was called a challenge fund last year to try and identify barriers around what's limiting the supply to the apprenticeship system. And there's a range of approaches there, such as shared apprenticeships, improved brokerage, improved pre-entry support. So we'll be getting the feedback and evaluations from those different projects next month. And I think the next task is to think, right, what does this mean for the wider apprenticeship system and how can we improve supply? And I think there was some work within the construction area to try and diversify entry into that sector. And then finally, we have a really effective sectoral partnership, which is led by the CITB. I think we'd be keen to carry on working with them to ensure that we have the apprenticeships that align with the occupations within the sector, and then also try and understand what we can do within the public sector space and the all-age apprenticeship eligibility criteria to try and improve supply. So I think there's a range of approaches that we need to carry on developing to try and supply skills into that sector.
Yeah, I mean, some of the key infrastructure projects right across Northern Ireland at the minute, there's a dearth of tradespeople. You can't get them for love nor money. So, big social housing projects, they can't get the houses painted, for example, because there's no painters. This is a real industry problem that is holding back infrastructure development and economic development. So we really do need very agile interventions happening, in live time. And the other area, how do we support the employers? Are we talking to the employers? Are they joined? Thinking about how these programs work, because I've spoken to some smaller construction employers, albeit, but they're saying, that they can't afford maybe to take on apprenticeships whilst the apprentices are going and doing 2 or 3 days, in college, and they can't afford that, and they can't afford maybe to spend the money on that level of training. Is there any, perhaps, the government, the department needs to look at how they better support employers, that they do on-the-job training, and there's some kind of on-the-job assessment without the trainees actually having to leave their job and go back into work. Now, I just want to kind of throw that out, because those were traditional pathways in the past, and there was, there was a long line of people joining, and it seems to have completely dried up in all areas. I'm talking about painters there, but it could be tilers, it could be electricians. It's right across the board that there is just a gap in all of these construction specialisms and professionals. And the cost as well. I mean, anybody that goes to do any work in their homes at the moment, first of all, they can't get anybody, but I mean, the cost has jumped considerably as well. So we really do, it's an industry crisis that we need to face, and we need to take action quickly on it. Pardon the dog, again, he lets me down every time.
I'm glad I had mine in another room, because I was afraid that there'd be another dog in the call, and that would sort of start this chain reaction. I think some really important points there to give some optimism. I mean, one of our Challenge Fund projects is actually in the area of painting and direct decorating, and it's really focused on a cohort who in the past wouldn't have been able to access an apprenticeship because of the barriers they had. So there's a bit of intensive work up front to get them ready and try and support their transition into an apprenticeship. So we're really keen to see what that evaluation looks like and what it means for the wider sector. In addition as well, I think whenever you get employers working together, be it through improved brokerage or shared apprenticeships, you can get a big impact in terms of supply of skills. We ran a pilot a few years ago around civil engineering, and before the pilot, there were no civil engineering apprenticeships in Northern Ireland, and it moved very quickly to a number of the key employers all offering that as a steady opportunity year on year. And what they did was they worked together as a sector, which improved their impact in terms of the number of applicants they could get, the visibility of the opportunity and the quality. I think then you also mentioned about the barriers employers face. Certainly whenever you take on an apprentice, there is maybe some challenges, in particular in the first year, whenever their productive contribution isn't quite there with a regular employee, and there's lots of training that is happening. So I think at the moment we do have that new recruitment incentive of £3,000. So it's our hope is that that will help support the employer through that period and help their investment in the on-the-job learning. But I think that's a key area of development as we look forward around what sort of central support services we can provide to employers to try and reduce those barriers and really drive up the numbers of apprenticeships.
Okay, thank you. Can we bring John O'Dowd into the spotlight, please?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation thus far. In terms of some of the young people you're trying to reach, in terms of the GCSE levels they have reached, would indicate that many of them will come from hard-to-reach backgrounds, that they've had less than a positive experience of formal education and face challenges that some others may not. So I know at the start you said that you would be happy to share your publicity programme around it, for want of a better term. But I'd be keen to see that. But also in terms of this idea that there's a one-to-one plan for each of the students, how realistic is that in delivery terms into a sector which the best plans in the world, once they're lifted off the page and put into a busy sector, can be very difficult to deliver and also to evaluate. So just how are you going to be able to deliver that as well? So thank you.
I'll ask Catherine to come in a second, but I think that what you're talking about is really that we can have a principle and intent around this personalised approach, but that can be really difficult to deliver in the context of a cohort and the funding models and everything else that goes alongside. And I think that's why the independent review of the work that we're doing on entry level and level 1 pointed on the fact that work needed a bit more time to complete, so we could focus on the delivery structures to ensure they complemented the principles. So I think we've made some really good incremental improvements around the flexibility on that programme, but there's certainly further to go. But that needs to be supported a bit more by the commercial model that we'll need to choose down the line. Catherine, do you have anything further to add on that one?
Sorry, I think I've got it off now. It just seems to take a wee delay. Apologies. Our goal with Skills for Life and Work is that every student will have a personalised training plan, because it's important that their individual challenges, barriers, circumstances, needs, there's a high proportion of students within this cohort who have disabilities, and all those things need to be considered holistically in devising the appropriate training provision for them. It is a challenge, but it's an important one to make space in the programme, because it's that sort of level of tailoring and personalisation and really understanding each student is what will help them to succeed and to make their way through the programme. I appreciate that at first thought it may feel like that is unachievable, but I think success in the programme is unachievable without that. It requires that level of tailoring and really understanding each student's requirements. And in engagements we've had with private training providers and with our colleagues in FE, I think that understanding of each student is there. That's something that they do already, no matter how formalised it is, and it's something they're very, very good at. A range of our private training providers really pride themselves on knowing every one of the people that come through their doors and where their strengths are and what they need help with. And we're lucky to be able to work with them on that basis.
I think it is an important element of the plan going forward. I raise it just on that basis that it is something that will need to be monitored and assessed as you go forward, because with the best will in the world, any system, particularly our education system, further education system, it can be overwhelmed, and the best intentions in the world can go out the window very, very quickly. So I think it is an important element too. I don't know if you've heard the previous presentation, but I mentioned in that educational underachievement is measured by 5 good GCSEs, A star to C, English and Maths. And we're in a danger then of telling our young people that if they don't achieve that, they've failed. So what I welcome about this is that this is another part of the journey for young people. That there's another step forward that they can take in terms of, okay, you haven't achieved this mark, but there's achievement still to be made. And you can go out and some of the courses and the pathways you're outlining there can be very rewarding, both financially and in terms of achievement, in terms of your workflow. So it's an interesting programme, and the chair mentioned about the current training providers. We're waiting on more information coming back from them, but it is an interesting programme you're delivering. So thank you.
Thank you, John, and thanks to the officials for the briefing. It has been really informative for us, and as I say, we will be keen to keep engaging with you as things move forward over the next few weeks. So thanks for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Peter, do you want to go through what our
Chair,
actions
just I think a couple of members had mentioned the campaign, and I think it would be really useful for members to see that. The discussion was very positive, but I think what is it they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And it would also help if members can see that, to be able to push it out because obviously members have those networks and contacts. And also there was discussion on some projects and pilots that are still being evaluated, and we're hopeful to get that next month. So if members are content, we put in a request for that now.
Yep.
So it's already on the record.
Okay. And just to advise members that we do have an informal meeting with the FE College's principals next Thursday to discuss the youth training reforms, and that we have already written to employers and student unions and training providers to seek their views.
Chair, we have SIA at the end of the month as well, and that sort of completes the picture on the landscape that underpins all this, that's come up a lot with the crowding and so on, and I think that'll be quite interesting. The interim chief executive has some interesting ideas.
Okay, so members happy enough to move on?
Thank you.
Great, so we'll move on then to item number 6, which is matters arising. Then 6.1, page 80 of your pack, there's a copy of our response to the Finance Committee in relation to its call for contributions to the Independent Fiscal Council. Peter, has this already been?
Yeah, a draft has gone purely because they had a deadline, and it did go with Dear Steve on it, not Dear Richard. Apologies for that, that is overwritten in the pack. The committee couldn't say a huge amount because it hasn't been discussed, so essentially the real focus is value for money and living up to the terms of reference and what it says it will do on the tin. Just to remind members, we were going to pursue some actions around the Fiscal Council and Commission as a committee, but agreed to step back when the Finance Committee said that they were going to sort of take forward this work.
Yeah.
So that's kind of curtailed the discussion we might have had. So the response, being brutally honest, isn't very helpful and doesn't say an awful lot, but does focus very much on that value for money, doing what it says in the tin.
The only thing I was going to say to it was in relation to the independence bit, because I think, broadly speaking, people are supportive of it being fully independent. So that was the only thing. And the only other bit was I didn't know what you were referring to in relation to the establishment of the Office of NIPSO.
That goes back to the 2011-16 mandate. Some members will recall that went through the OFM committee. It was one of our very few pieces of statutory committee legislation. I think there was a very, very distinct process for that. It was very clear what would be done, how it would be done, and that level of detail simply isn't available yet. That's the other sort of point to make, is the response highlights the fact that some of these are ideas being thrown out. There isn't really detail to follow on. So that NIPSO process is already there and would actually answer a lot of the queries that are asked about answering to the Assembly, the kind of report mechanisms there would be. That work, if you like, has already been done. So that's where the reference to NIPSO is. Unfortunately, Mr. Nesbitt's not here, but he will remember that from the OFM committee, and I think some of the members of the Finance Committee were also on that. It was really just to give a reference point. Because there is that template for looking at someone who potentially could be an officer of the Assembly, like the NIPSO, like the CNAG, or the Attorney General or whatever. And it's just that reinforcement of not having to reinvent the wheel.
Okay, so are members content just to reflect the independence in the response? Okay, so moving on then to 6.2, at page 83, there is a copy of an email issued to members on the 4th of June by the clerk regarding the British government's funding applications. Obviously, we know the Levelling Up funding and the Community Renewal Fund are now open for bids. We have shared our views previously in relation to that matter. So is there anything you want to add,
I think, Chair, it is again worthwhile putting on record the fact that we are seriously concerned about the way in which these funds have both been announced, the way in which these funds are being administered, particularly with little or no reference to Northern Ireland whatsoever. Although many of us will have our own views on panels of the great and the good in Northern Ireland dishing out European money and other funding. Nevertheless, I think there's a very strong principle around that of local input into how funds are distributed. To put us in competition with the other parts of the United Kingdom and to do that all centrally from London is unbelievably difficult for us, and indeed to even include, for example, the Northern Ireland Executive as a potential applicant for this funding is a real denigration in terms of where we have been, and is a damning indictment of Brexit.
Yeah, who have we corresponded with on this already?
So we've corresponded at cabinet level, executive office, the economy minister and the finance minister, all of whom shared, well, obviously not the cabinet level. We got a response that didn't really tell us what we needed to know. I know the House of Lords committees are working on this one, as are counterparts in Wales and Scotland, but they're very much in the same position as us, that this has been entirely lifted away from the mechanisms we're used to. You know, even though money came from Brussels, it came with local decision making.
Yes.
You know, you could apply, and there was very clear criteria. There were no barriers. There wasn't a quota or anything like that. So I think that's the frustration, is that the executive has responded by saying it shares those concerns and has communicated those back up to cabinet level. It's where we kind of go from there, Chair.
Chair, sorry, can I come in?
Yep, go ahead, Sinead.
Yeah, I mean, I share the concerns just expressed by Stuart there. I don't think we'll be a winner in this competition that has now been put forward for us to engage in. We all know, in relation to European funding, Northern Ireland did extremely well. This seems to be nearly levelled against us. So it's very, very important that we make very strong representations against this level of governance, and it should be, you know, devolved into the regions as well. There should be some kind of departments back into the devolved regions of the UK, and it's extremely concerning that this is well, it's not like I'm not shocked with it at all, but it is concerning for us in Northern Ireland because we are going to be disadvantaged here. But it's another aspect of how the UK Treasury and the UK Government have really dismissed the importance of this level of funding that Northern Ireland has traditionally had a very positive relationship with in the decades previous to this. So I think we need to make very strong representation from this committee as well.
Yeah, okay. And I think, as Peter has reflected, we have corresponded with cabinet level ministers, we have corresponded with the executive, and to pick up on that point, I think the only further thing that we can do is to correspond with the British Prime Minister, reflect, and perhaps we can share the responses that we've had from elsewhere, and highlight that we believe that this process undermines devolution and isn't the way that we think that funding should be administered.
Yeah, I think, Chair, one other thing we need to do is, while we're right to give off about it, what we also need to do now going forward is to monitor very closely the outcome of these current requests for bids, to see how we compare with where we were in the past, how we're comparing with the other regions in the UK for which we're competing for these funds. And also, I think it's vitally important that there's a great deal of openness and transparency about the application process. Who is applying, why are they getting, and how are the funds actually being allocated?
Chair, it might be worth reflecting too on the fact that the posts about the funds opening is under the auspices of the NIO. We did ask before about potentially someone coming in from the NIO to explain just what the involvement is, what is it they're doing, how are they making all this work, and I think it might just be worth doing that more
Okay.
specifically and directly, just to understand the mechanism. I understand that the turnaround times are really short.
They are.
And there's potential requirements for endorsements and so on as well.
Some of it is closing this week or next week. Chair. The other thing too is when you go onto the NIO website, .gov website, actually, and click on the link, it takes you through to a UK link. They're not even. None of this is even actually being processed in Northern Ireland at all. They're just acting as an intermediary.
Okay, so members content to seek a briefing then from the NIO? Okay. Okay, so moving on then to 6.3 at page 85 of our packs, there's a copy of the trade and investment element of the 10X economic plan. Obviously, we now know there's a suite of papers which the Minister intends to publish under the 10X plan, and the committee will obviously want to give more detailed consideration to this as part of its overall scrutiny. So the clerk is preparing a paper on all the elements of the strategy being brought forward by the department and how they are all going to link together. And I think, Peter, it might be worth us seeking some views. We haven't had them in a wee while in respect of our business representatives around how the protocol is impacting them and how they see it going forward. And you know, it is reflected in this paper that, you know, the dual access and also the resolution of some of the issues. So I think it would be useful if we could do that.
Sure, we'll go ahead and put out a round robin.
Okay, so moving on then to page 98, there's correspondence from the Committee for Infrastructure regarding support for the bus and coach industry. And just to highlight, the Infrastructure Committee had an informal meeting with the bus and coach sector and agreed to write to the Economy Minister highlighting their concerns and that rolling support should be provided to assist this sector's recovery. So basically this is for members to note at this stage, and once we get the response then from the Minister, we can consider that further. Are members happy enough with that?
Yeah, Chair, can I come in on an associated point?
Yes, go ahead, John.
I've seen in the media this morning, and I've also been lobbied by a number of local taxi depots, and it goes back to the recruitment of staff and taxi drivers who are unable to fulfil contracts because they just can't get the staff anymore. Could we write to the appropriate committee, the Infrastructure Committee or whoever it may be, and ask us in terms of what measures can or could be put in place to assist the taxi industry in terms of recruitment? Or is there any interrogation of the reasons why taxi firms can't recruit drivers in the numbers that's required to complete the contracts they have?
Chair, what we do is we write to the Infrastructure Committee and ask them if they can pursue those issues. They'll have more of an idea of the people to get to quickly for that.
Yep, okay. So moving on then to 6.5, page 100, there's correspondence from the Finance Committee regarding the monthly forecast outturn data for March 2021. Members of that committee noted that the monthly outturn data show some very significant end-of-year surges in respect of both capital and resources. The Finance Committee highlights that capital end-of-year surges may be linked to departments set up with contractors. They advise that such a practice is at odds with Department of Finance guidance and risks substantial capital underspends. So members are content that we write to the department and seek some clarity around that. Okay. So moving on then, page 157, there's correspondence from the Assembly's EU Affairs Manager regarding the opening of the Competition and Market Authority's consultation on its UK internal market functions. We had that correspondence last week at the meeting. So the consultation seeks views on the draft guidance for the operation of the new office for the internal market. Its main functions will be monitoring and reporting on the operation of the UK internal market and providing reports on specific regulatory provisions, including proposals regarding such provisions upon the request of the British Government, the Scottish Government, the Welsh Government or the Executive. So the consultation closes on the 23rd of July. So if members are content that we would write to the department to ask what input it is having to that consultation.
Thank you.
Okay. So then page 159 of our packs, there's correspondence from the EU Affairs Manager regarding the recognition of the Professional Qualifications Bill. the British Government introduced the Professional Qualifications Bill on the 12th of May to set out the new British framework for recognition of professional qualifications and experience from overseas by professions. That Professional Qualification Bill consists of 19 clauses, and the Government will seek legislative consent for clauses 1 to 10. And obviously we are aware of issues in relation to recognition of professional qualifications. We've had some correspondence in that respect. So this is to note for members at this point. I assume we will get further information.
The department will write in terms of how they want to proceed on this, because there's such a big chunk of it, pretty much more than half is relevant for us. We'd expect a fairly significant LCM on that.
Okay. Moving on then to page 160, there's a response from the Department of Communities regarding St John's Ambulance and their delay in submitting their annual accounts to Companies House. DFC advises that neither they nor the Charity Commission have any evidence at present to indicate that late filing with Companies House during the pandemic is a widespread problem for charitable companies. Therefore, an approach by the department to the Companies House does not seem to be appropriate at this time. The DFC advises that the matter seems to have been resolved, as Companies House records currently indicate that St John's Ambulance accounts are up to date with no indication of any infringement. So are members content that we would forward that response on to St John's Ambulance?
Thank you.
6.9 then, page 162, there is a response from the Students' Union of Ireland, Scotland and Wales to recent correspondence from the clerk following the committee's engagement with NUS USA and the student unions, and Peter's going to speak to this, and obviously we asked for it to be brought forward from last week. We had some consideration of it, but it was quite brief.
We had very little time, Chair. It's really just to bring the matter back to members. You can see from what's in the pack there that there's fairly extensive engagement goes on. And Chair, what I might suggest, rather than me rehearsing all that, because members have seen it now in the pack a couple of times, is to convey the information, reflect the information to the Minister, and indicate that this is what's going on in other jurisdictions, and therefore a precedent and a standard has been set.
Yeah.
And with a new Minister coming in, it might be an opportune time to raise that again as an issue.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. And just, I suppose, to say at that point, Peter, obviously, appointment processes and everything have to take place, but it would be useful to seek the new Minister once he would be in post to come and talk to committee as soon as is convenient.
Chair, what we would try and do is get a briefing for the new Minister to set out their priorities, but also look at potentially setting up an informal meeting too, so that more general discussion can take place, where members have more freedom to raise the issues that they want to.
Okay. 6.10 then, at page 166, there's a written briefing paper from Ulster University regarding plans for semester 1 of the incoming academic year. Ulster University states that public health indications are encouraging, and we can with increasing confidence begin to look to a fuller resumption of normal on-campus operations. Ulster University is also in the final stages of building the enhanced Belfast campus and looks forward to welcoming its staff and students to the new campus from September. Obviously, further and higher education will be making decisions around these issues over the next few weeks. The committee is planning to meet with colleges informally next week, and we've already set out that we believe that both further and higher education institutions and indeed the department very much need to be looking at all sort of contingency planning in that respect as well. And I suppose it wouldn't do any harm, Peter, to seek some response from the department in respect of contingency planning and the issues that students have been highlighting to us, for example, around rental contracts. Is there any guidance or anything being put out either through the department itself or through the universities to students about those types of issues?
Perfect, Chair. We'll follow up on that.
6.11 then, correspondence from the Communities Committee providing a copy of a raised briefing on the High Street Task Force. The paper included an overview of the High Street renewal initiatives in other parts of the UK and a consideration of key issues for here. So it's obviously just to note at this point to consider in the context of our concurrent briefing next week. Right, members, moving on then to item number 7, which is the Parental Bereavement Leave and Pay Bill. So there is a clerk's memo at page 170 of your pack. There is a clerk's memo from the departmental briefing on the 19th of May at page 172. There is a motion to extend the committee stage at page 178, a provisional timetable for the bill at page 179. The bill is introduced at page 181 and the bill's explanatory and financial memorandum at page 205. Then at page 37 of table papers, there is a response from the department to the committee's request for a copy of the statistics or figures referenced by the department in considering miscarriage within the scope of the bill, and the department's response states that there is a distinction in law between miscarriages and stillbirths. If a baby dies before 24 weeks, it's a miscarriage, whilst a stillbirth occurs after 24 weeks. The Department of Health, as the policy holder for the definitions of stillbirth and miscarriage, would be responsible for redefining or amending the statutory recognised periods for both. The last change, which was from 28 weeks to 24 weeks, was made in 1992. Currently, the definition of a stillbirth is the basis for the entitlement to certain benefits and leave allowances. For example, for those who have suffered a stillbirth qualify for maternity leave and pay, whilst those who have suffered a miscarriage do not. So just remind members, there was some discussion during the pre-introductory briefing with officials around whether the Minister intended to legislate for leave to be taken within 56 weeks or 56 days. The early version of the bill had referenced 56 days. And just to advise members that the version of the bill provided at page 181 of the pack, at paragraph 6, page 186 of your packs, the memorandum, both refer to leave being taken within 56 days of the death of the child. The clerk has sought clarity from the department, who provided the following explanation by email. The committee should note that whilst the text of the bill says at least 56 days, it is the Minister's intention to set this period of time at 56 weeks following the death of a child. This extension, which is beyond the minimum that the bill requires the department to make provisions for, will be given effect through the subordinate legislation package, which will follow on from the introduction of the Parental Bereavement Leave and Pay Bill. The members will obviously have the opportunity to return to both of these issues in more detail as part of the consideration of the bill once the committee stage has formally commenced. And so just to ask members to seek agreement from members to ask the department for a formal written response to clarify the wording of at least 56 days that is contained within the bill. So the bill was introduced on the 1st of June. It is passing to second stage for debate next Monday, the 14th of June, and if the bill passes, it will then be referred to the committee on the 15th of June. The committee has 30 working days to take evidence, consider and report its opinion on a bill. The 30-day period for the Parental Bereavement Leave Bill ends on Monday, the 20th of September, and this accounts for summer recess, which begins on the 10th of July and ends on the 5th of September. So it's advised that the committee would seek extension to the committee stage, and a motion requesting this must be considered in plenary before the end of the 30-day period. Given the limited time before summer recess, the motion to extend committee stage is being considered at today's meeting, with an expected date for debate in plenary before summer recess begins. So just to advise members that the draft timeline included outlines an extension of the committee stage to the 15th of November. However, it would be hoped that the committee would be able to report on the bill before that date.
Yes.
So if members are content with the draft timeline and with the motion to seek... is Christopher wanting to come in?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Christopher.
There's a few things there. Firstly, I think the move from, in terms of definitions, from 28 to 24 weeks came about as a consequence of advances in science, and science is obviously going to continue advancing in terms of fetal development and the health of unborn children. So I think that's certainly an important area that we examine. And then there's obviously clarity required on the 56-day, 56-week sort of issues that arise there. From my perspective, I think it would be really, really important, and I hope that we can get to it. I think it would be really, really important that we as a committee speak with one voice on this particular issue. But secondly, in terms of trying to get this legislation progressed, and I'm sure, I know that there are, yes, I always keep it with me, I've got my copy of standing orders here. There are rules governing sort of committee processes and what have you, but in terms of our deliberations and our discussions, it really is no skin off my nose if we have additional meetings during the recess to have those conversations with interested parties, because I actually would like us to be progressing this much quicker than the middle of November.
Okay, so Peter is going to speak to that.
Chair, really the 15th is, if you like, a bit of an arbitrary thing. It just means that we're secure in completing. We're very acutely aware that the department wants completion prior to Christmas so that they can get royal assent before the end of the year, which then allows them to start making the subordinate legislation. So we actually have a process ready to roll out. We're finalising a survey and call for evidence that as soon as we get the bill referred to the committee, we can send out. So that'll all start working over the summer. When summer will actually be really helpful for us, because it means we can do a lot of the prep work then when it doesn't actually count towards our time total. So that when we come back in September, we'll be able to get right into the evidence sessions, the clause by clause, looking at amendments and so on. So my anticipation is that we can finish well before the mid-November. That's just a safety zone in case I suppose in case other issues come up that we hadn't anticipated. So I would not intend we get anywhere near that if possible, just to give that length of time for the department to complete and get that key regulation work out. It's maybe just worth reflecting that the 56 days, 56 weeks thing, members may even recall it from some of the discussions last night at the licensing bill. The 56 days is to provide a floor, so that if you just put in 56 in the face of the bill, that would be very difficult to change, expand, modify. That's why it goes into regulations. The 56 days is providing that absolute minimum so that an employer can't say, well, you know, it says up to 56 weeks, but, you know, I need you to do it now in this week. So the at least 56 days provide that floor, and then the regulations will allow 56 weeks initially, but that is then allowed to be flexible because it's through regulation rather than having to re-amend the bill in the first place. That'll become a lot more apparent when we go through this and have the briefings with officials. In terms of the definitions as well, I suspect we're going to need to get a lot of legal advice around what we can do. This is where it becomes more complex because there's such a health anchor in this as well, and it's
and I think just
going
to say,
as far as we can.
We aren't seeking to redefine the definition of stillbirth. The inclusion would be of leave for those who suffer miscarriage. So there's no redefinition that we are suggesting in any way, shape or form here. It is providing additional leave for those who are in that situation.
Mm-hmm. Chair, what I'm very conscious of is that I suppose we're most familiar with what the public sector offers in terms of leave and support and so on. There are no real supports in the private sector other than the bare minimum that law provides. So it is an opportunity to put those safeguards in place for people who really don't have anywhere else to look for support. Mm-hmm. I think as we go through and we start talking to some of the sectors where that kind of support isn't written into their terms and conditions, members may be quite shocked as to what exactly practice is. So this is an opportunity to provide that floor against then which you can build going forward.
Thank you. No, that's fair enough. As long as it's understood that, you know, 15th of November is the absolute latest in this process. And secondly, I think it would be really, actually really important, and I don't know, I'm sure there are charities and voluntary organisations who work with people that have went through this. I think it'd be really important for us as a committee to hear testimony from people who haven't been given the protections that the public sector has been given and their lived experience, because I think that would underscore to everyone in the committee and in the public just why this initiative is so important and why it's important that we get this onto the statute book.
Yeah, and I completely concur with your view, Christopher. This is something we want to see progressed as quickly as we can do it, but that we do want to give it the consideration that it needs. John O'Dowd's looking to come in for a comment as well.
Well, the clerk has just clarified the need that we don't need to sit over the summer. And the point I was going to make was just in relation to the Speaker's letter last week, that there's a huge amount of staff leave has built up over this last year, and we should do everything to try and avoid. I know the general public don't care if politicians get a break or not, which is fair enough, but certainly the staff in the Assembly deserve to get that break. But I think the clerk has now clarified that we may not have to sit over the summer to allow this bill to be brought forward as soon as possible.
Chair, yeah, what we're trying to do over the summer recess is all of our process. So our call for evidence, our planning around stakeholder events, things are kind of innovating at the minute, and a lot of bills are now part of committee stage, is having larger scale stakeholder events that we would never have contemplated before. Also picking up on some of the groups and people that Mr. Stafford had talked about. We need to think of ways to do that that are less intimidating than a committee session. We're looking at other committees have now started to do that, and it's within the rules. So we're looking at how we can be sensitive to people who have stories to tell, but would be intimidated by having to do that in a committee situation in a formal briefing. So we're gathering sort of information on that, but we'll have done it a lot over the summer, and that'll allow us to be ready to hit the ground running for, if you like, those sort of final stages in September.
Okay, Peter, I'm conscious, I need to seek agreement on the following motion. So that in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to the 15th of November 2021 in relation to the committee stage of the Parental Bereavement Leave and Pay Bill, NIA Bill 22-17-22. So are members content with that?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
So, Peter, I'm conscious that it's 1 o'clock. Do we want to continue? What do you want us to do?
What we can do, Chair, is the 8 is an SL1, so it's not necessary at the minute. If we could move to 9.
Yep, sure.
Do the SR, please.
Okay, so item number 9, SR 2021-140, the Insolvency Amendment 2016 Act, Consequential Amendments and Revocation Order, Northern Ireland 2021. There's a clerk's memo at page 223 and the SR is at page 225. The purpose of this order is to revoke a piece of subordinate legislation made in connection with deeds of arrangement. Additionally, it will amend provisions in other subordinate legislation which refer to deeds of arrangement in consequence of the repeal by Article 11.1 of the Act of Chapter 1 of Part 8 of the Insolvency NI Order 1989, the Insolvency Order which provided for deeds of arrangement. The members considered the SL1 at our meeting on the 19th of May, and there have been no changes to policy content since then. The statutory rule is subject to negative resolution procedure. It came into operation yesterday. And just to remind members that the Examiner of Statutory Rules has not yet reported on this rule, so members will be agreeing to the legislation subject to the Examiner of Statutory Rules report. You're just clarifying, it says yesterday, 30th of June.
No, that's a misprint. It should be, what was yesterday?
The 8th. 9th,
yeah.
Okay, just clarifying that for me. Okay, so just if members are content with the SR, to put the question that the Committee for the Economy has considered SR 2021-140, the Insolvency Amendment 2016 Act, Consequential Amendments and Revocation Order, Northern Ireland 2021, and has no objection to the rule, subject to the Examiner of Statutory Rules report. Peter, where do you want us to go to next?
Okay, so Chair, if we get agreement to do 8 and 10 via correspondence, and we move to AOB, Chair.
Okay, so are members content that we would do correspondence and either bring 8 back, or
Maybe bring it back.
we'll bring 8 back next week and do correspondence by correspondence?
Yeah.
So there's just a couple of items of any other business. One which Peter had circulated yesterday evening, and it was just in relation to the ESF funding and the new process that the department is seeking that those who already have ESF projects would have to reapply. So it's just to go back to the department with the questions that were highlighted in that email and seek some clarifications in that regard. So members are content to do that. And then the Deputy Chair, Sinead, has indicated that she wishes to highlight the issue of difficulties faced by local aviation manufacturing sector following on from the redundancies announced last week, and has suggested that we get a briefing from sectoral representatives. So Sinead, you might want to speak to that.
No, it's fine. I mean, everybody is aware of the Thompson announcement. So I just think that the aerospace industry is going to be the very last to come back. So I think we should hear from the representatives of the industry itself.
Okay, thank you.
Chair,
I'm sure that will include the unions.
Yeah.
Chair, we can set that up. I think all the relevant companies are probably Invest clients as well, so we can get them to sort of facilitate that.
Okay. Okay, members, thank you for that. Just to move on.
Chair, I have another issue as well.
Oh, sorry, Sinead, go ahead.
I think as well as the aerospace industry, the travel industry also has severe issues, and I think we've seen that this week when Portugal went in from green to amber, and how it has really thrown the industry into flux. And I think we should hear from representatives from the bodies as well. So if members within the committee were happy enough to do that, that would be great as well.
Yeah, I agree with that, and it's something obviously the committee has raised on a number of occasions, is the support to the travel industry, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be in a position to be recovering this summer, so I think it is important that we continue to advocate for that additional funding.
Yes, Chair. In addition to that, by way of an answer that I received, written answer which I received, the executive office has still not made the payments to travel agents.
That, I think, Chair, there was some media around that, and representatives were reflecting on that this week, so it's clearly still an issue.
Can we seek some clarification around that?
We can do.
Right. Is that everything then?
Chair, can we just bring Sinead back up in? Because I think it's
I
dropped down there. Chair, there was another one.
Go ahead, Sinead.
Yeah. The final piece is I've had correspondence this week from a few manufacturers in relation to the cost of carriage, particularly from those bringing goods in from China. So manufacturing companies, freight, logistics, etc., are experiencing unprecedented levels of costs bringing freight from China into Northern Ireland, and also from bringing freight from China into the US. So, for example, one company, the actual cost to bring freight in from China to Northern Ireland was $2,000 in November 19, and that has now, today's value of that has risen to $15,000. And that's from China to Northern Ireland. Now, this is really, really affecting our manufacturing industry, and it's also obviously going to affect cost and prices. And I think that we need, I think it's a global market, that it won't be easily resolved, but I think it is something that we really need to get a briefing on and get a handle on, and exactly what is happening within the industry itself, because it will have a significant impact for a large number of our companies here in Northern Ireland.
If members are content, we would seek to set up an informal meeting with Manufacturing NI to get some information around that.
Probably the freight reps as well, Chair.
I think freight reps as well would be helpful.
Yeah, Chair, that would be very helpful. It's not only the cost of transportation, but there's a serious worldwide materials shortage as well, and I think that's an issue which needs to be addressed, because lots of places in Northern Ireland that put together things I know recently speaking to a supplier of garden sheds, for example, that there's a shortage of wood available, of the appropriate timber. It's not produced here in Northern Ireland, it's imported. And it's nothing to do with Brexit or that, or even supply lines. It's actually the raw material difficulties there are out there at the moment as well.
I think a lot of it is getting confused around it's a Brexit issue. It isn't.
It's not.
It isn't at all. And a lot of it, as you say, garden furniture, etc., you just can't get it. I thought it might have been because of the Suez Canal, the traffic jam there, but it's much greater than that, and we need to get an understanding of just what the impacts are going to be going forward, and when does the freight industry think that it's going to be resolved. I think a lot of bulk buying has happened as a result of the pandemic as well, for big item issues that is impacting on it. Also, so we just need to get a handle as a committee on what is actually happening.
Okay. Okay, well, we will do that then. So just moving on then to item number 12, which is the date, time and place of the next meeting, and it's next Wednesday morning in room 30. And just to remind members that there will also be the meeting with the Executive Office Committee next Wednesday afternoon, and that we have our committee micro-inquiry event on the High Street Stimulus Voucher Scheme and 10x Economy Innovation Paper tomorrow. And the member feedback session of that is via Zoom from 11 to 12. Zoom.
And the Zoom link was sent out yesterday, so members will have that, but we can resend again tomorrow morning, just so it's top of your pile of emails.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30.
Okay, members, you're very welcome to this afternoon's Executive Office Committee. We'll make a start on the agenda. Item 1 is apologies. I don't think Clerk Waverley, Michael, any apologies? Okay, and then we move on to item 2, just the Chairman's business. Maybe just a few remarks. I'd like to acknowledge that we have DUP nominations in Paul Given and Gary Middleton. They have been announced as the DUP's nominees for First and Deputy First Minister. So there is certainly much work for them to do if the appointment process runs.
Chair, we haven't won the next election that decisively. It's First Minister and Junior Minister.
Junior Minister, of course. That would have been a very interesting perspective if we had both First and Deputy. That would be a bit of a coup there, Christopher. Well, okay, then we'll go back to welcoming their nomination as First Minister and Junior Minister in the department. So look, there certainly is much work for them to do if the appointment process runs smoothly for them. We do have our excessive waiting lists in hospital. We've got the recovery process from COVID and also the Brexit debacle that needs to be dealt with. So the inbox for them is certainly not going to be light. And if they are appointed next week, we will certainly take the opportunity to invite them to the committee along with others at their earliest opportunity. Also, I wanted maybe just to highlight as well that we are the committee that scrutinises the work of the COVID task force. And it was acknowledged this past week that there will be no prosecutions as a result of the Black Lives Matter protests, and that is right and proper. But we have to ensure that the connections between regulations and enforcement is crystal clear. There can be no ambiguity about this, and I know that members will have received correspondence, as we have, from CAJ about the ongoing concerns that they have at the moment about the existing rules regarding people's right to protest, and that the department must ensure that these guidelines are clear for people. So hopefully that clarity which is being sought will be made available. And also, just in the past week, we've noted that Portugal has been removed from the UK green list for travel. Now, this caused a major inconvenience for local people in Portugal who had to secure tests before attempting to get back home before Tuesday morning at 4 o'clock. It has dealt another very serious blow to our travel industry, who have come through the pandemic battered and bruised like other industries. But they have received little or no help so far, and the pledge of a rescue package, which was announced by the First and Deputy First Minister some time ago, has not materialised as yet for them. Now, travel agents are being left in the very difficult position of being allowed to open and thus are not able to access any grants, but they effectively have nothing to sell because of the restrictions that are there. So I would urge the department to address those issues that there are within the travel industry to try and help them, because they are a sector that have grave difficulty over the pandemic, but are looking at a very difficult summer ahead of them as well. Moving on then to item 3, which is the draft minutes. The draft minutes of the proceedings from the 2nd of June are on page 6 of the meeting pack. Are members content that they're a true reflection of proceedings? Yep. Okay, so we will get those signed, and that will be them sorted. In terms of matters arising, on page 4, or item 4 on the agenda, the departmental briefing on urban villages and communities in transition, which officials agreed to provide us with last week, is available at page 15 of the meeting pack. So is there any other matters arising that anybody wants to raise? Okay, that's grand. Then we can move on then to our first item today, main item, which is item 5, the departmental spending plans, which is the June monitoring. We are able to have officials up into the spotlight. We have with us today Chris Stewart from the Executive Office, and Chris is going to be joined by Nelia Lloyd, who is the Assistant Secretary of Strategy, Policy and Equality and Good Relations, and Ms. Tara Kennedy, who is an accountant within this same department. So hopefully we'll have the 3 of yourselves on now in the spotlight. And Chris, we can pass over to yourself then if you want to give us the presentation on the June monitoring, and we can take some questions after that.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. And could we thank the committee for the further opportunity to brief you on our approach to the June monitoring round. Members will have received the briefing paper on that approach, and I'd like to pick out just 1 or 2 highlights on that, perhaps to pave the way for questions. June monitoring round is significant, even though it comes earlier in the year. It provides us an opportunity to review our spending plans and assess our budgetary requirements for the remainder of the year. We continue to manage very closely our non-ring-fenced budgets, and that's going successfully at present, so we haven't considered it necessary to make a bid to DOF in this monitoring round, but of course we'll continue to keep those budgets under review. There's more action in relation to the ring-fenced budgets. And in terms of those, members will be aware that we had an opening budget of some £46.2 million for historical institutional abuse for 21-22. Revised estimates, however, in the intervening period between the information gathering last autumn and now indicate that there's a reduced requirement of some £8.7 million, and that's been declared as a ring-fenced easement to DOF as required by the guidance. We can't simply reuse it ourselves. It has to be declared as an easement, but we do hope to get it back again, and I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment or two. Very important, I think, to emphasise to the committee that this change in budgetary requirements simply reflects clearer assumptions, better information than we had at the beginning of the year. And that's based on the fact that we have a longer period of operation of the scheme than we had when the initial estimates were made and the initial budget exercise was undertaken. And again, I would want to emphasise to members, this will not impact on payments to victims and survivors, nor will it impact on the budgets for COSICA or for survivors' services. Those are all adequately covered. It also doesn't reflect any underperformance in delivery or in the provision of help for victims. It merely reflects what I might describe as an abundance of caution earlier when the budget estimates were made. We now have better information, we've refined those, and that's made it possible for us to declare the easement. So we have, as I said, made a request to Department of Finance for consideration to be given to reassigning that money back for TEO purposes. So that would be in two components. Firstly, £3 million for the Communities in Transition programme. You may recall from earlier briefing that whilst we were very glad to get the £10 million over 3 years from NDNA, that is nevertheless a little less than we had hoped for. So we would hope, if DOF agrees, that we can apply that additional £3 million to that very successful project, and that will allow the ambition of the project to be further realised. We've also made a request to DOF to reassign the remaining £5.7 million of the easement to the Victims Payment Scheme for Permanent Disablement. And we have made a bid alongside that request for reassignment of £13.3 million. Adding those two together, that adds up to £19 million of a total request in the June monitoring round, which aligns with our earlier estimates of what is required this year. Members will be aware that ministers are still pursuing the UK government for funding for that scheme. But while that's ongoing, we thought it was nevertheless prudent to make our own contribution to what we think is required this year, whilst we're in a position to do that because of that easement, hence the request to DOF. The committee will be aware that the Government Actuaries Department report, which drives a lot of this, was based on a range of potential application figures that we supplied to GAD for modelling. And within that, the central estimate, that is the one in the middle between the lowest estimate and the highest estimate, is in the region of £19 million. Hence, that's what we have bid for. However, we continue to recognise that there are a great many uncertainties around this. The cost estimates are extremely difficult to predict until the scheme actually opens. So this figure could change, and it might be necessary for us to bid again later in the year. And of course, we will do so if that's necessary. Those are the main highlights from the revenue side. In terms of our capital budget, the committee will be aware that we had a slight overcommitment against our opening budget, and therefore we've made a capital bid of £0.8 million to DOF in this monitoring round. Chair, that's a very brief skip over just a couple of highlights of the paper. We'd be happy to add light and shade on that or expand in response to members' questions.
All right, Chris, thank you very much indeed for that. That's appreciated. I'll maybe kick off with just a few questions. You had in April, there was the suggestion of needing about 2.3 million for COVID recovery, but you've bid for 1.3 in this round. So just checking, is that a reassessment, or do you expect to be asking for the additional million later in the year, or what's caused the reevaluation just of that figure?
Chair, I'll just look to my colleagues here for confirmation, but my understanding is it's a re-evaluation. I think of all the areas of expenditure, that was the one that was most difficult to predict, and really until activities are underway, it's very, very difficult to get accurate figures for how much they'll cost.
Yeah, Chris, just to add to that, that's exactly the position. We were able to reassess a number of weeks ago and took that opportunity to do so. And on foot of that, we were able to reduce the requirement very slightly, as you've pointed out there, Chair. So at that point in time, that was our assessed requirement going into 21-22 of the money that we didn't have in our opening budget.
And what was the overall budget that was 2.3 million extra for?
So we had, through previous information gathering requests at the start of the budget process for 21-22, we had estimated what our requirements were likely to be, looking at COVID-19 activity across the various work streams, and that had pointed to a shortfall of that £2.3 million figure. And then a number of weeks ago, we were able to reassess that on a bit of a fresh request, and we took on board what the spending profile was looking like across those COVID-19 activity areas in 21-22. We were able, therefore, to reduce the overall additionality that we felt we needed for the current year.
But what was the figure to which the 2.3 was considered additional to? I mean, was it a £10 million budget and then you needed 2.3 more, or a 20 million and needed 2.3 more, or?
We had got 2.1 million in our opening budget for 21-22, which was short of what we had originally envisaged we would need for the financial year. So it was against the 2.1 million.
So it was 2.1 million, then you needed 2.3 more, but then downgraded that to needing 1.3. Right, okay.
Yes.
Right. Then I would say it would have been maybe nice to have kept that figure, because certainly I know maybe on a separate string, the messaging that there is continues to be a difficult issue, and I know that messaging is the responsibility of the Executive Office, and I still continue to hear regularly people that don't understand what the regulations are, and they're concerned about what they can and can't do, and when the changes come in, and the ease of being able to access information about the regulations, and maybe actually just having kept that extra million and pumped it into the messaging campaign might have been very useful for people to help them. But I know that messaging element will probably be something that we can look at again rather than now as part of the figures. Just maybe, Chris, you had mentioned there about the communities in transition. I think you had said that you had asked for 12 million, but you got 10, and then you got an extra 3, which is that an increase of 1 for the programme overall, or is that just for this round that you're asking, bringing you up to 13 million, and do you envisage needing more for that come the September and January rounds?
It would be for this year, Chair. Again, colleagues keep me right on the detail, but the £8.7 million of easement is a one-off. I don't think we can rely on that on future years going forward. The £10 million we're very grateful for. It's a very significant sum of money, and it's over 3 years. And there are very few other projects that are getting a 3-year offer at this point in time. Nevertheless, as you say, we had actually bid for I think £12 million initially, and we're very confident that project can spend that sort of order of magnitude of money and spend it very effectively. And it was the view of ministers that we should look for additional contributions to that project going forward. So the opportunity to invest a further £3 million in it is very welcome. I'm not certain it would be making further bids during this financial year and subsequent monitoring rounds. I think that would take us beyond what we could spend this year, but we're confident that if we do get the £3 million, we can spend it.
Okay. And then just finally then, there was 1 million for delivering social change, which is being withheld now. So what was that initially being envisaged for that it's now not required?
Chair, if you don't mind, I'll give Neela the hospital pass on that one just for the detail.
Certainly. So the £1 million was being held centrally, and we had logged that as an expected requirement as part of the budget setting process for 21-22, and it was being held centrally to permit the executive some time to consider a further tranche of a DSE programme. So at this stage we haven't been provided with that budget coverage for 21-22, and some further work will need to be undertaken along with DOF colleagues to make a further case for that money during the subsequent part of 21-22. But it is for potentially for a new programme of work under the Delivering Social Change umbrella. The previous programmes have finished in that regard of recent financial years, so that's what it is earmarked for, subject to approval.
So it was in your original budget to be spent on delivering social change, but now you're saying it's not going to be required to be spent for that. So what was it envisaged that it was going to be spent on?
I think we had put it forward as part of our budget request for 21-22 as part of our information gathering exercise last autumn, and it was logged as a potential requirement in 21-22 for a new Delivering Social Change programme, which would need to have been developed, and further work was required to do that and to determine what exactly that would be used for. So it's not like we haven't now, we're not consciously requiring the funding. We do need to do further work to secure that funding and put a case forward to secure that funding in 21-22. So that's the position that we're at just at the moment.
In other words, it was being sought to deliver a programme under Delivering Social Change, but that programme hadn't been decided. Now you're not going to be delivering that, so the money can be surrendered back in. How much of the overall Delivering Social Change budget for the department is £1 million?
Just to clarify that point there, we're not saying we're surrendering it back in. We're still saying that we will have to do some further work to put it forward in terms of what that programme and what that money will be required to do. So just to be clear, we're not saying we're going to surrender that money. Tara, can you advise in respect of that question there around vis-a-vis the totality of the budget?
So delivering social change, yes, we have £1 million capital at the moment, which Neil is referring to, and then we have budget for SIF, and that's broken down into revenue and capital at the moment for 21-22, and as you know, that's coming to an end, SIF.
Okay, so is it the £1 million capital that's not being used, or is it 1 million of the revenue and capital that's not being used?
Sorry,
the £1 million I was referring
the 1 million.
Sorry. Sorry, if I may, if I just clarify, if that's okay, and then Tara, you can of course come in just to augment. The £1 million I was referring to was in the resource space, in terms of the Delivering Social Change, and it was a future programme that might need to be taken forward and options, etc., to be developed. So that was the £1 million that I was referring to under the Delivering Social Change umbrella.
Chair, if I could just add a little bit to that, there's a number of programmes and projects in this space that are at or coming close to sort of end point in their current phase, and we do need to look across the piece on this to see where they might go, how they might evolve for a future round. Learning, I think, the lessons from where we have enjoyed success, particularly around things like urban villages and CIT, where the area-based approach of these programmes and projects with their roots absolutely in the communities, very strong elements of co-design, co-delivery in them, which have been very successful. So we want to look at things like delivering social change and what might come after SIF at the second phase of CIT, and also look with our colleagues in other departments, like particularly education and communities, at that whole range of area-based projects to see if we can go further in terms of joining them together and aligning them maybe even more so than they are now with Programme for Government Outcomes when those are agreed.
Okay, and certainly not my intention to trip anybody up over that, but maybe Chris, could you drop us a little note on the Delivering Social Change, what its overall budget was for the year, what this million is, and what will still, just even a one pager just to give us a descriptor of that.
Certainly, Chair, we'll give you the detail of that.
I understand, that's fine. Thank you for that. Thank you, Nelia. Thank you, Tara. I'm going to bring in John Stewart next as the Deputy Chair of the committee for his questions. John, over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate it. Thanks, folks, for your presentation and questions so far. Just a couple of points from me. The Chair touched on the 2.3 million in terms of COVID recovery, and he actually referred to in his opening remarks about the need for ongoing support for travel agents and independent travel consultants. I'm just wondering, is there anything within that funding directed towards that sector, given the pressures that they're undoubtedly going to be under for some time? Apologies if that's been covered before, but I'm sort of new to the committee. I'm just trying to find my feet and see exactly where it's been directed. That's my initial one.
Thank you, John. It's a very important question. We absolutely recognise, I think, the unique difficulties that sector continues to experience in terms of the loss of business that they've had so far, and the difficulties for them in responding to, the Chair's absolutely correct description of the moving target that they're trying to hit in terms of getting their businesses open again. You'll be aware that the executive decided some time ago that TEO should deliver a scheme of support for travel agents, and we're engaged in that. Members will be aware, because I'm sure your post bags are full, as ours are, with concerns from that sector that they haven't received the payment yet. And we absolutely understand and sympathise with that concern. I would want to assure the committee that the team responsible is working incredibly hard to get that delivered. It is a very significant challenge for us. This is something which TEO doesn't normally do. We don't have a policy role in this space, but we're the chosen delivery agent, if you like, for this scheme. Unfortunately, what that meant was it's a small team that had to set aside their day job for the time being and develop systems and approaches for doing this from scratch. I mean, we could take, and we have done, some learning from other departments that have delivered schemes, but we don't actually have a grant scheme in place, so we've had to invent one as we're going along. The net result of that is it's taking longer than we are comfortable with, and it's taking longer, obviously, than the sector is comfortable with. There's a lot to do. It's not just a question of someone writing in and then we can issue a check. Great deal to be done in terms of verification of the entitlement to the particular payment, and that, as I say, is taking a long time when you have to invent the systems as you're going along. What we're saying to inquirers at the moment is that we aim to have the payments out by early summer. That's a bit vague, and we absolutely understand that. I'm reluctant to try and put any more precise a date on it now, because we're just not in a position to do so. Too many uncertainties, but it is a priority for us. The team is working hard, and we will do our level best to get those payments out to those who are affected as quickly as possible.
Okay, thanks for that, Chris. I suppose I know we are, which is a hateful saying, but in the benefit of hindsight, and maybe if we ever unfortunately face this situation again, I think it would be right and proper that we kept grants and support grants to one department who could dedicate their time and expertise to that. And I don't know ultimately how it ended up with yourselves, and it's just the way it is. And you probably never saw it. In fact, I know you didn't, but.
We certainly didn't see it, and I could offer a comment on that, but I'm conscious that my ministers made a decision, and once ministers make a decision, that's my policy too.
No problem at all. We're hearing later on about an update on the High Street Task Force, and undoubtedly with the pressures our town centres and city centres have faced over many years, but particularly in the back of the impact of the pandemic, they're under massive pressure. Is there funding within that even for preliminary works to get that task force up and running and to start delivering on the ground, or is it really just preparatory, exploratory works just to see what a strategy would look like?
No, there's no budget per se for the High Streets Task Force. Ministers took a decision when that was being established that it would work through existing agencies and departments and existing budgets. So it won't have a budget of its own to spend. It's more about bringing its influence to bear on better using existing budgets. That's very much how the Welsh High Streets Task Force works. It has some budget of its own that works primarily through councils and existing departments. given the strategic nature of that work, and I'm sure we'll say more about it next week, but given the strategic nature of that work, looking forward, it may be appropriate at some point in the future, if ministers decide to do so, to actually give it its own budget, if we can secure it, to allow some more direct intervention as well. But for now, no, there isn't a budget for it.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Just moving on, there was an £8.7 million overestimate in the HIA payments out of the original £46.2 million budgeted for it. Are you content now with the estimates going forward for the cost of that? And just wondering what the original calculation might have been based on.
This is another one of these areas where it's very difficult to accurately assess the costs of a scheme until it's up and running, or in the case of this one, until it's been going for some time. So colleagues will keep me right on the detail of it, but if I recall correctly, there was an original estimate which then was increased. It was thought at one point that we would actually need more. But then with the scheme being up and running and information being refined, that sought for increase wasn't then actually required, hence the 8.7 million becoming available. But we're confident that as a demand-led scheme, the demand will be met. There is sufficient there. If we do need to revise again and make a further bid, then of course we would do so. But I don't see much likelihood of that at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Just my final one, Chair. In terms of any pressure points within the overall budget and the department, is there any areas that you have concern over that you would have liked to have seen additional funding come into, or are you content with the current state of play?
I don't think my finance director would be very pleased with me if I ever said I was content with our budget. I think she'd tell me that was an opportunity missed. But no, to give you a more serious answer, the area that is of biggest concern to us by far is the Victims' Permanent Disability Payment Scheme. That remains, I think, a very significant risk, not just to TEO's finances, but to the executive's finances. Hence, ministers continue to engage very seriously with the UK government to look at that. Not so much for this year. I mean, that bit of £19 million is a significant one overall. That will be difficult and challenging for DOF to find. Nevertheless, it will be found. Ministers are given a legally binding undertaking that the payments will be made. It's more in the succeeding years that I think we would be greatly concerned by the challenge, particularly years 2, 3 and 4 of the scheme, where I think the figures get very much larger, and that would be really quite a significant challenge to our budget.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for your time. Thanks, Colin.
All right, thank you, John. We're going to bring Martina Anderson up next for her questions and pass over to Martina.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. And Chair, just to pick up on a question, Chris, that the Chair asked around the communities in transition, because I'm just a bit confused, given that the 12 million was sought and you got 10, and I know you've explained then the other 3, and you did explain it's over a few years and it is a great programme. But what I'm concerned about is in relation to if it is a cut as such. Now, we know it's a Tory cuts that are coming through and whatever. I'm not focusing on that as much as what's the evaluation as to the impact that this is going to have on the communities, because we know that that the communities in transition is doing great work.
I don't have a detailed evaluation, Martina, that I could point to, with figures on it, which would give you, the loss of benefit, as it were. Though I'm sure we could make some estimates on that. We can certainly try and estimate that, at least give you an illustration of, the benefit foregone by that. I suppose the aspect of it that concerns me most, and I'm sure would concern members as well, is that it's the kind of work where you maximise the success if the communities that you're working with have confidence that you're in it for the long run, that it's not here today, gone tomorrow, that you're asking people to undertake difficult and challenging work, sometimes at risk. And in order to do that, they need to have the confidence that the programme is going to deliver and it's going to be there to stay. So it's much more difficult to achieve that if we're not able to say to people, this is exactly the size of the programme we will spend X, and you can be certain of that. So, we'd much prefer to be able to say it's £12 million, and that's definite. We're not in that position, but it's better than to stick at 10. It's better to be able to say, no, it's 10 plus 3 if we can get that. Would have been better if we'd been able to say 13 at the beginning, but an extra 3 is better late than never.
Chris, I'm concerned about, in policy terms, it's like a policy hit and run for some communities who would see themselves being involved in for the long haul to make an impact and make a change in their communities, and that also concerns me as well. So it would be good to get an update from you, so if an evaluation's done, if that is required, depending on what's happening with the 3 million. Again, picking up on something the Chair had raised with you around delivering social change, because I'm quite a fan of that programme when it was first introduced, particularly the targets that it set to tackle poverty and social exclusion. And at the time when it was first introduced, and from memory, it represented a new level of joined up working by ministers and senior officials as well, and it was across departments. And I can remember as we were trying to make sure that the programmes were measured in a way that were making a difference to people's lives. We were looking at nearly 20,000 children who had received additional maths and English support. So are you saying that 10-year programme from delivering social change has come to an end of life? And are we talking about a new iteration of it? Because I'm concerned that given that the committee hasn't been presented with a projection going forward for delivering social change, that we could be missing opportunities that in the past we know, whether it was family hubs, nurture units, things that actually made a difference to people's lives that came out of this programme. So I'm a little bit concerned that not that it has fallen off anyone's table, but maybe in the projection going forward that we as a committee aren't given an opportunity to scrutinise what the plan is.
I think I can offer you at least some reassurance there, Martina. I absolutely agree with you on the success of the programme and on its different nature, and you're absolutely right. We don't at the moment have a DSC2, to point to and say, here's the detail of it. But I think there will be a further iteration of this. Now, it might be something, very specific and very visible like that, which would be a DSC2, or it might be more in the nature of mainstreaming what is done in TEO and other departments. The point that you absolutely correctly make is around the right way to assess the benefits of this sort of programme, and with my other hat on, I would link that back to the programme for government and the programme for government outcomes. If we are able to invest further in things like nurture units or the literacy and numeracy efforts there, those have a very direct impact, very directly measurable benefits in and around the particular departments that lead in those. But they also have other dimensions of benefits that go much wider than that. We all know the link between early years and health and social well-being in later life. So, the proper development of whatever comes after DSC needs to be able to capture the whole range of benefits that would accrue from it, and needs to join together, as DSC did, but perhaps even, going further than that, joining together a range of inputs and investments from departments, in a much broader way than we've done in the past. Now, there are challenges in that. You can very easily disappear down rabbit holes on that, and we do need to be able to bring that together into proposals that, as you say, this committee and other committees can scrutinise very carefully to make sure we're getting it right. So we're not there yet. I think we will see this more likely in the multi-year budget that we hope we're heading for next year, and a multi-year programme for government that, a new assembly mandate, a new executive going into after the executive, hopefully when we're beyond the first wave of COVID recovery, can start to look at these sorts of multi-year cross-departmental, cross-sectoral programmes, and we'll see much more of a DSC approach right across government.
Chris, can I ask you, does the executive subcommittee chaired by the junior ministers and supported by a DSC board, a programme board, does that still exist?
I don't know, Martina. I'd have to check that and come back to you. I certainly don't think it's been active recently.
But Chair, I think it would be good for us to get an evaluation of the DSE 1 and the iteration of that throughout those years and the impact that that's had, to inform our understanding. However, the delivering social change is going to work going forward, and I agree with you, it should be co-designed and linked into the programme for government with all the ministerial opportunities that you would to do this cross-cutting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Martina. Chris, can I just clarify on the back of what Martina said there, just for my own understanding, because in the communities in transition, you had asked for 12. Is that for 1 year, or is that 12 million over 3 years? Because if you've asked for 12, you got 10, then you're looking for 3. That's an increase in that budget. But is that 12 million per year that you're looking over 3 years, or?
No, it was 12 over 3 years, Chair. Yes, the offer, if you like, was 10 over 3 years, which is very welcome. If we can put an additional 3 million into that, yes, you're right. It's even better. We always describe it as an investment. It's investing in communities, and that might mean that, for example, we're able to look at the number of CIT areas and expand. We'll already do what you might call some halo work around the edges of the areas, but we might actually be able to formally expand it into some other areas.
No, that's great. It was just from my own head to work out just where we were going with that. Listen, if we could ask Pat Sheehan to be brought up next for questions, and we'll get Pat into the spotlight and pass over to himself.
Yeah, just continuing on that theme, Chris. The original bid was 12. We got 10. Now with the easement in the HIA redress scheme, there's some bit of a slush fund there, and you've asked for 3. Why then was the original bid only 12 when now you're actually looking for 13? I'm not complaining. I'm just curious about it.
It's sometimes, Pat, more art than science. It's always a delicate balance between what you think you might get and, of course, what you think you can spend and spend well. And this is one where, Neela and colleagues and myself as well did press the team very hard and say, now, are you sure you can spend this? And are you sure you can spend it well? They've given us very clear assurances to that regard, which is great. And it's a one-off opportunity. We think it's right to grab it and get the best return on it that we can.
Okay, fair enough. I think you could add another couple of million onto that and it would still get spent. But in any event, and just one other question. Most of the other stuff I was going to ask has already been asked. Tell us, why was the paper so late coming, Chris?
Apologies if that made the work of the committee more difficult. TEO, as you know, is unique in that proposals and advice to ministers have to be agreed on both sides of the department. Sometimes that takes a little longer than it does in a department just with one minister.
Mm-hmm. I'll leave it at that. Okay, thanks a lot.
Could I recommend, Chris, then you start the process a bit sooner, and then maybe you'll have longer to get it past both sides of the house, and then you'll be able to deliberately point to which side of the house is holding it up in the future, if that helps us. But I know
I've based my career on avoiding doing that, Chair, at every opportunity, and at the risk of being seen to reach for another excuse. The timing of the monitoring round per se is not an art gift. That's kicked off by DOF.
Half in jest with that, Chris. Half in jest. Emma Sheeran has her hand up there. If we could bring Emma up into the spotlight.
Thanks a million, Chair, and apologies in advance if I drop out here because I've had a connection failure 3 or 4 times here. So I think he is. Can you hear me here? Okay, thanks very much. Oh no, I'm away.
You're there, Emma. We can hear you.
I didn't know what happened there. Thank God, because they're about to hear the curse words. No, I just want to thank you all for the presentation. I have a question around the questions have been asked there around the change in money. I wonder if the money for the dedicated mechanism funding has in any way been affected by this. And I suppose it's more a comment than a question for yourselves. We know that the budget, and during the debate yesterday, there was lots of commentary around the impact of Brexit, and at several times the Speaker and Deputy Speaker advised members that that was an unrelated matter. But I don't think we can look at any of these things in a vacuum. And I know, from engagement with groups in my own area, and Mid-Ulster benefited massively from the EU funding and from RDP in particular. And it had a real lasting impact when you talk about good relations, community relations, T-Buck, all of these schemes. The money that was pumped into rural development locally and community groups, GA clubs, after schools clubs, all of those things that had were doing real work in their communities. So I would like to sort of ask about the impact on that and the shortfall, and if that's leaving work for these programs to try and catch up on, and whether or not there's learning there, because I know that there have been concerns around the Peace Plus and some of that money that was sent to quite academic projects and focused around universities and stuff, as opposed to making real difference on the ground. Thank you.
Thanks, Emma. A number of points there. There's no doubt, I think the thread running through all of that is it's a time of transition, and the transition is quite challenging, quite difficult. I don't think there's any specific impact on anything we've put to you on the dedicated mechanism, but colleagues will keep me right on that, and may want to say a little bit more about Peace Plus. But more generally across the landscape, what we're seeing is the ending of some streams of European funding and some new streams of funding coming forward that are primarily much more under the control of the Westminster government and the various funds that have been announced. And we're certainly seeing a change in delivery there, with much more direct involvement by Westminster government departments in terms of the administration of those funds. So one of the challenges for us, I think, is in working out how the devolved administration plugs into that, how ministers are able to influence it, how we're able to provide advice on it, and how we're able to join up the spend by Westminster departments and Westminster managed funds with the efforts of the devolved administration as well, and the various programs that we have underway. There's no doubt that's a complication and that's a challenge for us, and we haven't fully worked out the answer to that yet. And I think particularly over the next 6 to 9 months, we've got some hard work to do there in hammering that out.
You happy enough, Emma?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. And I suppose that's just because I know even when Chris made reference there to the new streams that are coming from the British government, and obviously we're lacking in detail around that. And I know I've had people knocking my door down from groups in my own area in South Derry that seen, we had 10 million in Mid-Ulster over the course of 5 years from RDP, and that was felt immediately and very, very, it had a real impact for local communities. So we can almost be a wee bit cynical or sort of lose hope or lose faith when we hear about these funding streams that are coming from the British government. We don't see any detail, and time is ticking on. But I appreciate you guys are working in the context that has been set for you by others. So I appreciate that, and that's me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Emma. I just want to check with Trevor Lunn and or Trevor Clark. Neither have their hand up there, but just to check in case they have any question that they want to ask there.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, and I think the same for Trevor. Okay, right, Chris, Nelia, Tara, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for that presentation, the information, the update. Wish you well in getting that money for the department and the work that it does. Thank you for your ongoing work there as well. I know we've asked for a couple of bits of information. I'm sure you'll get that to us as well. So thank you very much indeed. We'll let you head on. And members, we'll just take a moment then as we move on to item 6, which is the COVID recovery and oral evidence session from the Community Foundation for Northern Ireland. Members, on page 91 to 197 of the meeting pack are the relevant papers, and we will get our presenters up into the spotlight, and we can welcome Mr. Paul Briswaith, Head of Innovation and Voice at the Community Foundation for Northern Ireland, Rebecca McCabe, the Senior Project Officer with Involve, and Louise O'Kane, who is a planner with Community Places. With the three of you now up into the spotlight, you're very welcome to our committee this afternoon. Thank you very much for coming along to give us an update on your perspective on COVID and COVID recovery and what the Community Foundation can do for that. Paul, I think, are we handing over to yourself to give us a presentation with your colleagues, and then we can move into some questions and answers after that?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and we're delighted to have the opportunity to present to you today. So you've introduced us already, so I won't go over that again. But you have our evidence paper, and we do look forward to hearing members' comments and questions on that. We plan to present for about 15 minutes, if that's all right. I'll make a few overall remarks to get us started, and then I'll hand over to Rebecca and Louise. Our topic for today is, as you say, COVID recovery, and particularly public participation in decision-making around COVID recovery. And we'd like to talk around the longer-term context for public participation in decision-making in Northern Ireland as well. So our three organisations are all committed to greater public participation in decision-making across the board. We've been collaborating for a number of years around initiatives like the 2018 Citizens Assembly for Northern Ireland, and also the creation of the Participatory Budgeting Works Network, which has supported the rollout of participatory budgeting as an approach right across Northern Ireland in recent years. My own work in the Community Foundation, our Civic Innovation Programme, which is about stimulating and supporting creative new approaches to involving the public in decision-making. So we're here to talk particularly about the role of public participation in COVID recovery, but I'd like to reflect for a moment on the kind of bigger picture, the context of governance and devolution in Northern Ireland. And as members will be all too aware, over recent years, it's been a picture of, I suppose, institutional fragility and unfortunately also of declining public trust in decision-making. The whole idea of devolution is, of course, to bring decision-making closer to people. And in talking about public participation in decision-making, we're very much looking to help strengthen democracy and devolution in Northern Ireland. So, of course, elections and representation are the absolute core of our democracy. But I think that on their own, they're not enough to ascertain the very many complex and shifting viewpoints and priorities of people, whether individually or collectively, much less to provide an opportunity to engage in detail with evidence or in deliberation with one another. So this very much connects with the idea, which aren't, of course, but simply the idea that we should involve people as much as possible in between elections in decision-making. So participative and deliberative processes lead not only to better outcomes on specific issues, but they also can contribute to increased public trust, greater social cohesion, and even better individual well-being through giving people a greater sense of control over their own lives. That can and should take many different forms, but today we're going to focus in on two particular approaches, namely citizens' assemblies and participatory budgeting. And the reason we're focusing on those is because, firstly, we think they represent a step change in the level of ambition that they bring to public participation compared to what has been tried in Northern Ireland or indeed many other places in previous years. They are also tried and tested methods with a very strong evidence base, not only internationally, but across the UK and Ireland, and including some existing practice here in Northern Ireland. They're very complementary approaches as well. They both aim to develop a more participatory and deliberative approach to decision-making. To have decisions that are more and they are complementary and slightly different in their approach in that citizens' assemblies tend to focus on representativeness, whereas participatory budgeting focuses on a more open and self-selecting approach to public participation. So we've been engaging with elected representatives on this already for several years, in fact, and we've had many positive conversations and responses from right across the political spectrum. And in that context, it was really pleasing to see the commitment in the New Decade, New Approach agreement to a new era of structured civic engagement, including through the commissioning of at least one citizens' assembly per year. Of course, as with a lot of other things, this was somewhat derailed by the pandemic, and it was understandable that all the focus went on emergency response in those initial months and commitments in NDNA took something of a back seat. But COVID-19 has further underlined and exacerbated the many chronic underlying issues and inequalities that in fact require greater public participation to resolve. So it's and on the positive side as well, and we can say this particularly at the a lot of money around being that the public and our communities are more than up to the task of collaborating and taking action together with government to respond to shared challenges, including in working in new and different ways. So with that in mind, from last summer onwards, really, we began a fresh process of engagement with government and elected representatives to encourage that the NDNA commitment to structured civic engagement be put front and centre of our COVID recovery plan. And so we reached out and we held seminars with MLAs from across parties in the autumn, also with departmental officials. We engaged in particular with TEO, also the Department for Communities and Department of Finance. And we found that what we're saying chimes with priorities and programmes right across all sections of government. But I suppose that what is missing is a strong sense of political leadership, encapsulated, of course, in the NDNA commitment, but that what would really help the civil service and officials is a strong signal from political representatives that these approaches are the way forward and are what we should use in reframing the way we make decisions and devise policy. Ministers and reform. And on the foot of that, we met with the junior ministers in January, and then we were asked to submit the more detailed route maps, which we've included in your evidence pack today, for how a citizens' assembly and participatory budgeting could be delivered in Northern Ireland in the context of COVID recovery. So those were submitted in February, and we're waiting for a follow-up meeting with the junior ministers to hear what action will be taken. So just to summarise, if we have some asks of you, of the committee today, they would be threefold. Firstly, to encourage the Executive Office to act without further delay in delivering upon the NDNA commitment in the context of COVID recovery. And then going further to ensure that the programme for government, the one that's currently being devised, but of course another one which will be coming up in the not too distant future, includes and further enshrines that NDNA commitment to structured civic engagement, that it recognises the role of methodologies like citizens' assemblies and participatory budgeting to both help deliver all of the PFG outcomes, but also that they deliver outcomes in their own right by making a direct contribution to individual and collective well-being. And that very much links with international frameworks around well-being used by the likes of the OECD and the Carnegie Trust, where democratic outcomes are put on an equal footing with economic, social and environmental outcomes. And then finally, another opportunity for Northern Ireland to demonstrate its leadership around this issue would be within the upcoming Open Government Action Plan, which the Executive is devising, being coordinated through the Department of Finance, but with key input from the Executive Office. And we like to ensure that that contains an ambitious commitment around citizen participation, including through greater use of these approaches. So with that, I'll hand over to Rebecca, who's going to focus on citizens' assemblies, and then from there, Louise will speak about participatory budgeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Am I good to go?
Yes, go on ahead. That's fine, Rebecca.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for having us here. I just wanted to say a little bit about the organisation that I'm representing today before I start. So we're a charity that works to ensure that people are at the heart of decision making, and we do that in a number of ways. So chiefly by specialising in techniques that enable people to influence the decisions that shape their lives. So we design and we run those processes. So we're involved in that very practical way. We also do research around them to ensure that they're continually improving and innovating, and so that we understand their impacts and are able to share what we know with other people. And we also work with partners and stakeholders to see how these techniques can kind of fit with the existing political system and how they can work for decision makers as well as for the public. And really, we see these practices as being essential and normal parts of a healthy democracy, and as core to good governance and to an efficient and effective public sector. So I'm here today to talk to you about one of those techniques, which is the Citizens' Assembly. So first of all, a Citizens' Assembly is a randomly selected representative group of people who are brought together to discuss an issue or issues and to reach a conclusion about what they think should be done. So it's really a technique to support decision making on issues that are either complex, contentious, moral, or constitutional, or or all four. Citizens' assemblies have a number of very important key features. So possibly the most important is that its membership is selected at random, and that's done usually through a technique called Civic lottery. And I'm happy to talk in more detail about that in the discussion if people are curious. But basically, you are bringing together a sample of the population that is reflective in terms of demographic diversity, but possibly also of diversity in other terms, such as attitudes or opinions towards the topic that they're looking at. You can't lobby to be a member of a citizens' assembly. It's a lottery, and no prior knowledge or even interest in the topic is a requirement of taking part. Another key feature is that significant time is given over to learning about the issues. So because the issues that are put to citizens' assemblies are often very complex, there can be a lot of technical information to work through. So a lot of time is spent in kind of leveling that playing field and making sure that this big diverse group of people are all kind of on the same equal footing in terms of their understanding of the issue. So time is given to kind of defining key terms, understanding the scope of the issue, the context, and so on. There will also be impartial oversight, and this can vary from process to process, and different commissioning bodies have done this in different ways. But the existence of impartial oversight is a constant in the Citizens' Assembly model, and that would be a body that exists independent of the Commissioner, that is there to ensure that the information and evidence that the members of the Citizens' Assembly hears is balanced and accurate. So making sure that any technical evidence is peer-reviewed, up to date, all of that, that any sort of attitudinal evidence or lived experience evidence is unbiased, and if there is bias detected, that they can kind of guide that and correct that, and make sure that it's as even as possible. And finally, a lot of time is given to deliberation, and deliberation is another really, really key and important feature of a citizens' assembly. So this means that the members, after hearing about the topic, get a lot of time to think about it, to discuss it, to weigh up different viewpoints, to kind of think about the evidence that they've heard, and essentially try and find common ground and a shared vision for the way forward. The process tends to end with a process of collective decision making, and then the outcome will be a set of very, very detailed recommendations, again, that have been informed by evidence about what the way forward should be for decision makers. So as Paul kind of said, there's lots of benefits to these approaches, including that they can be really important mechanisms for developing those shared visions for society. They can really enrich what policymakers and decision makers know about what the public want, because you're getting this kind of systematically thought through information that's based on evidence. So it's informed public opinion rather than kind of top of the mind reactions to policy proposals or to issues. Because you have such a diverse group of people in the room for such an extended period of time, you're really getting recommendations that respond very closely to what people actually need. And it can produce a lot of democratic legitimacy. So there's lots of evidence emerging that the public at large, that their attitudes towards recommendations that come from processes like citizens' assemblies is that they see them as at least as legitimate, and in many cases often more legitimate than decisions that are made by politicians alone. So it can really start to enhance people's understanding of policy outcomes. It can create a greater sense of understanding of the kind of trade-offs and difficult compromises that people make when they're creating policy and making decisions, and it can create conditions where sort of entrenched positions can be dissolved. So where issues are very highly polarized, it can kind of bring people together and find ways to move forward. I want to leave lots of time for questions, so I'm going to wrap up shortly. But just in terms of what we are asking from the executive at the moment, and to pick up on some of Paul's points, so we really want to see this really brilliant commitment in NDNA to one Citizens Assembly a year and structured civic engagement kind of it's delivered on. And we think that a COVID response is the perfect way to start. And I think, you know, the essence of this Build Back Better campaign ask is that this is an opportunity to address issues that have actually gone unresolved perhaps for too long. And we have had experience now over the last 18 months of delivering these processes online, and we don't see there being any reason to delay until we know that in-person processes are kind of safe and possible. But we also want to see we also want to see a long-term view and a sustainable and strategic view, and we would like to see these practices embedded in the work of government. We would love to see these built into a participation strategy that embeds best practice across government and that really creates this sense of a common purpose across all of the departments. We think that it's very important that there's a centre of excellence within the civil service to embed the expertise and the learning that you will get from doing these. So if there's one commissioned around COVID recovery, that there's an opportunity to really build capacity within the civil service, and there is a lack, I think, of currently of specialist skills in this regard, and I think a structure, some kind of unit that is well resourced and empowered and enabled to kind of to provide that service, to provide guidance on when to commission these kinds of participatory processes is really important, and you'll see kind of benefits in terms of cost and efficiencies if that's done. And again, to echo a point that Paul made, it's really important that we see strong political leadership. So as well as kind of resourcing this and creating those enabling structures, there needs to be a willingness to do things a little bit differently, and to make getting this right a really high priority for the executive, and I think across the Assembly as well. So I'm going to leave it there and let Louise pick up and talk about participatory budgeting, and I'm really looking forward to your questions.
Okay, Louise, go on ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Rebecca. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. I work with Community Places, and we're a regional charity which specialises in three key areas: planning advice, community engagement and community planning, and we coordinate the PB Works network as well. And I want to talk to you, as Rebecca just said, about participatory budgeting. So as you know, PB is all about citizens having a direct say on the spending and priorities of part of a public budget. And there's a famous saying from Porto Alegre where PB actually developed: but if it feels like we've decided, it's PB, but if it feels like someone else has decided, it isn't. And that really gets to the crux of what PB is all about. It's really about connecting citizens to actual decision-making processes. So PB is recognised as an effective way for empowering, building resilient and stronger communities, and it's been commended by the UNESCO, World Bank, the OECD and the UN. And it's really about adopting a rights-based approach to policy making and budgeting, and delivering a more equitable and effective allocation of existing resources and investment in our places and communities. So across the region now, we have had over 20 PB participatory grant-making processes, and that's where money is spent by and within communities as directed by citizens. And that has really established a really good working relationships with local authorities. 8 of the 11 have been involved in PB processes to date. Others are currently planning participatory grant-making processes, and they've involved numerous statutory partners, departments, and the community and voluntary sector in those processes. Most recent examples which have been delivered during the pandemic successfully include the Tech 500 PB process in Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon, and also the Youth Making It Happen co-designed by Young People process in Derry, Londonderry and Strabane. So participatory grant-making PB approaches have been tried and tested, and they've been very successful at reaching out to people, effective in encouraging participation from marginalised individuals and communities, and delivering real tangible local change, enhancing public trust in local democracy. But really, to achieve the full potential of PB, it's really important to go further through actually mainstreaming its use, and that's where money is spent by public bodies as directed by citizens. So mainstreaming PB therefore implies making public participation through PB a much more frequent experience, and also embedding it within service planning to make service delivery more responsive to local priorities. Post-COVID, we think this is a critical moment to embed PB and to develop it at scale, to deliver better outcomes, and importantly, to put citizens on an equal footing, a genuine partnership where communities have an equal stake in investment decisions in their places. We feel that it now needs executive support to really elevate it, a signal that it is an effective, accountable and transparent process and that should be mainstreamed. The route map, as requested by the junior ministers, really charts a way forward for the executive in delivering on their NDNA commitments on structured civic engagement in the context of post-COVID recovery and renewal. And I'd just like to set out some of the asks in that. So we'd really welcome, firstly, cross-party support from the executive ministers to promote the use of PB in the distribution of COVID recovery funds. That would really demonstrate a commitment to ensuring society can participate in building stronger communities and shaping investment in post-COVID public service transformation, and communities being actively involved in pandemic recovery and renewal. Secondly, an investment in a core programme to move PB from incubation to consolidation. And we think we should be really ambitious and invest up to £1 million per year in a core programme to consolidate PB over the next 4 years. That would ensure that citizens can participate in decisions shaping their local community and society. That could be allocated through two strands, 50% to directly incentivise departments and local authorities to invest PB, and that would also stimulate match funding, and 50% to raise awareness and promote PB and ensuring that there's a civic voice in the development of PB, building capacity, innovation and competencies. Our third request and ask really is that there's cross-party support from executive ministers to a longer-term commitment in the next and the following programme of governments to the allocation of a percentage of departmental revenue through PB by 2027. PB should then become a key standard by which participatory democracy is delivered across the region, shaping responsive budgets and programmes through innovation, which builds on the new ways of working and strengthened relationships which have emerged in response to COVID-19. And lastly, that the executive should support the Department for Communities and the Department of Finance to lead on delivery of a demonstration project by establishing a region-wide strategic group. This would support the demonstration project, but also develop concrete next steps towards mainstreaming participatory budgeting and that commitment to allocate a percentage of public resources, of existing public resources via PB and delivered through this and the following programme for governments. So thank you very much for taking the time to listen to us. We'd really welcome your comments and questions, and I'll pass back to you, Chair.
Louise, thank you very much for that, and to Paul and Rebecca for that very interesting and keeping us updated. I know I'd met with you before previously to discuss this, and there's definitely value in the work that's there of involving citizens to be able to articulate their thoughts, their views. I suppose in some respects, given that we are still within a contested space and within a political sphere of competing priorities on the same level, that being able to pass over to the citizens to get just their views and their thoughts on issues could provide a certain clarity that may not always be easy to see from political worlds. But maybe just to ask a question in terms of maybe groups like our committees, such as yourselves, how do you feel that sort of that community participation, maybe through a citizens' assembly or whatever, could interact directly with the committees there are in the assembly? I mean, how would you see that there would be that interaction between a citizens' assembly and our assembly, or would it? Do you think it would be topic driven, or just how would that interaction process be between ourselves?
Sorry, I'll just say a quick word there, and I think Rebecca might want to come in on that as well. I do apologise. It feels like my connection is a little bit jumpy, but I'll press on. Yes, I mean, these initiatives can be used by any body or institution, whether governmental or parliamentary. So they absolutely could also be used by committees. And a number of years ago, actually, we had engagement with the Communities Committee around this and whether the committee could use approaches like citizens' assemblies, mini publics, to reach out when they're considering policy and legislation as part of their scrutiny role. So that, and Rebecca will probably have examples to draw from there. But then I suppose they can also be used by government departments. But Rebecca, I think I best hand over to you there because you'll be able to give some more concrete examples of this.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. So yeah, as Paul said, there is an existing relationship between in other parliaments between committees and these processes. So the two citizens' assemblies that have been commissioned out of Westminster have been commissioned by select committees actually, rather than by the government departments or the government itself. And it's definitely part of their kind of their scrutiny role that they put these issues. So the first one was on social care in England, and the second was the Climate Assembly UK. So certainly there's an established role there. I think the best way to see this in some ways is that this provides an input into policy making. So once you have whether that's defined by a topic or defined by some other question, there should be a clear sense of what difference will be made by asking the public to weigh in this kind of very, very detailed and informed way. And it's very much, it's very much advisory. So it doesn't replace any of the existing parliamentary structures, but it can very much complement them and just kind of enrich the information that's feeding into those decisions that are being made.
And that's interesting. It kind of leads on to the other thought I had, which was about the weight that there would be between the decision maybe that a citizens' assembly or some participatory process would reach versus maybe if the elected representatives directly had a completely different view. Is it just, I suppose, at its core, advisory to the elected representatives on the decision they take, or would it be, is there some sort of compulsion that if you're engaging a participatory process that you kind of agree at the outset that you will take on board what this process would reach? Yeah, so I think the because of the scale of the project, the investment that you're asking Assembly members to make, there is an assumption that, and because all of the evidence, because these are very informed opinions, there is a kind of presumption towards implementing the recommendations, or at the very least towards a very detailed response if that's not the case. There needs to be, so whatever the topic is that goes in front of a citizens' assembly, there needs to be an openness by politicians to listen to what the response is. So something where there is a lot of kind of there's a closed-mindedness on an issue, or a very entrenched position maybe isn't ideal, because you really do need to get all parties to the position of saying, yeah, we're actually open to this input. And we're open to having our position changed by this input and by listening, and that's really where it has value. So in the context of COVID recovery, it's a really good opportunity to do this, because a lot of the issues that we're talking about aren't necessarily that polarised, and they do cut across all communities in Northern Ireland. So issues like deprivation, like education, even things like infrastructure. I know you're hearing from the High Street Task Force, issues like that, like town centre regeneration, urban planning, are very often put to forums like this, and can get really, really good outcomes from bringing in the general public to weigh in on the issues. So generally, yeah, there needs to be a condition of just openness to being influenced by what the recommendations are.
And just to briefly add on to that as well, it's interesting, in the OECD have conducted some research quite recently about the use of citizens' assemblies and mini publics in particular amongst its member countries, and have found that in over 70% of cases, more than half the recommendations of the citizens' assemblies have been implemented. And I think in a third of cases, Rebecca, that all of the recommendations have been implemented, and that is not because they set them up so that they were obliged to implement them. That is because when they were produced, that was genuinely useful material, recommendations for government, and whether that resulted in elected representatives changing their views or government taking a slightly different position than it took before. And they fulfilled their role in being able to provide practical and useful ways forward. I mean, the one that people that I've seen most recently in the news was in France, where they brought in a new rule about domestic air travel. And that was one of the things that came out of the French president's. There was a forum of citizens' assembly that took place in France looking around climate change, and that resulted in one of the recommendations that was followed through on was around placing less emphasis on domestic air travel and use of other forms of public transport instead. But I don't know if Louise wants to come in there, but I'm happy to hand back to you.
Okay, that's grand. Yeah, no, don't, Louise, have you anything to add there, or?
No, that's fine. It's okay.
You kind of get put on the spot whenever you're on a virtual conversation like that, but don't feel that everybody needs to answer every question, because sometimes that can just make the sessions last a bit longer than they need to. I'm going to pass over to John Stewart as the Deputy Chair of the committee for his questions. John, we'll pass to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry I couldn't get off mute there. Hopefully you can hear me. Rebecca, Louise, Paul, thanks for the presentation so far. It's really, really interesting. I suppose with all as local representatives like to think that we are the People's Assembly or the Citizens' Assembly, because we're meant to represent the people, but we're not naive enough to believe that we can conquer all issues. And I think for the most difficult things, and we've been notoriously bad at times collectively at getting over the difficult issues, Citizens' Assemblies can undoubtedly play a role in that. And that's why I do think it is very exciting. But what I want to dive into is maybe just some of the difficulties others have faced. I looked a little bit into the Republic of Ireland, for example, and one of the issues they faced was the issue around retention. I noticed that only 61 out of the 99 had actually lasted 18 months. And women in particularly, and young women in particularly, were those who found it most difficult to stay on because of the lack of childcare facilities or the support for them. And that, I would have a fear, would lead to an imbalance potentially on that Citizens' Assembly. How do you propose we overcome that to ensure that there's a fair and equitable representation on that?
I can respond to that, John. The Irish Citizens' Assembly took an approach of not incentivising participation. And actually, it was a huge time commitment for people. We would take a different position, and actually one of the standards that we would call for in all citizens' assemblies is that attendance is incentivised with an honorarium, so essentially a cash or equivalent payment to reward people for giving their time. In addition to that, we would also cover any costs related to somebody taking part, and we have done in the processes that we've run, and we would advise people to build that into their costs for this, that if there are people who have caring responsibilities of childcare or other caring responsibilities, that expense is covered to enable them to take part, because you do see an effect actually on diversity. So you can start with a very diverse sample, and then you can see that kind of fall away if you don't make sure that people are supported. So we do incentivize it financially. We also spend quite a lot of time, particularly with online processes, building up people's IT skills, making sure they have the right equipment to take part, making sure that the materials are presented accessibly, both in terms of kind of vision impairments, but also in terms of different kind of literacy levels, and so all of that is very, very much built into the design. And it does, you have to be very careful with things like that, because it, as much as possible, you want to make it a level playing field, and there will be differences like that come in that need to be kind of identified and looked after.
Okay, thanks, Rebecca. I mean, that's reassuring. I think if we wanted to see an assembly, citizen assembly that was fully reflective, and no one should be impacted by their inability to maybe use tech equipment or the impact on their life financially, the fact that would be is quite good. In terms of those maybe who are working second jobs, who are maybe underemployed or who have families and time commitments, do you still think that there's again, to use the Irish Republic model, I think it was 10 weekends, and it was quite a taxing period. Are you confident that this could be laid out in a way that almost anybody could participate, and that no one would be priced out of it time-wise or financial-wise?
So we, all I can say is kind of our experience from running many of these now, especially over the last couple of years, and the retention rate is really excellent. It really is. I mean, the drop-off rate would be kind of 1%, and very often, and a lot of my role is kind of that direct interface actually with assembly members. So I can speak with some authority, even if it is anecdotal. That very often the reasons are that they've gotten ill and they've had to miss a weekend, and then they've kind of struggled to catch up, or circumstances have changed. But it's very rarely that I can't afford to take time off work, or or because we would have hoped to establish a relationship with people where they're able to say that, and we're able to provide support to make that not an issue.
Okay. Just two final things, Chair, if I may, because it's quite a really interesting topic. There is money factored in of 485,000. Is that a recurring one-year cost, as you'd see going forward, or does that cover setup costs or people's reimbursement for that? I'm just trying to get a feel for what that initial cost or running cost of the citizens assembly might be.
I'm not familiar with that, where that figure came from. Was that in the roadmap?
I believe so, yeah. There's £1 million for participating budget and 485. Maybe they are departmental costs, I'm not sure.
Just to maybe draw a distinction between the Citizens Assembly and the participatory budgeting. So Louise and Rebecca might both want to say something, but so Rebecca, if you want to explain kind of the cost behind Citizens Assemblies, and then Louise, maybe some of those figures might be drawn from your section.
Yeah, so with the Citizens Assembly, they are expensive. They cost a lot to do for some of the reasons that we've set out. So the cost of random recruitment of that civic lottery process is reasonably expensive. If you're incentivizing payment, you're giving say £100 to every participant for each weekend. That can add up. If you're talking about 100 participants over 4, 5, 6 weekends. You have the facilitation cost, so there's independent facilitation in reasonably small groups, so of kind of 5 or 6 people, just to enable that deliberation. So that's, you're looking at kind of paying 12, 13, 14 professional facilitators for those weekends as well. So they can be very expensive, and then there's the institutional costs as well. They vary widely also depending on depending on lots of factors. So it's very hard to put a direct cost against them. But yeah, just kind of breaking down where the money goes, it's really a huge chunk of it is in that kind of that quality assurance and making sure that there's good access for people from all different kinds of backgrounds.
Okay.
Maybe if I can come in relation to PB, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's going to be where the 1 million figure was in the roadmap for PB. And that was really for an investment programme in PB, really to kind of consolidate PB and also to, stimulate match funding from departments and local authorities, and then also in terms of capacity building. And it is an ambitious figure, but it's drawing on experience from Scotland where they've invested 2 million annually in PB. And that equates to about 38p per resident per year. The equivalent we were talking about was around 52 pence per resident. And in Scotland, it also attracted match funding of something in the region of 2.3 million. But I think the key point for participatory budgeting is that it can be the allocation of existing resources. That was an additional an investment program that I was referencing, whereas actually additional resources, a percentage spend of additional resources to use more creatively, perhaps via PB. For example, where you have the commitment in Scotland by COSLA for 1% spend. So in somewhere like Glasgow, that equates to 10 million, and they've actually committed to 2% of their spend by the end of this year. So that's 20 million. Thanks.
If I could just say one thing quickly as well to wrap up in terms of the value for money for both these kinds of processes, is I think it's important to see them in the context of the entire policy cycle.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're back with us, Paul. Go on ahead.
Yeah, sorry, my connection's not great. I was just saying that it's important to kind of take the view of the entire policy cycle when assessing the value for money of these approaches. And really what we're doing is repositioning some of the investment to the front or the beginning of the policy cycle. Whereas I suppose arguably if with a non-participative policy development process, you can end up with poorer decisions. That can end up being challenged as well. So you end up actually potentially spending a lot more money at other parts of the policy cycle. Not to mention the kind of outcomes that these processes can deliver of themselves in terms of the value that the participants derive from taking part and the gradual build-up of our culture of democracy and decision-making that they can contribute to.
Okay. No, that's really useful to know. One final point. I think there's a strong argument that not only resolving difficult issues that these assemblies will overcome, but also will lead to maybe a progression and a furthering of our politics here or anywhere else that they exist, because it actually takes politicians beyond their natural comfort zone, and maybe let people see that actually those issues that they've always been stuck in the ground aren't actually that important to most people. Is there an argument for that maybe politicians get to see what people really think?
Well, I don't think any of us would want to argue that politicians don't engage regularly at constituency level with grassroots and don't have kind of their feet on the ground or anything like that. But I suppose it is as Rebecca had kind of highlighted, is that distinction between kind of the sort of what happens when you get that engagement with people after consideration of evidence and the opportunity to deliberate with one another. So I think that's kind of the sort of way we're used to engaging around issues, is kind of snapshot oriented and also individual oriented. So that's the kind of the value of these processes. They allow for collective deliberation and in the presence of information and evidence, and a kind of a level playing field for people in terms of what they know about the topic. That's the real added value. And that is something that's very difficult for politicians to do in their daily work, so I think that's where it can really bring and be complementary to what politicians do already know about their communities and their constituents.
Absolutely. Okay, thanks for that, everyone. Appreciate it. Thanks for the time. Cheers, Colin.
Thanks very much. Okay, I'm going to bring up the next member. We have about 4 members that are looking to ask questions here, but again, just from a chairing perspective, don't feel that all 3 of you need to answer each, because if each member has 2 or 3 questions and you all answer, I don't want to cut us off because we will need to finish about 2:45 or 3:50. So we have about 15 minutes left. So if I could ask Martina Anderson to be brought up into the spotlight for her questions. Martina.
Thank you, Chair, and I find the whole topic fascinating. It's something that really addresses my own core values, and I've always felt, just in terms of commentary, that the differentiation between representative democracy and the unseen tension there, whereby some people who believe that because we either get elected to represent people, that's what we are charged with doing, as opposed to the value of participatory democracy. For me, Section 75 had that potential in the EQIA, but I believe it's been diluted and somewhat to the fact that it hasn't been as effective at all a tool as Section 75 was set out and designed to be, even though it wouldn't go as far as what's been presented here around participatory democracy, around participatory budgeting. But I think it had an opportunity, but the screening out of it has destroyed it. In relation to the New Decade, New Approach commitment to structural civic engagement, and I'm conscious you had a meeting with the junior ministers around citizens' assembly and a need for a participation strategy that cuts across departments. Do you think that some of the work that has started around co-design, I'm thinking about the anti-poverty strategy, for instance, where the lived experience of those people on the ground is something that the minister is very keen to hear from, that will shape the anti-poverty strategy? Is that going in some way towards at least some of the concepts, even though it isn't fully what you're talking around here with the Citizens' Assembly? And I want to come back to you just in relation to that. But I'm wondering if you see something happening that's going closer your own view of what needs to happen, which I would concur with in any democratic structure.
So I would say, yeah, I mean, there are so many techniques for doing this, and I think there needs to be, an element of judgment about what one is right for a particular situation. And I think with something like poverty, hearing from people with lived experience is really important. And in some cases, that's the information that you're going to need to make a good decision. But I think opening it out to wider society is also very useful, because very often when it comes to creating policy or legislating on an issue, you will need to bring the general public with you. And to do that, in many cases, they're going to need a deeper understanding of certain issues than they will have at the start. I think what we're arguing for with the participation strategy is that this is that it's more... that there are clear standards, and that there's a clear kind of place where that knowledge resides that other people can draw on, so that you don't find yourself doing things on an ad hoc basis and never really sharing best practice or what has worked well. And I think there's a real danger that will happen without something that is kind of embedded at that strategic level. So that's kind of why we're making the case for that. It's not to say that nothing good is happening, but it's about really finding a way to make sure that learning is shared across all departments.
No, I concur with that, Rebecca. Rebecca, I think it was yourself when you mentioned, that you can't just apply to join these citizens' assemblies, or a bit of a lottery. So how do you ensure that the most marginalised communities, the most hardy reach, are represented on citizens' assembly? That it's not just for the want of a description that I don't like, either the great or the good, but it's actually people with that lived experience that need to be engaging with these processes and shaping them.
Yeah, so in a couple of different ways. So one is in the civic lottery process, you can kind of target a greater number of invitations towards postcode areas that to be have higher levels of deprivation. The financial incentive can go some way towards encouraging people, and then. So you might send out 20, 30, 40,000 invitations across the population, and get maybe a 5 or 6% response. And then based on that response, you build a sample that's representative, and you can make sure that is balanced to include people from more deprived areas, different occupational backgrounds, different educational attainment, those kinds of characteristics. You can also make sure that the evidence that's being heard by the Citizens' Assembly includes people who are maybe marginalised from that conversation. So as well as hearing from civil society leaders, academics, that kind of knowledge, you can bring in people who have expertise by experience, and who have who can speak directly to what those issues are like in a lived way. So you can kind of balance it out in that way as well. So those are the main ways of doing it. Yeah.
Finally, can I ask just a question around the participatory budgeting? You mentioned that there was 20 or over 20, I think, of those processes, and you said that 8 of the 11 councils, I think, are they involved in like a grant processes? Could you just elaborate a bit more? And you mentioned Darien Shaban. I would be keen to hear a bit more about what councils are involved, if they are engaging with it, in terms of my own council here in Darien Shaban, and what's your sense of where that's all going?
Yeah, so over the last 3 years, as I said, 8 of the local authorities have participated in PB processes, and they are those participatory grant-making processes, which are really useful in terms of producing those tangible outcomes, reaching out to local communities, especially those that might be more marginalised. Quite a lot of that has been through the community planning partnerships, so it's also enabled kind of pooling of budgets and resources together. The one I talked about in Darien Straban was the youth Making It Happen, which was actually co-designed and led by a group of young people. It was right across the council area, and it happened during COVID. There were obviously issues in terms of school closures, youth clubs, because we're obviously trying to engage with young people in that process. So there were some challenges, but the young people and the council, the community planning, the strategic community planning partnership were extremely committed to the process. It resulted in, from across the council area, 33 bids, which were identifying priorities that the young people had put forward. and 842 young people actually voted right across the council area on, to support and identify where that resource should go. So, I mean, it was a small enough resource. It was £20,000, but it was young people actually identifying ideas and projects to meet the issues and the priorities that they felt were most important in terms of giving young people a voice across the council area. I said 8 of the councils, but there are other local councils who are currently planning processes, so it is nearly right across the board. So I think it has been tried and tested now. A number of the councils, including Newrywarren and Down, Lisburn and Castlereagh, Causeway Coast and Glens, have actually undertaken repeat PB processes. So they've actually had a cycle of PB. Groups have been able to nearly mature with the process as well and develop the priorities and the ideas and have more deliberation in that process, which has been very welcome. But the issue is that that's at a certain scale, and really for PB to have the most impact, that's where it needs to start being mainstreamed into existing resources and having that wider reach. Participatory grant making, while it's really useful in terms of making those connections between communities and building trust and actually getting those tangible outcomes of people being part of decision making, it is still less sustainable. It's still hand to mouth. It isn't sort of mainstreaming and linking, for example, to the community wealth building agenda and actually giving communities a real stake in investment decisions in their area. So equally, while co-design is very much to be welcomed, we also need to see it right the way through the process so that there's delivery and implementation. And the crucial thing with PB is that ultimately local citizens have a real say in the actual decision-making processes at the end. It's much more in it than engagement. It is that decision-making tool and putting people and communities on an equal foot.
Yeah, Chair, I think we could ask the Executive Office about the NDNA commitment and get an update as to where that's at. Look, thank you all for your engagement today in the paper you sent and also the answers you give.
Okay, thanks for that, Martina. If we could ask next for Christopher Stalford to be brought up into the spotlight, and we can pass over to Christopher for his questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation thus far. I think from memory, we're going back, I think 2016, I was on the Communities Committee, and I have a funny feeling that so a lot of the stuff that you're saying is quite familiar. I was under the iron chairmanship of Michelle Gildernew at the time. So yes, I remember hearing from you. Just a few questions. In 1911, the Parliament Act established the supremacy of the House of Commons over the House of Lords, and defined that the Lords would no longer have the power to veto a bill, and also reduced the parliamentary term from 7 years to 5 years maximum. In that sort of spirit, where one assembly, if you want to call it that, was clearly established as superior to the other, whereas prior to that, they had both been on an equal footing. How does a citizens' assembly sit alongside an elected assembly that's elected by all of the citizens of Northern Ireland?
Well, I could say something quick, and Rebecca might want to back me up. So a citizens' assembly is fundamentally different. It's not a legislature. It's not an institution. It's a process. And any individual citizens' assembly has a specific topic or set of topics and a duration, after which it stands down, its work is complete, and it produces a report. So its role is very much to advise elected representatives, rather than to make decisions, make alternative or separate decisions. So it's to work very much in lockstep with the elected assembly, and isn't in any sense a challenge to that. Rather, I would see it as a useful tool for elected representatives to make use of, and for them to kind of set the agenda and select the topics that any given citizens' assembly would consider. Rebecca, do you want to kind of add anything further?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I would back you up on that and agree with you. And I think parliaments get influenced by all different kinds of influencers, campaigners, lobbyists, other vested interests, and this is another way of getting those inputs and actually very, very, very rich insights into what people think about certain issues that I think elected representatives don't don't often enough get to hear. And I think when we have engaged with politicians around specific processes, they often come with that view, that very understandable view that actually this is undermining me or my position. And actually what they see is that it's an opportunity to really direct hear from voters, from people in ways that can good policy outcomes.
How many people would be in the average Citizens' Assembly? How many members would it have, roughly?
So we would tend to advise between 80 and about 120, sometimes upwards to 150, but it becomes, for all kinds of operational reasons, harder to design for a bigger group, but about 80 to 120. At a kind of NI-wide scale, you'd probably be aiming for about 100.
Out of a country of 1.8 million people?
Yeah, so I mean, there were 100 members of the Climate Assembly UK, which is representative of a much bigger population. The idea isn't to be statistically representative; it's to try and get 100 people in the room that look more or less demographically like the population it represents.
Okay. Just in terms of past experience in the Republic of Ireland, to be fair, I don't think this criticism does apply to any party represented on this committee. But would you accept it may be valid to suggest the reason why a Citizens' Assembly was formed in relation to the issue of the 8th Amendment is basically because Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael didn't have the guts to take a position on the issue?
I mean, citizens' assemblies can be used to expedite very, very difficult thorny issues. That's for sure. I think we've become fixated in this part of the world on very divisive issues being put to citizens' assemblies for the reason that, for constitutional reasons in the Republic, that those were the issues that ended up. If you look at the recent OECD report, the majority of citizens' assemblies in the EU and in OECD member countries have been on much more kind of prosaic issues of strategic planning, urban planning. Urban planning actually is the most frequent topic, healthcare reform. So sort of less compelling policy issues. Actually, this is a really useful tool for finding a way forward on those. And I think we have plenty of those in Northern Ireland that haven't been maybe progressed sufficiently. So yeah.
And if it's reflective, if a Citizens' Assembly is reflective of society, and society in any democracy will often be gridlocked on any particular issue, not just, I mean, the thorny issues, obviously. I cited the example of the Republic, where actually I do think, to be honest, I think what happened was that the two bigger parties there did lack the courage because they were afraid of losing a significant number of supporters who were pro-life. I actually think clearly, as the referendum subsequently evidenced, there was a comfortable majority in the Republic of Ireland who wanted the 8th Amendment to the Irish Constitution gone. But I think for political party management reasons, I think the two bigger parties, who both had significant numbers of pro-life supporters and members, were afraid to grasp that particular nettle. But if a Citizens' Assembly is reflective of society, and an elected assembly is reflective of society, why wouldn't the gridlocks that you would get sometimes in a democratically elected assembly not emerge in a Citizens' Assembly? Because they don't have to run for office, maybe.
Maybe it's a lovely question, actually, and I think you. I think the fundamental difference is that the kind of the terms of the discussion in parliamentary processes is one of debate. It's one of kind of of countering, of having an opponent and having a kind of a win-lose structure, whereas the essence of a citizens' assembly is deliberation. So you're not seeking to debate somebody. You're not seeking to make anyone look as silly as possible to progress your own view. You're actually trying to find things on which you can agree and move forward on. So it's very, very different. And of course, you have that famous quote where you can know the right thing to do, but you don't know how to get elected after it. Citizens' Assembly members don't have to worry about that. As Paul said, it's dissolved and they go on their way to go back to being ordinary members of the public. So there are conditions, as I said. One of the conditions is that it allows people to move out of entrenched positions if they want to, and very often we see that, and we track how attitudes change at the end of the Citizens' Assembly compared to the beginning, and there is a shift towards kind of out of their existing positions or into more moderate ones. People do tend to change their minds, and it's a space where that's possible. There aren't that many spaces left in society where it's possible to kind of publicly change your mind, but that's one of them. That's why it's so productive.
I think, to be fair, in relation to the Citizens' Assembly there was in the Republic, it produced 8 recommendations, I think, in relation to that was reflective of the different opinions that there were, and ultimately it fell to the Oireachtas to take those issues forward in terms of post-referendum, what would happen. But no, look, thank you very much. That's very interesting. And thank you for your presentation and your answers, folks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. We're going to bring our last question unless anybody else indicates afterwards, but we've got Trevor Lunn. If we could bring him up to ask some questions, please. Trevor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks to all of you for your presentation. It's been very interesting. And I think I read your papers that 60% of MLAs actually approve of citizens' assemblies, which must say is slightly surprising but very heartening. I would be one of the 60%. Rebecca, you mentioned Christopher mentioned the Citizens' Assembly down south on the 8th Amendment. Has the Republic had any other major constitutional issues where they used the apparatus of a Citizens' Assembly? Or can you give us any examples from elsewhere where major constitutional matters have been discussed in that kind of forum?
Yeah, there are lots, and I'm sure I'll miss some, and Paul can step in if he remembers any. So in the south they've used the Citizens' Assembly to look at same-sex marriage. Actually, that was a constitutional convention, so that was a slightly different model. They've just recently looked at the place of women in the home, which is written into the Irish Constitution, quite a controversial clause. So the most recent iteration of the Citizens' Assembly has looked at that, and their report has just gone before the Oireachtas. The Canadian province of British Columbia, to go a little bit further away, had a Citizens' Assembly to look at changing their electoral system. It's used. Yeah, it's been used. Paul, I'm sure I'm forgetting some really high profile one. You please do step in. But yeah, it is used on constitutional issues. But more commonly, it's used on kind of policy issues.
Yeah, the other one in the south was because they've had 3 citizens' assemblies, each of which have looked at multiple issues. The first was the Constitutional Convention, which is actually a hybrid model of members of the public with elected representatives together, and that was the one that resulted in the marriage equality referendum in the south, which was another constitutional change. That was the very first one, actually. And then the one which looked at the 8th Amendment also looked at, I think, whether was it 7 or 9 topics. So the 8th Amendment tends to get publicity, but there were a whole host of other topics. In fact, I attended some of the sessions along with some MLAs actually at the time of the one that looked at the manner in which referenda are held. So it was a bit more of to some minds, maybe a dull topic, but an important one nonetheless.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. The major constitutional issue of the day up here, eventually it's going to become the future of the Ireland as a whole. And there's quite a body of opinion about it at the moment that's suggesting that a Citizens' Assembly based on a north-south basis could be a very useful input into that discussion. Not to make decisions about whether it's desirable or feasible or not, but to look at the pros and cons of the argument and the feasibility. I know that the Dáil Committee, I think it's the Committee on the Implementation of the Good Friday Agreement, has recently passed an amendment to say that the Dáil would support a Citizens' Assembly on a north-south basis. And it may be that the same question is going to be asked of the Northern Ireland Assembly very shortly. Do you think is it feasible to have a Citizens' Assembly on a north-south basis with 2 jurisdictions involved? Is there any particular reason why it shouldn't happen? Let's put it that way.
I think that it would be very tricky to do. Definitely very tricky to do. And I think having a citizens' assembly on any topic where there's kind of a partisan split in support for the citizens' assembly looking at that topic, would its legitimacy would kind of be in question on that basis. Issues of people from unionist communities wanting to take up the invitation to be part of that, so achieving that kind of balanced representation would also be a challenge, I think. What we're sort of recommending in this approach is, and I know in the academic literature they talk about kind of a deliberative system, so bringing more deliberation into politics just generally, so not just focusing on these kind of singular mechanisms in isolation, but looking at how deliberation can exist at kind of all levels. And again, to go back to my response to Mr. Stalford's questions, just that idea of kind of replacing some aspects of debate with more careful deliberation and weighing up is really helpful. And I do think that deliberation has a role to play in talking about those constitutional questions, but possibly not at the scale of a citizens' assembly right away. So, these can be scaled up or scaled down. So more kind of distributed deliberative dialogues at the level of towns or communities or electoral wards or whatever might be a more productive way to start. And also, I think looking at those other policy issues that do cut across communities and are of common concern and not divisive in the same way, I think is maybe the way to go, at least initially.
Yes, I'm really thinking in terms of an assembly that could look at the specific issues without taking a view on the actual overall question.
Yep.
The Citizens' Assembly could surely look at the question of policing, about education, about the health service, the vexed question of how much money would have to be spent. That's where I would see a useful deliberation and discourse. But and in terms of the mechanics of it on a north-south basis, is there any particular reason why it shouldn't be able to be organised? I'm more thinking post-COVID and post-Zoom and all the rest of it.
I mean, just while Rebecca's thinking, in principle, probably not. But I mean, a citizens' assembly would need to be commissioned by an institution. So, what would be the body that would commission it, and that it would report to would be the question. And I think what we're trying to kind of steer clear of is citizens' assemblies and deliberative processes tend to work better in situations where you've got an issue with a range of choices, and it's not a sort of a binary decision. And of course, the constitutional issues aren't inherently binary, but they do tend to be perceived that way. But as you suggest, breaking it down into its constituent parts of different topics could be a way to, I think what we do need undoubtedly is to build up deliberation and a deliberative culture around these questions. I think the concern is just putting all of that pressure on one process, I think, is more than a single citizens' assembly could take or could be reasonably expected to deliver against. So I think there is some potential in looking at separate issues. I know that Involve have been done work in the past around Brexit, for example, where rather than taking the issue at face value, it looked at issues around immigration, issues around trade separately, and asked people what they thought about those issues separately, and then what did that mean as an overall package. So those kinds of approaches could be used, but I think putting it all on. Sorry, I think my connection's gone there again. It's probably useful. But yes, so that I think putting it all into one citizens' assembly on a question which could risk being seen as binary and which could lack legitimacy, especially if one part of the political equation refused to support it and it was difficult to get members. I mean, apart from anything else, it requires cross-party political support to undertake any of these initiatives. Otherwise, they just won't be useful in helping to resolve an impasse.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Thanks, Paul, and thanks to Rebecca and Louise. And thanks, Chair, for letting me go on with that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's grand. Thanks very much for that, Trevor. Okay, Paul and Louise and Rebecca, that's us complete with questions. Thank you very much for taking the time to come to us today. Certainly it's been a great information update for members and certainly given some food for thought as to what needs to happen next. But thank you very much for taking your time to join us today.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so members, maybe I suppose just to follow on from that and getting a sense that there was sort of general enough support for that. Maybe what we could do is just write to the executive office and just ask them for an update on their what work they have done towards implementing the commitment that there was in NDNA regarding the participation and citizens' assembly as was listed in it, and get the update. And once we receive the update, then we could sort of decide from there what would happen next. Would members be agreeable with that?
Agreed, yeah.
Okay, that's grand. Okay, members, if you're happy, I know we're pushing on to 4 o'clock, but if we power on, the next element of the agenda is item 7, which is the presentation regarding the High Street Task Force from the Assembly Research Service. If we could bring Mr. Michael Scholes up into the spotlight for us, please. On pages 199 to 253 of the meeting pack are the relevant papers. Following the briefing that we had received from local stakeholders on the High Street Task Force, it was agreed to commission a piece of research from RAISE on national and international high street regeneration in a range of places to help inform us of what's happening out there and in preparation for our discussions next week with the various presenters and with the other committees. So, Michael, you're very welcome to the committee. Thank you. I know, having had a look at the information, it is quite detailed, and we thank you for that. We will certainly, if I pass over to yourself to give us that presentation, and then what I would encourage members maybe afterwards is to try and seek some clarification if required from you, but maybe just to highlight, and that maybe there's no offence taken by yourself, that probably the food for thought that there will be in the information that you've got for us will be utilised next week whenever we're questioning the head of the civil service and others regarding the issues. So just to remind members that this isn't to question you on the High Street Task Forces, but that you're giving us information that we can then use in our deliberations next week and beyond. So, Michael, we'll pass over to yourself if you want to give us that presentation. Thank you for coming along today.
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Yeah, we can indeed. That's great. Yes.
Thank you very much. So, really, Chair, before I start, I'd like to place on record my thanks to Matilda Becker, one of our PhD interns, for her assistance on the paper. Now, as you said, the paper is designed to help the committee scrutinise the Northern Ireland Task Force. It presents evidence from 6 cities that have been identified previously by the committee, and these are Detroit, Toronto, Greater Manchester, Lille, Gothenburg and Berlin. Now, the first section provides some background information on the English High Street Task Force. And as you probably know, Chair, the UK government has introduced various policies over the last 10 years to help the economic outlook of the High Street. And these I've listed at Table 1 of your paper on page 205 of your pack. Now, one of these interventions was the High Street Task Force, which was set up in July 2019. Now, it's an alliance really of 13 partner organisations, and these are presented at Annex 1 of your paper on page 250 of your pack. The English Task Force really offers 2 levels of support for local authorities. Firstly, it offers direct needs support, and these are listed at Annex 2 on page 252 of your pack. It also offers numerous online resources, and Section 1 then really concludes with a brief summary of the Northern Ireland Task Force up to date. Now, we'll move on to the comparative sections. Now, each of these sections has the same structure. Firstly, we look at the prevailing social and economic conditions, then the regulatory framework for regeneration in those jurisdictions, and then the interventions themselves, followed by any evaluation or information on funding. And at the end of each section, I've put in blue boxes some sample questions that hopefully members may like to put to TO officials or the Northern Ireland Task Force in the future. Hopefully these will be helpful for committee members. So the first city really we looked at is Detroit in the US state of Michigan. Detroit has suffered from the decline of its car manufacturing industry over the past few decades. And in 2013, the Detroit Future City project was introduced by the city mayor. Now, this was following a 2-year community engagement process. 10 neighbourhoods were chosen to receive funding. The neighbourhoods were selected because they all had existing anchors, which are assets that either draw people to or keep people in a place. Now, a summary of one of these interventions is the Livernoir McNichols neighbourhood, and that's given on page 214 of your pack. Now, that area was chosen mainly for its anchor educational and medical facilities. Various interventions at street level have included reconfiguring traffic to single-lane roads, widening pavements to 24 feet to allow outside seating for restaurants and cafes, and installing new lighting and landscaping features. As well as these infrastructural changes, the city invested $260,000 in forgivable loans for 21 local businesses. Business owners can borrow up to $20,000 and they don't have to make any repayments for the first 2 years. So the second city we looked at is Toronto in Canada, and the paper focuses on the Emery area of Toronto and its business improvement area. The Emery BIA and the City Council improved provision of affordable housing. They adapted heritage and industrial buildings for commercial and residential use. They supported businesses for marketing and digitisation and provided free Wi-Fi on the high street to attract new customers. Now, perhaps the most interesting is the intervention is the Digital Main Street project. This is a campaign devised to increase the online presence of the local businesses, and it involves support from online companies such as Google, MasterCard and Microsoft. So moving on to section 4 then, the paper looks at interventions in the Withington village area of Greater Manchester. Now, regeneration in Withington is grassroots driven. The Withington Village Regeneration Partnership was set up in 2017. It includes various groups like the Withington Civic Society, Love Withington Baths, and We Are Withington. More information on these is given on page 224 of your pack. The Institute of Place Management, which runs the English High Street Task Force, is based in Manchester, and it's involved in supporting some of the projects in Withington. This includes analysis of springboard footfall data and which monitors customer behaviour, and including footfall and demographic profiling. And an example of that is shown at figure 3 in the paper at page 225 of your pack. Then we looked at Lille in France. Lille has redeveloped previously unused industrial sites to attract high-value research and tech-based industries to the city. For example, the Eura Technologies project converted a disused textile factory into a hub for tech startups and a campus for digital learning. And it also offers a space and support to both large companies, for example, Microsoft and IBM, and smaller and emerging companies. So section 6 then on page 234 of your pack looks at Gothenburg in Sweden. The key intervention here is a 25-year project called River City Gothenburg. And the overall project costs around £86 million from private, public and university sources. The project seeks to transform the River Gotha into a feature itself with well-integrated and accessible neighbourhoods, businesses and cultural districts. 25,000 new homes are planned, and there's a strong incentive to provide affordable housing by ensuring that at least a quarter of these houses is offered at 30 to 50% below the market rate. So lastly, we have Berlin, and the paper looks at 2 key high street renewal projects in Berlin. First one is called the In the Middle of It Berlin, and the second one is Living Centres Berlin. For the In the Middle of It project, community groups can apply for €30,000 in funding for their regeneration ideas. For example, the Southwest Berlin network, community leaders and business leaders came together to implement a zero plastic and a waste-free residential and retail area. And the aim of the Living Centres project is really to make Berlin's city centres and business streets more attractive to the local population for private investment. One example of this is the Müllerstrasse project in central Berlin, working with local businesses, church organisations and community groups. The District Office of Berlin Central improved the streetscaping and made traffic and improved traffic and access, and also improved the pedestrian connectivity to the local University of Technology. They also improved and expanded the local kindergarten facilities for local people, for people working in the area. Nationwide, over €300 million was given to the Living Centres project in 2020 by the federal government. So, Chair, that's a brief summary of the paper, and hopefully I've left a lot of time for questions. I'm happy to take any questions that members may have. Thank you.
Michael, thank you very much for that. I suppose, I'm going to make a comment rather than a question, which is, as ever, the information that we get from Ray is delivered to us in a straightforward and methodical way, which makes reading it and understanding it very straightforward. And also just the fact that so much of the information across each of the areas was quite repetitive, but that's a positive thing because it's highlighting how urban regeneration, realigning public spaces, making spaces more usable and more available for people is actually what's happening in all of these other places, and therefore that there is a sense that we should actually be likewise following on from that. So there's definitely food for thought in that, and the fact that you've listed nearly 40 odd questions that people could be asking is very helpful as well. But I'm going to pass on to members to see if there's any questions that they have. John Stewart, do you have any questions that you want to ask?
No, Colin, I actually don't. What I just want to do is just thank Michael and the team for what is a really fantastic document. I know you've said it already, Chair. I enjoyed reading it last night. I ended up down all sorts of rabbit holes when I was following the footnotes and linking on. And I could have spent hours more on it. It's a passion really close to my heart. It's what got me involved in politics originally, which was town centre regeneration and the interest of developing our town and villages. And what it does show is that, contrary to popular belief, this is not just a Carrickfergus issue, an East Antrim issue, a Northern Ireland issue. This is a worldwide problem affecting our urban areas, our town centres, and everyone is battling for a solution. Nobody's found the right answer, but what we need to do is look at best practice, things that are working well, think outside the box, and find solutions collectively. I think with this is a good starting point, and I'm really looking forward to playing a role in that. So just thank you for your time, and keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Okay, so next I'm going to ask for Christopher Stalford to be brought up, and I'm just going to ask Christopher, I know that whenever you're in your office there is feedback that comes back from your microphone. Could I ask that when you ask your question and you're keeping out, you can stop your button so that feedback doesn't come through for us?
That's no problem. Yep, grand. No, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Speaking as someone who has my constituency office, you probably know, is in Sandy Row, which is obviously an inner city community. And as I've been an elected representative for 16 years, 11 of which were spent in Belfast Council representing inner city communities. One of the things that troubles me, particularly if you look, for example, Belfast Council now has an established target that they want 50,000 people living in the city centre. I think it's within the next 10 years. On paper, that's a perfectly legitimate and sensible policy goal. The problem you have is that there are already people living there. There are long-established working-class communities that form like a donut shape, a circle around the centre of Belfast. And I think it's really, really important as we develop the city and try to create a more thriving central business district. And one of the ways in which we can do that is by bringing more people to live in the city. Those communities need to be treated with respect. And I have to say, over the course of the last 15 years or so, a lot of the development that has taken place in those communities has not treated them with respect. I always say this, that there are developments that have been built around Sandy Row and the Pass and the market that physically and metaphorically look down on the communities that they've been placed beside. I'm not saying that the people that live in them do, but they're almost apart from the well-established communities. So if we could talk to just what the experiences have been, particularly of residential communities in some of those areas that you've mentioned, and how they have been facilitated and treated with sort of dignity and respect in the development processes in some of those areas. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good point that you raise there. And if I could just point you to the Detroit section. In Detroit, they had obviously a serious problem with the decline of their motor automobile industry. And really what happened was that they made a conscious decision in Detroit that they weren't going to try and fix that problem. They were going to try and actually target. Now, this is quite interesting, but it's controversial and may not even answer the question that you put in. But they were going to actually target, if you like, average income families and really ask them what they wanted. So they used a series of data and information, a 2-year community sort of engagement process, which looked at a lot of data sources, and they made a conscious decision to actually try and improve access for the people on the average, if you like, wage levels, and to a certain extent ignored the people who you perhaps described that live in your constituency area, and we received a lot of flack for that. But I think the idea was behind it all that you would have, and I think this is possibly what has happened in Belfast, that you'll have a sort of a trickle-down effect, a trickle-down economic effect where more affluent people move to the city, there'll be more jobs, there'll be more money that flows down and create more jobs. But recently, we're hearing more and more that this trickle-down economics doesn't work. And I think you very eloquently put the problem there in your own constituency. So I think when you look at perhaps Manchester, the Withington Village regeneration projects were very grassroots driven. And they looked at things like the swimming baths that had been disused, and things that really meant something to the local community and the people who were living in that area. And they basically had the help of the English High Street Task Force. They had the help of that in trying to apply for various sources of like crowdfunding, for example. But there wasn't a pot of money that they could just use. It was down to the community themselves, which I think is a problem in Northern Ireland, because they from what I've seen at the moment, the High Street, and your earlier official said that there's no money for the High Street Task Force. There's no budget. So where's the money going to come from? Is it going to be from loans? Is it going to be? All of these questions need to be put to the officials. Because the money does need to be found. And I hopefully the examples that I use in the paper do give a broad range of funding. We put a section of funding in for each of the examples, and it will show the various different types of how the forgivable loans one that I thought was an interesting one. In Wales, they also have a town loan or the system where the local authority loans out the money to the retailers, and they don't have to pay it back for a certain amount of time. And there's various attractive interest rates that are attached to that. There's rate relief, all of these incentives that are given. So hopefully that goes some way of answering your question, but I think you've hit the nail on the head. The local people, particularly in the most deprived areas, really, at the moment, they're not being listened to.
Thank you, that's grand. Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
All right, thanks very much, Christopher. Pat Sheehan, if you could be brought up next for a question, we'll pass over to Pat.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you, Michael, for your research. And my question is a sort of a similar theme to what Christopher asked, and it deals with, I suppose, marginalisation or exclusion. And I suppose I'm acting proxy here for Martina, because she has been banging on for a long time about the makeup of the High Street Task Force, and that Derry doesn't have a representative on it, and that it's very Belfast-centric. So, I understand exactly where Christopher's coming from. A long settled community there in Sandy Row is effectively being pushed further outside the boundary and marginalised to a certain extent. And similarly with Derry, if there's no representative from Derry, then how does it really get a good look in at what's happening? And I'm just wondering, in terms of the research you have done, would you have any idea of what best practice is in terms of makeups of task forces, or the sort of dynamo that drives these regeneration schemes? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly have some comments on that. I don't know if I have the exact answer, but I think the problem that yourself alluded to, and did Mr. Stalford, that, when does regeneration start and gentrification end? There's a bit of an issue there in terms of who really is are these regeneration projects going to be for? Are they going to be for an expanding middle class that's going to move into the city centre, or are they going to be actually for the more working class people that originally lived there? And these are questions really for the officials and for the High Street Task Force. A really obvious question, I think, is going to be, how do we decide which area, which town centre? Is it Lisburn? Is it going to be Limavady? Is it, how do we decide who gets the attention or the money, or, what's the criteria going to be? I mean, there doesn't seem to be any real answers to those questions. Regional imbalance is one of the questions that, as you rightly say, I think Martina asked before in the previous session, I think, that I watched. And that is going to be a real problem, because I would have to agree that at the moment the structure of the task force does seem very Belfast-centric. I've noticed that it included some of the universities. Now, I'm not sure if that covers west of the province or not, or just the Belfast campuses. But one thing that I actually briefed the Communities Committee last week about this, and one point that I raised was there seems to be no role in the task force for Libraries NI, and as we know, libraries are in every single town centre across Northern Ireland. They're right at the heart of many of the communities, rich, poor, and I think there would be a fantastic place to act as a hub and to disseminate any information about renewal projects, or for community groups to get together and to have a voice. I'm sorry, I haven't really answered your question there. Possibly I've raised more questions, but the overall, what the paper, I think, hopefully tries to get across is it's the successful regeneration projects are they're community based. There's a variety of different funding interventions that are going into them, and they're also long term. And also, they don't just help the immediate area. They also help the outside area as well, because that people will need to actually live slightly outside the city centre to move in. So it's not just in the very city centre as well. It's the sort of slightly outside areas as well that will need help. They'll need not kindergartens, but creches. As you see from Berlin, they invested heavily in improving the kindergartens in central Berlin. So all of these, it's a multifaceted approach, and there's not one single answer. But what I will say, and I don't want to be too critical of the department, but it seems to be that the vision for the Northern Ireland High Street Task Force seems to be one of an advisory position, and maybe that's useful. But certainly without any budget, there is a staff. I noticed the statement in February said that there was going to be a staff of 4. A staff head up by the Department for the Communities, and it would be a senior official from that department who are going to be in charge of the secretariat. Now, what that means, I don't really know if they're going to run it or just be an admin role. So there are so many questions, as the chair said. I think I've nearly 50 questions in the paper.
Yeah, I'm just finally the question. Don't know whether you'll be able to answer it or not, Michael. In terms of all the other cities that you have looked at, did any in particular jump out at you? That you thought was the best model or the best template that we could look at and copy for here?
Well, I've had to say not really, because I think it needs a bespoke, especially devised strategy, because all of the cities did something slightly different. Lille in France tried to attract high tech. We certainly in Northern Ireland, I think that we seem to be going that way as well. Maybe that's something we could do. The Manchester example looked at more grassroots things, and Toronto tried to give these forgivable loans. So there wasn't really one that I would point to that I think the task force needs to hopefully take some parts from each of them really and come up with a bespoke vision, if you like, for the Northern Ireland Task Force. So we'll have to just wait and see. And another quick point that I'll make is one of the English Task Force was given money through the Future Cities Fund for capital projects, and the capital projects had to do something different. They had to not just reinvent the wheel, not just do what they've done before. It had to be unique and something different. And that's grand, that's absolutely fine. But as we all know, capital projects take at least 10, 15 years. And we're still in the infancy here of this sort of high street renewal. So it really is too early to evaluate any of those big projects.
Okay, thanks for that, Michael. Thank you, Colin.
All right, Pat, thanks very much. And thank you for your bravery as well for suggesting that Martina banging on about something. So I know exactly what you meant there, that issue.
I don't think I used those words, did I?
No. It was Pat.
All right, sorry, I thought you meant me.
Where the rest of us wouldn't. Michael, look, that seems to be the end of the questions. As I say, don't take that as a slight, because I think that the document is very well laid out and contains the questions, contains the information that will certainly assist us next week. And I want to thank you for doing that, and thank you for coming along today for with the presentation. So thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, then we'll bring you all up into the spotlight then, so that we can continue with the last few items on the agenda, unless there's any point that anybody wants to make on that presentation. No. So, members, then we'll move on to item 8, which is the Forward Work Programme. On page 255 of the pack is the Forward Work Programme, and if we look at page 259, there is the paper outlining the responsibilities and the implications in relation to the climate change bill. Obviously, there are a number of key areas of that bill that will impact upon the Executive Office, and they're laid out in that element of the document. Could I suggest to you that we invite the bill sponsor and the department to attend the committee after summer recess, that we can question them on those elements of the bill that pertain to the department?
Yeah, good idea.
Great.
As maybe had mentioned earlier, can we seek agreement from yourselves as well to invite the first Deputy First Minister to the committee on our last sitting on the 7th of July, just to allow a question and answer session and update before we go off on summer recess?
Agreed.
Okay, and then maybe just to remind members that the Assembly Chamber has been secured for the concurrent meeting next week on the 16th of June, which is with the Finance and the Economy Committees. There are limited spaces available in the Chamber, and really it's maybe just about finding, is there anybody that is happy to attend remotely, or are there anybody that would have a preference maybe for attending? Maybe if we go those that would prefer remote, is there anybody that would like to attend remotely next week?
If it helps, I'm not here next week, so I'm away.
Okay, John, that's we're down yourself. Pat, have you a preference?
Well, I would prefer to be in person, but Martina and Emma, who have a bit of travelling to do to get here, might want to come in remotely.
Okay, right. We can take it as an indication at this stage rather than a hard rule. I know committee guys will take a check round as well. Trevor Clark, are you happy to attend remotely or in person next week?
I'd probably come in person for my connection's crap from here.
Oh, okay. No problem. Fine. We can do that. Christopher, you appear to be in the building. Will you be the same next week?
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. George Robinson.
He's away, Chair, I think.
No, it's still there. Would you like to? Okay, we'll work on that one, George. Thank you. And then Trevor, what about yourself, Trevor Lunn?
Yeah, well, I hate remote with a passion, so I would much prefer to be there in person if it could be arranged.
Oh, well, we have the indications there, Michael. We can work offline maybe on just getting the finer details of that for next week then. Okay, members, thank you. Outside of that, can we note the rest of the forward work plan unless there's any other questions on that? Okay. Members, in terms of correspondence, there's 6 items in the meeting pack and a number of items in the tabled pack. In terms of the stuff that's in the meeting pack, there is correspondence which is summarising the correspondence that's been issued and received by the Committee for the Economy on business issues relating to the protocol. Now, we had written to the Committee of the Economy asking what engagement work that the committee had undertaken so that we could avoid duplication. So are we content to leave it with the Committee for Economy to engage with this matter, or would you prefer that we write to the committee to ask for future correspondence that's copied into ourselves? It's generally on the issue of the Brexit and the protocol. So would members like to receive any correspondence that goes to the Economy Committee that maybe is copied into ourselves? Would that be agreeable?
Sure, I would agree with that.
Better to have it, I think, than not have it, maybe is the handiness there. There is also correspondence from the EU Affairs Manager on European Commission's proposal for a directive on pay transparency. That's actually in section 913 of the table pack. So can I get agreement that we maybe write to the department to ask that the dedicated mechanism element might be checked to see if this issue of transparency if we could check if that could be I'm kind of lost myself a little bit there. I guess I think I fell off there, but just so it's asking if the department would use the dedicated mechanism to check out if it's something that falls under the scope of that mechanism. Would members be happy if we send a letter to the department to ask for that?
Content, yes.
Okay. Members, then, is there any other item of correspondence that anybody would like to raise?
Yes, Chair. Just the issue in relation to the agreement in principle on the fishing.
Yes.
You know that was one of the more contentious issues in the whole Brexit debacle. And it's interesting that negotiations have gone on basically under the radar, and it appears that agreement has been reached. And I mean, I hope the same sort of attitude is taken towards any negotiations around the protocol, that agreement can be reached if people are given a chance to do it without all the sort of raised voices and hullabaloo that has been going on. There may be difficulties with the protocol. I have no doubt they can be ironed out, and without the sort of threats and so on that have been going on recently. So I think, just to summarise, I mean, let's follow the example of the negotiations that have gone on around the fishing. Shanna.
Okay. Tempted to say that those negotiations took place under the sonar rather than the radar, but I don't know. I'm maybe not into my fishing terms there, but okay, that's
you should be. Hey, you should be. You represent South Down. Warren Point. You should be into your fishing terms.
Warren Point is not a fishing town. It's Kilkeel and Arglass.
One all.
Go to the city for a visit someday. There's no other correspondence to be addressed, then that's us. We can move to item 10, any other business, which I don't have any. If anybody else has, then we can move to the date, time and place of the next meeting. After probably about 20 weeks, I get to say something different here. The meeting will take place next week, both in Stormont and virtually. So any members that are in next week, we will see you there. For those that are remotely, we'll make sure that they're on board for the meeting next week as well. And I'll see everybody then. Thank you very much for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye now. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30.